Hodder and Stoughton Limited presents Storm of War, Empire, Volume 13, by Anthony Riches, read by Saul Reichlin. Prologue. Poetovium, Roman province of Pannonia, April A.D. 193.
Are your officers all here, First Spear Felix?
The legion's senior centurion nodded in reply, lifting his wooden tablet into the meagre light provided by a dozen flickering oil lamps as proof. Outside, night had fallen, the hours since the end of the day's march having been spent digging out a marching camp for the legions of their new emperor's army.
All centurions are mustered and present, Legatus?
His superior nodded, the gesture curt to the degree of being supercilious, an unspoken statement of the underlying belief that to a man of his exalted senatorial rank there could never be any answer other than in the positive.
Just as well. The slightest hint of disrespect would go down like a beaker of vinegar with this emperor. He is a great man and magnanimous under the right circumstances, but show him even a hint of anything other than total devotion and, "Gentlemen, the emperor—"
The chief lictor was standing in the tent's doorway, his ceremonial bundle of rods and an axe held more like a weapon than a badge of office, and both men snapped to attention. The 40 centurions packed in behind them in the legion's temporary principia, the hard men who led the legion's centuries, followed their example an instant later. The air inside the command tent was rank, none of them having seen the inside of a bathhouse since they had left Carnuntum for the long march south to Rome 20 days before, although all present had long since stopped noticing the long familiar stomach-turning soil, sweat, and feces stench of an army on campaign. The soldiers of the imperial bodyguard preceded their master in absolute silence, followed a moment later by the emperor himself, his eyes scanning the tent's poorly lit interior with the brisk mien of a man who was, former senator or not, first and foremost a soldier. Behind him came the 3 men who were entrusted with making his march on Rome a success. Felix looked at each one in turn, remembering their names from the secret message he had received from Rome days before. First into the tent behind the emperor was Marcus Roscius Vitulus, a military supply expert with the title Praepositus Annoni, Chief of Supply, responsible for the scouring of the country through which Severus's legions were marching for enough food to keep thousands of soldiers fed. His role made him the most important man in the new emperor's world, even if only for the time required for the army's march on Rome, and a target for Felix's blade. The message from the capital, a chatty letter written in tiny, cramped characters in an oversized message tablet, had purported to come from his family in Rome. Felix had met and settled down with a woman of the city during his time operating out of the camp of the foreigners, the notorious home of the Frumentarii, the small but highly proficient body of spies and murderers whose operations were carried out under the disguise of managing the empire's grain supply. Albeit written in her style and with every sign of being from her hand, it had immediately sounded an alarm bell to a man well used to the ways of the throne's clandestine operations. The next man to enter was Lucius Valerius Valerianus, a Pannonian with extensive military experience who had been chosen to command the emperor's cavalry. Diligent scouting of the road ahead was essential if an attack by the usurper emperor's army, no matter how improbable, was to be avoided. Another man Felix was instructed to murder. The hidden order in the message, revealed by means of a routine Frumentiarii code of removing all but every 10th character, had been stark and simple. Kill Severus. Kill his key men, Vitulus, Valerianus, Laetus. the payoff having been, as he had feared from the moment he decoded the first two words, a simple threat: "We have your family." Julius Laetus was last into the tent, a man as close to Severus as anyone, legionary legatus and hard-eyed fanatic in the new emperor's cause. The perfect commander for the army's advance guard, ready to throw his men at an enemy to allow the remainder of the army's legions time to deploy for battle. Professing to be ready to die for his emperor, he was clearly, in reality, more than ready to sacrifice thousands of his own men in the cause of his own career. The death of any of these men would be a blow to the emperor, although Felix knew that it would be unlikely to save his wife and sons, if they weren't already dead, of course. A single assassin would have no chance of surviving, even if he succeeded in his role, and Felix was no innocent when it came to understanding how the shadowy figures behind the throne went about their assignments, or how much pleasure they managed to take in the process. "Officers of the 11th Claudia." The emperor had waved his bodyguard aside and walked forward into the tent, opening his arms wide in a symbolic gesture of embrace. Even though the legion's first spear had known all too well what Severus's approach to his soldiers would be, he found it hard not to be impressed by the man. He shot a glance at his legatus standing beside him, to find the senator apparently dazzled by the great man's presence as he formally greeted his master. "Imperator, the 11th Legion Claudia, named loyal and faithful by the divine Claudius, stands ready to serve with you and to stand to the last man." Severus smiled at his legion commander, although his raised eyebrow was perhaps an indication of a slight disagreement with the sentiment. "To the last man? We shall have to hope that it does not come to that, shall we not?" He clapped a hand to the other man's shoulder to dispel any hint of disfavour. "It will be our enemies who will be doing the standing to the last man, if they even choose to fight. That much is obvious. My former colleague, Niger, commands 10 legions, but they are men of the East, and therefore not men in the conventional sense of the word." A ripple of laughter greeted his words. Even if the assembled officers of the legion would have laughed at their emperor's joke in any case, it was widely accepted that the legions of the Eastern Empire had long since surrendered to the softer ways of living that overcame the most virile of warriors, given enough time. And in the West, his former colleague, Albinus, commands a pitiful 3 legions, all of which have been based in Britannia for so long that they have become miserable Brits themselves. Another ripple of amusement greeted his opinion on his other challenger for the throne. "While in Rome," Severus paused for dramatic effect, "in Rome, as we all know, there is nothing more valiant standing between our swords and the false Emperor Didius Julianus than the Praetorians, and we all know what they're good for, a knife in the back, and nothing with any more dignity to it. They're murderers, men who slaughtered an honourable emperor in my predecessor Helvius Pertinax. And they are thieves who compounded their insult to Rome itself by selling the throne to that poor deluded fool that calls himself the master of the world." He looked about himself with an expression of disgust at such treacherous vulgarity. "Officers of the 11th Claudia, loyal and faithful, I cannot allow such ignominy to go unpunished. It is not for vanity that I have taken the formal title Imperator Caesar Lucius Septimus Severus Pertinax Augustus, but as an expression of my rage at a decent man's murder. My esteemed colleague was trying his best to bring order to the empire, even if it is doubtful that he could have succeeded without the support of an army like this one." Severus allowed that point to sink in before continuing. Every man present knew that his possession of every army group based along the twin river borders of the Rhenus and Danubius, 16 legions in total, made him the most powerful contender for the throne. More than that, Felix knew all too well that Severus had been scheming for years towards the day when he had been declared emperor. Using his influence with the previous Praetorian prefect to be appointed as governor of Pannonia Superior, he had managed to gain the loyalty of every army commander along the frontier defined by the two mighty rivers. And so carefully had he prepared the ground that when news of Pertinax's assassination had reached his headquarters in Carnuntum, his traditionally reluctant acceptance of the purple, bowing to his legion's well-rehearsed insistence, had been little more than a formalization of what had already been decided. "We are like charioteers with the strongest horses, my brothers in arms. We are so obviously going to be the first men to reach Rome that Niger will not even try to beat us to it, but will rather sit on his false throne in Antioch among his debauched legions and dream of an imperium he will never live to enjoy. While Albinus in Britannia has agreed to my proposal to share imperium, leaving me free to first deal with the usurper Julianus and then march to unseat the eastern pretender." The unspoken corollary to which Felix guessed was that once Niger and the eastern legions had been subdued, Severus would turn his attention to Britannia, with all pretense of sharing the empire abandoned. He stood to attention while Severus spoke, knowing that if he was going to follow the messenger's instruction, there would never be a better moment to strike, or any other opportunity. Once Severus had finished speaking, accepted the cheers and plaudits of the legion's fiercely loyal officers, drunk a swift cup of wine in toast in their honour, and then left the tent, all chance of taking his life would be lost, and if anyone recognized a fleeting chance to make the kill, it was the former grain officer Marcus Aquilius Felix. Felix was, by his own rueful assessment of a life given to the dark arts of spying and assassination, a peerless master of political murder, experienced to the tune of a dozen and more killings of members of the senatorial and equestrian classes. All had been men who had earned the lethal attentions of the frumentarii by what they had said or done, or had failed to say or do. He was without conscience or remorse, having endured a childhood made harsh by his father's death in the German wars 25 years before, and he was superbly skilled, having fought in Parthia as a centurion, in one of the so-called debauched Eastern legions under the command of a hawk-faced legatus by the name of Scaurus, before being selected by the then imperial chamberlain Cleander to help with the throne's dirty work, all of which had made him an expert in the theory and practice of assassination. And even if he was, as he himself recognized readily enough in moments of introspection, a few years past his physical prime, fierce determination and the advantage of surprise could give even an aging swordsman a sharp edge in the first few seconds of any fight. As Severus spoke, expounding, as was usual and expected, on the 11th Claudia's proud history and battle record, Felix sized up his bodyguard. The chief lictor, a former first spear himself, was a big man, imposing even, but soft, gone to seed, with good living and too much wine. A decade before, when he'd been in his pomp, a muscular athlete carrying a legion standard, he would have been a serious obstacle. Now Aquilius didn't think he'd even have to break stride to deal with the man as he attacked through the emperor's bodyguard. A swift knife blade in the throat would be too fast for a man whose reflexes were long gone. The bodyguard themselves, though, would be a different matter. 4 soldiers arrayed in a loose half-circle around the man who had promised to make them the new Praetorians once his backside was on the throne. Severus was going to make them wealthy, the dives miles they had longed to be, as they had put a purple cloak about his shoulders and chanted the words, rich soldier, as much to reassure themselves as to make sure the new emperor remembered who to thank when the time came. They looked combat-ready, and worse, they were alert, knowing all too well that the men facing them were all equally capable of deadly violence, and no matter how he thought through his attack, he could see no way to get through them without taking so much damage that he wouldn't be able to finish the job. No way to get through them at all, truth be told. He might kill one of them, two at the most, but the only likely eventual result was his death on the survivors' spears. Severus was winding up his speech. The legion's centuries-long loyalty and valiant contribution to 6 victories had been extolled in the warmest of terms, and its less-than-stellar moments over that time quietly ignored. The speed with which they had rallied to the new emperor's cause had been praised, and the expected promise that they were eager to hear had been made, an assurance that they would not be forgotten when the time came to divide out the spoils of victory over the pretender Julianus, a statement that had earned the gathered officers evident satisfaction. The emperor turned to his left, the cue for his wine to be presented by one of his freedmen who had been waiting just outside the tent, doubtless with his own escort, to make sure the wine remained untainted. A toast to the legion's long life, a swift tip of the cup and swallow, and the great man would be on his way to the next legion's encampment to repeat the whole dreary but essential rigmarole. Seeing his last chance about to disappear, Felix acted. Without warning, he drew his sword, the 3-foot-long weapon gleaming in the light of the lamps that had been lit to illuminate the tent's further recesses, its blade scraping over its scabbard's iron throat with an urgent, menacing hiss. As the bodyguards started to react, turning to face him and leveling their spear points, he went down on one knee and raised the weapon in front of him in both hands, one under the hilt, one cupping the blade, and bowed his head. "Hold!" Severus's command stayed the spear thrusts that his guards were shaping to deliver to the first spear's defenceless head and neck. Felix heard the note of terror and outrage in his legatus's voice as he reacted to the sudden development. "First spear, Felix! What the fuck do you think you're—" The emperor overrode him with effortless ease. "Let us see what possible reason your senior centurion could have to air his iron, shall we? Even if he is offering it to me in the manner of an act of self-sacrifice. Well, centurion?" "My name is Marcus Aquilius Felix, Imperator, and I am a former frumentarius." Felix looked up over the sword's blade, watching the emperor's face as realization dawned upon him. "My position here was not earned by long service with the Legion, but as a reward for services rendered to the throne." Severus nodded. "I know the sort of services the inhabitants of the Castra Peregrina perform on behalf of the Empire. Who was your master? Cleander?" "Cleander, and then Eclectus, Imperator. Those were the chamberlains I served under. I was rewarded with this position last autumn." Making the point that his departure from Rome had been relatively recent, and that his knowledge of the Palatine Hill and its imperial secretariat was still fresh, that he could be a man of value to a new regime. "I see. And this?" The emperor waved a hand at the proffered sword. "Imperator, I received a message from Rome some days ago. I was instructed to take your life and end your threat to the rule of the usurper Julianus. My family will die if I do not succeed." So far, all true. Now, Felix knew he was about to gamble his ability to tell a convincing lie against Severus's ability to spot a falsehood. But I knew that I could not take such an action against the only man I believe can provide the empire with the firm leadership it needs. The alternative interpretation being that he would never have succeeded in anything more than getting himself killed, as he suspected was all too clear to the man with the power of life and death over him. I see. And on what do you base this belief in my unique abilities, First Spear, given that you do not know me? Time to drop in the biggest lie of all. As a frumentarius, Imperator, I was privy to much knowledge that the average man would neither perceive nor understand, and instructions for our missions would sometimes be imparted to us in the Chamberlain's office, to allow him to use the large map of the Empire painted on his wall to illustrate our tasks, those few of us who undertook the most sensitive of jobs for the Emperor. Severus nodded slowly, and the soldier knew that his bait was close to being taken. And I will never forget the occasion on which Eclectus stated an opinion of the men most likely to step forward, were his master Commodus to meet with an earlier death than everyone in the empire prayed. The deceit was carefully calculated. On the one hand, no such opinion had ever been stated within his hearing. On the other, there was no one left alive to challenge the lie. And that opinion was? The lie was almost sold. Time to drive the nail home. He believed that Senator Pertinax was actively planning to take the throne, with strong support from his fellow city fathers, who, he believed, hated Commodus with a passion. Unsurprisingly, since the previous emperor had persecuted the Senate constantly and cruelly. And while he believed Pertinax to be a better candidate than most of the alternatives in Rome, he stated a belief that there was one man far better suited serving on the northern frontier, a man with a hard mind for hard times and the ability to think what would usually be unthinkable, who had been sent to command an army as a contingency in case of such an assassination, to provide him with the means of taking power and restoring order to the empire. He named that man to me. The name, Imperator, was yours. Severus looked down at him for a moment, then laughed softly. I find your story hard to credit, Centurion. For one thing, I was never a close friend of Eclectus, and for another, I owed my position in Pannonia to Litus, the Praetorian prefect, a man now executed by Julianus, curse him. But I find the telling of it to be expertly judged and perfectly delivered. Sheathe your sword, and accompany me as I make my way to speak with my other legions. Felix stood, returning his gladius to the scabbard at his waist. I am yours to command, Imperator. Severus smiled thinly. Indeed you are. I have it in mind to make you an imperial beneficiarus, and have you oversee the operations of the imperial treasury with regard to the gathering of tax from the senatorial class. After all, a man with the sort of skill with a falsehood you have displayed today will be perfect for the unearthing of gold needed to pay my legions from men who will be reluctant in the extreme. I expect that you will spot their lies a mile off, and that your severity of appearance and reputation will scare the gold out of many of them without your even having to resort to threats, while your willingness to make and, if need be, deliver on the sort of threats required will soon enough become common knowledge and cow the rest into submission. In the meantime, you can provide the message you received from Rome to my secretariat. Once we have the city in our grasp, I'll have the writing compared with that of the men who clustered around the usurper, and find out exactly who it was that issued you with the order to murder an emperor. Felix knew that he should keep his mouth shut and simply ride his incredible good fortune, but he was unable to not ask the question he knew was on every man's mind. And when you have that man, Imperator? Severus looked at him with a faint smile for a moment, and the centurion got a momentary impression of the man behind the hard-faced exterior. Something reptilian lurked behind the emperor's eyes, remorseless and unforgiving. "When I have that man first spear, I'll have him taken to the interrogation chambers deep beneath the palace. He will be blinded to emphasize the helplessness of his position, and then I will speak with him and outline his options." The emperor's voice rose a little as he warmed to the subject. "I will tell him that he can either tell me all about the orders that Didius Julianus issued for my murder, to go on record and inspire the outrage of the people, and that we can elicit that information from him in a relatively calm and reasoned way, or I'll have it tortured out of him piece by piece, and I do literally mean by pieces. And when he's told his story, whether willingly or not, I'll have him executed in the forum as a public warning to any potential conspirators. The Senate needs to be brought to heel after the madness of the last few months, and I can think of no better way than having his confession read out in front of the doors of the Curia, and then the man who sought my death put to death within earshot of their benches. Does that answer your question, Centurion?" Felix nodded. "Yes, Imperator." Severus turned to address the gathered officers, knowing that his words would spread across his legions by swift word of mouth. "Good. When we take Rome, gentlemen, there will be those among the ruling class who will be discontented not to have their man on the throne. They will be unhappy that a senator from North Africa should have had the temerity to seize the empire, when more august and pliable men might have suited them better. I am all too well aware of those among my colleagues who were arrayed behind Pertinax, the poor fool, and who planned to use him as a means of unlocking the treasury to be plundered. They are a pack of dogs, and like any such collection of animals, the only way to control them is through fear. And so I'll leave the man who planned my murder's guts steaming on the ground outside their debating chamber as a salutary lesson for them. Rome has a new ruler, and the lesson will be that they can either follow my rule or perish in the same way. Chapter 1. In the name of all the gods, how much longer do we have to endure this? This tub should have been named Poseidon's shit bucket for all the progress we are making. Marcus Valerius Aquila looked up the length of the merchant ship Diana's Arrow, adjusting his stance with newfound ease as the big vessel pitched down into the trough of a wave. He watched with sympathy as his comrade Arminius belched up a mouthful of watery vomit, spitting it wearily over the wooden railing that was all that was preventing his exhausted body from pitching into the rain-lashed sea. The sky was a sullen grey, merging seamlessly with the horizon to give the impression of an infinite void around the pitching and wallowing merchant vessel. Raising his voice too close to a shout in order to be heard over the wind's howl, he answered the question with a shake of his head. "Who knows? I asked the master the same question an hour or so ago, and all he had to say was that if he tried to turn to either side of our current course, the force of the storm would probably capsize us. Apparently this is what sailors call an overtaking sea, with the waves rolling up from behind, and if we do anything other than run before them, they'll turn us over in an instant." The German cupped his hands to gather rainwater, rubbing it into his beard in an attempt to remove the bile that had inevitably caught in the hairs. Once a slave owned by the head of their familia, he had been freed years before, and while he had always carried himself with the swagger of a born warrior, his one-time arrogance had become, with the passage of the years, something more akin to pride in their company and disdain of everyone not so fortunate. "So yesterday he said we could avoid the storm by running north, and now he's telling us that he's put us in a position where if we try to get out from under it, we're all fish food. Prick."
Thank your gods you're not cooped up below with the rest of the familiar, eh? Arminius nodded with a shudder, possibly from being soaked through with rain and spray, possibly from the memory of the conditions in the ship's cramped hold. It was the stink of vomit and the constant sound of retching that had driven him up on deck, and Marcus had accompanied him in order to make sure he didn't do anything that might get him washed over the side to his death. "Does anyone know how far we can run before we run out of sea and find ourselves on the rocks?" Marcus shook his head again. "The crew have lost all sense of where they are. Nobody's willing to go up the mast to try to get a better view, and I can't say I'd want to risk being catapulted into the sea to drown either. All we can do is wait to see where we end up." A bulky figure climbed out of the hold and re-secured the tar-stiffened canvas cover that was keeping the rain and spray from cascading into the ship. He staggered across the heaving deck and joined them at the rail, his bushy beard running with the rain that was whipping into them in sheets of stringing drops. Dubnus, Marcus's oldest friend, the one-time commander of a century of axe-wielding pioneers, a few of whom still accompanied him, had a grey-green pallor and the look of a man close to vomiting. "I decided that at least up here the air's fresh. It's the children I feel sorry for, cooped up down there and not allowed to come up on deck for fear of them being washed away. That, and having to listen to Ptolemy and that British monster endlessly debating the meaning of life, or whatever it was the chirping little sparrow decided to plague us with today, once he'd had his morning wank over a bust of some dead Greek or other." He looked up at the ship's navigus, who was more hanging onto the ship's tiller for his own safety than actually steering the vessel. "I bet that arsehole's wishing he'd not been so greedy, eh? All this for the sake of a cargo of wine." The other two turned to look at the captain, and as if guessing what they were discussing, he pointedly looked out over the sea to the ship's left side until they turned back to the rail. "If we'd just crossed the straits from Brundisium to Dyrrachium like we were supposed to, we'd have been safely tucked up in harbour on the Ionian Sea by the time this storm made its unexpected appearance. But he had to go chasing a payday, didn't he? To be fair, it's probably only the weight of all those amphorae that's stopping us from being flipped over by the sea and the wind." Dubnus laughed loud enough to be heard over the storm's buffeting tumult. "Only you, Marcus! Only you could find a way to excuse that greedy sea-going bastard for putting us all in danger. If he'd not seen a few thousand in quick profit and made the decision to ignore what we were paying him for, which was a nice quick voyage from Rome to Antioch, then we could have been halfway there by now." He stopped talking and renewed his scrutiny of the ship's master. After a moment, the other two men followed his gaze and found the navigus apparently staring straight at them. It took another moment for them to realize that he was in fact looking at something in the distance, a few points off their course to the left. "What's he seen?" Before they could speculate, the master bellowed an order that brought the crew out onto the pitching deck. He gestured to a point just fine of the ship's only sail, the triangular suparum at the vessel's bow, which had been left rigged to provide him with enough speed to ensure that he could still steer a course of sorts. A line of marginally darker grey, where the horizon should have been, hinted at the presence of land. Something in its apparently featureless and barely visible presence, apparently recognizable to him from long experience. He shouted one word which had evident meaning for his crew. "Classis!" They turned to stare where he was pointing, and more than one of the younger men nodded agreement. The navigus pointed to the ship's side, where the three friends were hanging onto the rail. "Perhaps 5 miles, but we have to turn now. Get to the left side and be ready." Recognizing the urgency in their captain's voice, the crew, a dozen strong, hurried to line the rail in preparation for whatever it was he had planned. "You got mates down below? Best you get them up here." Arminius turned to the seaman next to him at the rail, recognizing the urgency in his tone as he shouted over the wind's incessant howl. Why? The weather-beaten sailor replied, without taking his eyes off the horizon where the captain had pointed. That's Classis over there. A keen eye can pick out the watchtowers, just about. You barbarians understand enough Latin to know what that means, the word Classis, fleet, a lot of ships. The German shot him a venomous look that told the sailor he was lucky the big Briton was hanging onto the rail for his very life, and the other man continued hurriedly. It's the main naval harbour in the Adriaticus, and the port for Ravenna, and the only safe mooring we'll ever see before this storm drives us straight onto the rocks to the north. We have to head for the harbour right quick, because we're all dead if we don't. But the chief of all you nautical bastards said we'd sink if we tried to turn. The sailor turned to grin at Dubnus. That's the way of the sea, friend. Most of the time she's a gentle wife to a ship, but every now and then she turns nasty and hits you with a saucepan so hard you might not get over it, and you have to ride the punches, right? I'd rather drown from trying to reach safety than just letting this poor old cow be driven onto shore, and the more men we can put on this side before he starts the turn, the more likely we are to live long enough to see another day. Marcus nodded at Dubnus. Best fetch the men up. The women are going to have their work cut out, keeping the children calm. The male members of their party staggered up from the hold, blinking in the grey light, and making their way across the pitching deck to join the group gathered on the vessel's left side. 20 or so strong, they were a mixture of hulking and heavily bearded warriors, born to batter their way into an enemy's battle line with their axes, by contrast with the sinewy Syrian archers who made up their number, accompanied by the remaining members of the familia, of which Marcus was the effective second-in-command. Watching the hatchway knowingly as the last of them came up on deck, he saw a pair of heads bob up in the warrior's wake, and left the rail to make a carefully timed crossing of the deck and squat down by the opening, holding on to the wooden frame. "You know you're not allowed up here." The admonishment was spoken in a light tone, Marcus having no desire to upset either of the two children, one of them a thin-faced boy of 9, and his friend 18 months younger, but already clearly destined to be the more heavily built of the two. The older boy replied, looking past him at the men gathered by the ship's rail. "It's horrible down there, father. We just wanted to get some fresh air and have a look." The Roman nodded, understanding the impact of such a confined space on the two boys, who in better weather had been allowed on deck under the close supervision of a pair of soldiers. "I know, Appius, and you and Felix will be allowed up when the storm has passed, but for the time being you must stay below with Anya." His son nodded equably, having happily lost all trace of the reserve with Marcus that had resulted from their being kept apart in his infancy, his father having been absent on military missions across the empire, and so having to leave him in the care of Anya, the wife of a fellow centurion. Felix, on the other hand, had his customary impatience written across his features, a hint of petulance in his voice when he replied, "I don't want to go back down there." Marcus considered using the threat of his mother's annoyance to disarm the child's frustration, then decided that this would hardly be fair on the woman who had volunteered to raise as her own a boy who, whether Marcus liked it or not, was largely his own responsibility. The fact that every time he saw Felix he was reminded of the rape of his wife by the Emperor Commodus, a repeated assault that had resulted in her bearing the boy and dying in childbirth, was, he had long since realized, unimportant. As long as the boy's origin remained a closely guarded secret, known to only a handful of people to avoid attracting the interest of the wrong ones, little else mattered, other than that he be given the chance to grow up as a normal person and afforded the love of those around him. "I know, Felix, but your mother and father would never forgive me if you were to be washed away by a wave and eaten by a whale, would they? What if the whale choked on you?" The boy grinned back at him, his petulance disarmed by the joke. "No." "Well, there you are.
He ruffled his son's hair, not wanting to leave him out of the praise for obeying his instruction. "You two go down below, and I'll buy you both a honey cake when we make shore. How's that?" Fixing the hatch cover back in place, he went back to the rail just in time to hear the rotund former standard-bearer Morban, an infamous terrorizer of his companions' purses when the opportunity to gamble presented itself, addressing the bedraggled group with a predatory grin. "Anyone want to take odds on us making it? I'm offering 4—" The Briton flinched back as Dubnus took a firm grip of his tunic. "No one's taking your bet, Morban, you donkey, because for us to profit from your odds, we'd all have to be floating in the bloody sea." The veteran shrugged before replying. "What about a Sestertius, on who's the next man to lose his biscuits, then? I'd offer a denarius for a correct guess." The older and shorter of the two laggard soldiers standing beside him stopped complaining about his lost dice profits and tapped Morban on the shoulder with the hand that wasn't clinging to the rail for dear life. For one, I'll have some of that. That pricked Bahir is looking as green as an apple." The archer in question shot him a dirty look, but was clearly fighting the urge to vomit, his expression betraying his quandary. Morban took the proffered coin and made it disappear with his customary polish. "A bet on Bahir. Any other takers?" He shot a knowing glance at the other soldier, but the taller man shook his head and continued staring out over the water, one of the few in the party who seemed untroubled by the ship's wallowing. Dubnus turned away in disgust at the veteran standard-bearer's customary opportunism, and Morban was just about to renew his attempts to drum up some business when he was interrupted by a shout from the ship's master. "All hands!" They looked up at the Nabocus, who was pointing to the left side of the ship. "Prepare for the turn!" The seamen pressed in behind the soldiers, pushing them against the rail so firmly that Marcus wondered if the sturdy wood might break and deposit them all into the sea below. Satisfied that as much weight as could be pushed to the ship's side as possible was in place, the captain heaved at the tiller connected to his steering oars, pushing the ship into a slow turn to the left. As it began to cross the overtaking sea, a succession of waves broke over the vessel, showering the men thronging the rail with salt water that stung their eyes and soaked what little of them wasn't already saturated with rainwater. The ship heeled over to the right with an alarming ease, despite the extra weight of crew and passengers, rolling back to the left as they sailed into the trough of each wave, only to repeat the sickening lurch back over to its right side with every successive swell. "Zeus's cock and balls, but this will be the death of us!" Dubnus's imprecations fell on deaf ears, the soldiers now, for the most part, helplessly returning the dried fish and biscuit they had been given at their last meal to the sea, as the ship wallowed in long, slow oscillations. Those men who were unable to get to the rail through the crush were left with no choice but to vomit on the deck, and the legs of the men closest to them, one such violent outpouring putting a swift and mutually disgusted end to a heated argument between Morban and the shorter of the two soldiers over whether the latter's candidate had been the first to vomit. A heavy bank of almost horizontal rain slammed into the ship, its gusts threatening to push the vessel back onto its doomed course for the rocky shore to the north of the port, the stinging rain forcing them to duck their heads. Arminius looked over at Scaurus, his former master and the head of their familiar, who had covered his head with the hood of his heavy, water-sodden woolen pinula, and raised both hands before his face, his lips moving in silent entreaty. "Are you praying, Tribune?" The patrician officer spoke without looking up, all too aware that every man around them was listening intently. "When a man has been admitted to the inner mysteries of the Light-bringer, Arminius, he comes to understand the ways that the gods work the clay we provide. I am praying to Mithras to guide us through to safer waters, so that we may do his bidding once again. And if he deems us, his servants, to have showed him enough devotion over the years, perhaps he will answer my prayers." Dubnus belched loudly, visibly fighting back the urge to vomit, then grinned weakly and reached over to tap Morban on the shoulder. "The Tribune says he's praying to Mithras to spare those of us who have shown devotion to our father over the years, and not just when they've got an unfeasible wager to win. I'd say you're fucked all ends up." "All in order, Centurion." The officer in question sprang to attention, snapping off a smart salute and standing ramrod straight as he replied to his superior's question. Behind him, a chain of bedraggled soldiers was passing grain bags out of the hold of a moored freighter, across the ship's wooden deck and down its gangplank onto the quayside, where a line of carts waited to carry them away to the Legion's camp outside the Fleet Harbour's walls. The rain was falling steadily, blown into curtains of water by the wind's gusts, and both men were grateful for the luxury of their thick woolen cloaks, waterproofed to some degree by the wool's natural grease, whereas the soldiers were simply getting soaked. "All in order, Tribune? Good. How long to finish unloading? Another hour or so? He's not happy, though." The ship's master was leaning over the rail of his vessel's raised stern castle with a look of disgust on his face. Seeing the Tribune looking at him, he turned and ostentatiously spat over the rail. The senior officer just smiled back, knowing how much more irritated the Navajos would be not to get a show of annoyance from him. "Nor would I be. He'll get a promissory note for the grain, which will doubtless be paid out in the fullness of time with currency that's been clipped or melted down and recast with even more base metal than before. So is that—" He stopped talking as another ship nosed into the harbour from out of the rain's shimmering, gloomy curtains, and both men watched as it wallowed toward the stone quay and came alongside. The crew were clearly spent, but even in their state of exhaustion they lined the rail to look out at the harbour, their faces falling as they took in the scene of a fellow merchant being unloaded by soldiers. The Tribune strolled down the quayside, stopping when he was close enough to the vessel to speak to the ship's Navajos without having to shout. "What's your cargo?" The weary captain looked at the deck for a moment and shook his head before answering. "Wine. 1,000 amphorae of wine." The Tribune smiled in the face of his obvious disgust. "Excellent. Your wine will be gratefully purchased by the Emperor Septimus Severus's army of liberation." He looked up at the men lining the rail. They were all still wearing their hooded cloaks, and as the senior officer took in their clothing, he nodded with a calculating expression. "You men have a military look to you." A grizzled, burly man, with grey shot through what could be seen of his beard, replied, his eyes hidden by the hood of his pinula. His tone was respectful enough, but without the note of obsequiousness the officer had come to expect from civilians. "We're ex-military, Tribune. We served in an auxiliary cohort and recently left Imperial service. Our vessel has been blown off course in its journey to Antioch." The senior officer nodded, pursing his lips in thought. Something about the other man's voice was nagging at him, although he was unable to pinpoint why. "Such a simultaneous release from service is not unusual, I suppose. Where were you recruited?" "Britannia, Tribune." "I thought I recognized your accent, although it's strange that men of Britannia would be heading east and not north to their homelands, when the East has come under the control of a usurper. Not that it matters or changes your fate." The men lining the rail stared down at him uncomprehendingly. "Have you not heard? By decree of Imperator Caesar Lucius Septimus Severus Pertinax Augustus, all men with military experience are conscripted to the imperial legions. You will join us on our march to Rome, where we will unseat the pretender Didius Julianus, and place the one true emperor on the throne that was stolen by the Praetorians and sold to the highest bidder. I therefore hereby command you to come down onto the quay and accompany me to my legion's camp, where you will swear the sacramentum and receive your equipment. I'm sure you'll soon enough regain your previous vigour and be the men you were only weeks ago."
They looked down at him in silence for a moment before a voice that was at once instantly familiar to the tribune rasped out, "I suppose we'd better do as Gaius Vibius Varus says, hadn't we?" The speaker parted the men at the rail to stare down at the startled young officer with a quizzical expression. His face was thin, with a weak chin, but his grey eyes were piercing in the power of their stare. "The last I heard of you, young man, your father had packed you off to soldier on the Danubius to prevent you from being stupid enough to accompany us on any more of our jaunts around the empire at Cleander's command." The tribune put his hands on his hips and shook his head in wonderment. "Gods below! Gaius Rutilius Scaurus! And here was I thinking I'd never see any of you or your familiar again. The last I heard was that you'd been sent off to a glorious but unlamented death, fighting the empire of Cush in the far south of Aegyptus, including you, first spear Julius, if that's you glowering at me from beneath your cloak." The burly greybeard swept the hood of his pinular back, grinning down at him with hard eyes. "It is, and the reports of our deaths were premature, and since you're the one in fine uniform, you can buy us all a cup of wine and a bowl of something warm, if your legions haven't already done their usual and stripped the town of everything that's eatable, drinkable, and fuckable." "The Emperor Pertinax was killed on the 28th of March, I believe." Scaurus nodded at Varus, who was still looking slightly astonished at being reunited with the men with whom he had risked his life in Parthia and Germania. "We were there when he was murdered." He took a sip of wine before continuing. They had carried an amphora away from the ship with them as a small recompense for their aborted journey east. Not that it had been any sort of gift. Dubnus had passed it up out of the hold after telling the Navacus, in the most direct fashion possible, that the loss of the wine, along with the forced refund of the cost of their passage and the sailor's freshly broken nose, were the direct consequence of his ill-considered decision to accept the cargo and sail north up the Italian east coast to deliver it, rather than stick to the direct route to Antioch he'd been paid for. The taverna owner had been only too happy to accept the amphora for a favourable price in return for sheltering Scaurus's familiar in the firelit warmth of his back room, while Varus briefed his old friends as to what they were about to walk into. "The Praetorians slaughtered him and the chamberlain, and we fought our way out of the palace grounds by the narrowest of margins. You will recall that Pertinax was both my uncle and my benefactor, and you will understand that I have sworn to have my revenge on the men who killed him." Varus pursed his lips sympathetically. "My sympathies for your loss. We received news of his unfortunate death 3 days after it happened. A fast rider sent by Severus's allies in Rome rode in with a dispatch for the governor, and messengers were away along the river to both east and west before his horse had stopped sweating." Varus looked around the faces of the 3 men gathered around the tavern table. The rest of the familiar had been ushered into a private room behind the serving counter, and only Scaurus, Marcus, and Julius had remained in the deserted restaurant. No man in the town was likely to come out into the streets without having a dire necessity, while the legion's centurions were on the prowl for new recruits, willing or not. It helped that Severus, or should I say Imperator, as we're obviously not allowed to use his name now that he's taken the purple. Varus looked around reflexively to check whether anyone had heard him before continuing, was prepared for the news. Even so, the speed with which we were swearing allegiance and listening to the soldiers shouting Dives Miles at each other as they dreamed of their reward for making him emperor was nothing short of impressively fast. "He was ready to move?" Varus nodded. Known to them from their previous campaigns, both in the east and on the northern frontier, he knew that he could trust them completely with his opinion. Like a sprinter on his toes and ready to run. Of course he put on the usual show of repugnance, allowing himself to be dragged protesting to the throne they set up for him.
But everything I've heard makes it clear he'd been preparing for that moment for a good while. The rumours coming out of Rome regarding all the plotting against Pertinax were pretty much continuous, and it seems he had already sought the support of his fellow provincial governors in Germania and Dacia in preparation for when the moment of decision presented itself. The best part of 10 legions were on the march along the Rhenus and Danubius within days, and once they were all in, we left Carnuntum to come south like an invading army. He's not taking any risks that Didius Julianus will manage to field some sort of army, even if all that poor fool has to depend on is the guard, some marines from the fleet at Misenum, and a few circus elephants.
You're advancing in campaign formation, then?
Varus answered Marcus's question with a taut nod. Cavalry out in front to scour the countryside for supplies, then a full legion-strength advance guard marching in battle order with their packs and cooking gear following on carts, and every man in the army with his boots nailed, his sword sharpened, and at least one spear ready for action. Severus and his generals mean business,
whereas Julianus has very little by way of an answer.
The younger man smiled wryly. The intelligence updates from our men in the city make for amusing reading. It seems that the Praetorians are too pampered to dig fortifications and are spending the gold that Julianus paid them for the throne on labourers to do it for them. The marines from the fleet can't stand in a straight line, much less perform combat manoeuvres, and the elephants he's drafted in only know how to leave massive piles of their dung around the city. That, and throw off their drivers if any attempt is made to fit them with fighting towers. It will take a miracle for them to prevent us from walking into the city more or less unopposed.
And we're going to have to go with you, aren't we?
Scaurus's words were more statement than question, and Varus nodded apologetically. If I'd known who you were before I told you that you were expected to serve, it might have been possible to quietly forget all about you. But I know my centurions will be curious as to what becomes of you. Add to that the fact that there are guards on every gate of the fleet encampment, and it's clear that there's no way for you to leave without being arrested.
The tribune shrugged, already resigned to this new twist of fate. We understand, but there's not much chance that we'll be able to simply renew the sacramentum and disappear into your legion, is there?
No. Varus matched his former mentor's direct stare. So you'll have to trust me when I say that we're going to have to do the opposite of trying to keep your presence here a secret.
So, who do we have here?
The confidence with which Varus answered the army's senior legatus's question impressed upon Marcus and Scaurus just how much he had grown into full manhood in the 6 years since they had last seen him. Legatus Augusti, I found these men on a ship that struggled into port an hour ago, and when I recognized them, I realized that they needed to be brought before the Emperor at once. He had escorted them into the Imperial Army's headquarters, walking them through the Imperial bodyguard and the inner circle of men who surrounded and jealously guarded Severus, without any sign that he was daunted by their increasingly lofty rank. Having gained access to the cluster of tents that housed the imperial party, still under the close guard of a centurion and a tent party of his men, he had taken them straight to Julius Laetus, the emperor's right-hand man and the leader of his vanguard legion when the army was on the march. The hard-faced general took a moment to look the newcomers up and down, his expression primarily one of disinterest. All 3 men were still soaked and dripping water onto the ground from their saturated clothing.
"You intrigue me, Tribune. Just what is it about these 2 drowned rats that you believe merits even a moment of the Imperator's precious time? He's burdened with the tribulations of running an empire while he strives to unseat the usurper Julianus, and you want him to bandy words with
Well, who exactly do we have here?" Scaurus inclined his head in a respectful bow. "I am Gaius Rutilius Scaurus, Legatus Augusti. The murdered Emperor Helvius Bertinax was my sponsor in life, and under his rule I served as a Praetorian tribune. I was present when he was murdered by the Praetorians, and I watched from the street outside their fortress while they auctioned off the throne to the highest bidder. If you want a first-hand witness to the depths of ignominy to which they have fallen, I am that man." Litus stared at him for a moment, his eyes narrowing. "Scaurus, I seem to recall that a man of that name was lauded in the city a few years ago for his exploits in the East. A victorious campaign against the Parthians, I think it was. Was that you?" "Yes, Legatus Augusti. I had the honour to command the 3rd Legion Gallica in a campaign to retake and hold the fortress town of Nisibis." Varus nodded. "And I served in that campaign as a tribune under Rutilius Scaurus. It was my first experience of war, and I could not have hoped for a more effective tutor." Litus pursed his lips thoughtfully. "You achieved a victory over the Parthians with a single legion that was celebrated in Rome for a month. The emperor painted his face red and enjoyed the full panoply of an imperial triumph on the back of what sounded, from the written accounts, like masterful generalship. And then you disappeared without any further mention, just at the point when your reputation in Rome would have seen you set for life. Why was that, Rutilius Scaurus? You can stop using my formal title, by the way." Scaurus bowed slightly at the obvious compliment. "I and my familiar were known to the imperial chamberlain, Cleander, and not held in especially high regard, other than for our abilities to undertake what he considered to be hopeless tasks. He sent us to Germania on our return from the East to kidnap the daughter of a tribal leader. Then he had us deal with the bandit leader Maternus in Gallia Lugunensis." "That was you as well?" Litus wore a look of genuine interest, and it wasn't hard for Marcus to guess the source of his sudden close attention. "The plaudits for Maternus's defeat went to the man who is now pretender to the throne in the East, Pescennius Niger. Indeed, Niger made great play of his victory over a bandit whose deserter army had run amok and unchallenged for the best part of 2 years, while Gallia Lugunensis was under Severus's governorship, and was in consequence rewarded with the governorship of Syria, which he has used as his power base to challenge the true emperor." Scaurus shrugged. "The Legatus Augusti was—" "We refer to him as the Eastern Pretender, Rutilius Scaurus, and in the emperor's presence you would do well to do the same." Scaurus inclined his head in acceptance of the point, and continued. "Put bluntly, he was late to the party. My Britons had already broken Maternus's army by the time he reached the battlefield with his legion. He was, of course, happy enough to claim the credit for our victory, just as was the case in Dacia some years before, except that on that occasion he had to share the glory with his colleague Claudius Albinus." Litus grinned, an ugly, gleeful expression. "Excellent! Both of the emperor's competitors damned by the same unimpeachable testimony, for use when the time is right. This news will serve to tighten our grip on the throne further still." If Scaurus noted the use of the word "our" rather than a reference to the emperor, he was more than intelligent enough not to show any sign of it. "I will be happy to provide written testimony to it." The legatus waved a hand, clearly having taken commitment to the imperial cause, of which he was a staunch champion, for granted. "And after putting paid to Maternus, what then?" Scaurus smiled lopsidedly. "We were sent to Aegyptus, with orders to deal with a frontier skirmish that was in reality an invasion from the south by the Empire of Kush, and by a combination of careful strategy and outrageous fortune, we managed to restore the equilibrium of Rome's relationship with its neighbor, for the time being at least." He looked at Lytus for a moment, weighing up just how honest to be with a man he barely knew. "After which I made the decision to remove myself and my familiar from Cleander's control. It was obvious that he would continue to use us for his dirty work until our luck ran out. We knew how he had come to power, and that knowledge was clearly too much of a risk for him." Lytus stared at the two men for a moment, obviously calculating. "Cleander was executed by Commodus 3 years ago, having been unmasked as entertaining designs on his master's throne, which means that if you went into hiding to avoid being used as the tool of a would-be usurper, you were in truth expressing your loyalty to the throne. But I wonder what hold was it that he had over you that made you serve him for as long as you did?" His attention switched to Marcus, perhaps sensing that the answer to the question he had just posed lay with the younger man. "Who is your companion? If Vibius Varus deemed him important enough to bring to the Emperor, then presumably he has some important role to play here." Marcus snapped to attention, not waiting for Scaurus to answer the question. "My name is Marcus Valerius Aquila, Legatus Augusti. I have had the honour of serving with Rutilius Scaurus for 10 years, ever since my father, his brother, and both their families were murdered by Cleander's predecessor Perennis. They were slaughtered for the immense fortune that was confiscated by the throne after their deaths, both men having been falsely accused of treason to make their murders seem legitimate." Lytus's expression changed from calculation to a narrow-eyed stare. "Ah, now I see. And yes, I remember it well enough. Your father was accused of majestas, declared a traitor, and his estates forfeited to the throne. You were the only member of your family unaccounted for, and were declared fugitive. Tell me, where was it that you ran to?" "Britannia." Scaurus took the story over, ignoring Marcus's warning glance, "where I found him serving as a centurion with an auxiliary cohort of which I had command." "And you chose not to do your sworn duty and surrender him to the throne?" Lytus's face was unreadable as he asked the question, and his tone level, making it impossible to know what his opinion was. Scaurus shrugged. "I did, because I knew from recent experience in Rome that Perennis was acting for his own benefit rather than that of the emperor. We discovered later that he was operating a gang of hired killers whose speciality was carrying out such imperial murder warrants and then delivering a good portion of the victims' fortunes to him personally rather than to the treasury. They also took advantage of their power over their victims to abuse the women and children of the families they destroyed in a manner that earned them the deaths we delivered when the time was right." The legatus sat back, his face still betraying no hint of reaction. "So, to summarize, you, Rutilius Scaurus, are perhaps the Empire's most successful field commander of the last 10 years, even if other men have usually managed to claim the credit for your successes. And you have undertaken these successful campaigns with the support of an imperial fugitive, whose discovery within your familiar at any point in Commodus's reign would probably have seen you executed. You have lived a life of deception and almost fatal risk for so long that I suspect you have become inured to both. And just when it looked as if you might have found a way to get out from under the throne's apparent desire to use you to the point of destruction, you have instead been blown ashore in the one place in the entire empire you would probably most have preferred to avoid. A fair summary?" Scaurus nodded impassively. "Impressively so. I firmly believed when we left Rome that we would be able to sail away into the east and avoid becoming part of a civil war to rival that which was won by Vespasian a century ago. And now, as you say, We are at best prime candidates for recruitment to the Emperor's cause, and at worst candidates for immediate execution. The legatus stood and walked around his desk to study Scaurus at close quarters. And yet you display none of the usual signs of fear or even nervousness. You have a level gaze. There is no fidgeting or nervous tic to be seen. Even your fingernails are free from the signs of a nervous disposition. How is it that you can stand so close to death and seem not to care? Scaurus spoke over his shoulder to Marcus. Perhaps you might answer that question? The younger man thought for a brief moment before replying. The answer is a simple one, Legatus Augusti. We have fought pitched battles with British tribal war bands and Dacian tribes, skirmished with hostile German tribesmen, and faced the might of the armies of Parthia and Kush, always at a numerical disadvantage, and yet always favoured by the gods to overcome our enemies. We have hunted down bandits and deserters and put them to the sword without compunction or mercy. A dozen times and more we have escaped death, albeit at the price of friends and comrades, until neither of us has any energy to give to fear. When death comes for me, I will meet it with my sword drawn, and I will waste no energy on anticipation of that moment in the meantime, sir. Lytus smiled wryly. So, you're Stoics, are you? How very well aligned with the beliefs of our own master. Since you profess to ignore fear, let's see what he makes of you, and whether that apparent failure to care about the potential for imminent death is quite as strong once you've experienced Septimius Severus face to face. To Quintus Pompeius Socius Falco. The emperor paused for long enough that the second of his two secretaries had time to ready himself to receive dictation. Seeing the scribe signal his readiness with a swift nod, he continued at a conversational pace that very few writers could keep pace with. My dear Quintus, I was disappointed to hear that you had been forced to retire to your estates after the unfortunate matter of your alleged coup against Pertinax. I have no doubt that he was exercising due caution in exiling you, and perhaps seeking to protect you from his followers rather than to punish you, as he assured me that— He stopped mid-sentence as he realized that Lytus had entered the tent, raising a hand to forestall any attempt to speak on his lieutenant's part before continuing. As he assured me that he viewed you as innocent, but having been led astray by your brother-in-law, Gaius Julius Erucius Clarus Vibianus, when he wrote to me shortly before his murder by the Praetorians. Did he really? Severus raised an eyebrow at Lytus's question. Of course he didn't. For one thing, he suspected everyone, from what I've heard, and for another, he didn't ever write to me, other than to demand I improve my province's tax revenues. What I am doing, should you not have realized it, is greasing the wheels of power for a smooth transition. When I make my way into the Senate, I need to be greeted with rapture as the best man to replace that fool Didius Julianus and to repel the usurper Niger. And to make that happen, I will have to use kind words to gratify a great many men. We'll start with friendship, purchased with compliments, which is the cheapest currency available to me at this point in time. The respect based on fear can come in the fullness of time. Lytus bowed his head deferentially. As you say, Imperator, you are indeed by far the best man for this calling, with the instincts and abilities to rival those of the divine Julius himself. The laugh he got in reply was edged with the emperor's usual sardonic humour. Careful, Julius. You're so sharp you might cut yourself. And— his colleague realized that it was time to get down to business. Imperator, we have a pair of new arrivals in camp. They staggered off a ship that had been blown off course and into the port an hour or so ago. Apparently, it was originally heading for the east, and somewhere quiet for them to hide themselves away.
The Emperor shrugged at what was, on the face of it, unimportant news. "Julius, I am attempting to run an empire from a tent. I spend half my day dictating letters to anyone and everyone who might be able to ease our entry to Rome by having the pretender Julianus declared an enemy of the people, and the other half trying to work out how to keep this many soldiers fed while we march on Rome. Why should I care about a boat that was blown off course, or who came off it?" Laetus grinned. "Because, Imperator, for one thing, the ship was carrying a cargo of wine, a very welcome addition to our supplies." Severus nodded agreement. "I can't fault that logic, although I think you'd have been better giving that news to the supply officers." "I already have. The other reason it's important is the fact that one of the two new arrivals is Gaius Rutilius Scaurus." The Emperor frowned. "The name rings a bell, just not a very loud one. He's an equestrian, and he was a Praetorian tribune under Pertinax, who, it seems, was his uncle." Severus nodded slowly. "That's why the name sounded familiar. One of the last messages I had from the city mentioned a hard-nosed Praetorian tribune who was always at the Emperor's side, with an equally stone-faced man wearing 2 swords at his shoulder, by the name of Marcus Valerius Aquila." "He was never named." "Well, the man with Scaurus fits that bill well enough. He has that deceptive air of calm about him that all the best fighters seem to grow into when they've killed enough men to know just how good they are. I have them both in the anteroom under the spears of a pair of centurions." "And you're certain they're not assassins sent by Didius Julianus?" Laetus shook his head briskly. "Completely certain. Gaius Vibius Varus vouches for them as being exactly what they are." "Which is what, exactly?" "Scaurus might be an equestrian, but he was once a senator's son, until his father took the blame for someone else's military disaster and fell on his sword. He's commanded a legion on the orders of Cleander, and with some distinction. And Aquila is the son of the Valerius Aquila brothers. You may remember that they were murdered by command of Commodus a decade or so ago, and their estates confiscated by the state. He's been hiding in plain sight in the army all this time, since his father's execution." "I see." Severus stood up and stretched. "Very well, bring them in, and let's see what they're made of." The 2 men were marched in under the raised spears of their escorts, apparently untroubled by the threat at their backs. When Laetus raised his hand to stop them, both went down on one knee and lowered their heads in respect for the Emperor. "Get up, the pair of you." Severus walked forward, eyeing them up before pointing at Scaurus. "You're Pertinax's nephew?" "I am, Imperator." "And you're not dead because, Imperator, he told me to run when the Praetorians came to take his life." "And you're at peace with choosing to do as he told you, and fleeing?" Scaurus nodded. "Yes, Imperator. I've sworn vengeance to the Lightbringer, and I was sailing east to take my familiar to safety. I fully intended to return to Rome and have my revenge on his killers once my people are no longer a concern." "And you have served as a Praetorian tribune during your uncle's reign, which means you know how the Guard operate, making you perfect for what I plan for them." Severus turned to Marcus. "And you're the son of Appius Valerius Aquila, a condemned and executed traitor. Are there any good reasons why I shouldn't deliver you the sentence of death that Commodus ordered a decade ago?" Marcus answered with a level returned stare at the Emperor. "I could state the fact that my father was guilty of nothing more than being a rich man at a time when the throne needed wealth, Imperator, and that his only failure was not realizing the threat he was under until it was too late to do anything other than send me away, to save me from his fate and preserve our line. And I could tell you that I have faced death for the Empire on a dozen fields of battle, never once regretting the choice to fight and bleed for Rome. But ultimately, Imperator, you must choose to do what you believe is right for the Empire, and I must follow whatever command you give." The Emperor shook his head in amusement. "And if I ordered you to fall on your own sword?" The reply to his question was blunt, if quietly spoken. "Order it, Imperator, and I will do as you command." Severus stared at him for a moment. "I do believe you would." He walked away to the other side of the tent, then turned back to look at the two men. "Very well, my decision is made. You, Rutilius Scaurus, will join my army with the rank of Tribunus Laticlavius. You were promoted to senatorial rank to command in Parthia, and you earned that rank by defeating the Parthians so cruelly, which means that it would be unbecoming of me to appoint you as anything other than a broad-striped tribune. Who knows, you might even command a legion again some day. You will be under the command of Julius Laetus, and you will ready yourself to assist with the formation of a new Praetorian Guard once we have retaken Rome." Scaurus inclined his head. "We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready, Imperator." Severus nodded, evidently satisfied by the reply. "As for you, Marcus Valerius Aquila, I am sorely tempted to have you publicly executed, simply to prove that I still respect the decisions made by Commodus in his day, even if, as we all know very well, he was a weak-minded fool, enthralled to every one of his chamberlains. But it is my calculation that doing so would not only disrespect the gods who must have watched over you these last 10 years, but would deny me the service of your swords. You will serve alongside the head of your familia with the rank of Tribunus August Clavius, the narrow stripe being the most I feel appropriate given your background. If either of you makes me regret these decisions, then your execution will be both swift and ignominious. Do you both understand?" The two men snapped to attention and barked the same words. "Yes, Imperator. Very well. You will be paid at the usual rate for your service, but since neither of you has much interest in gold, I suspect, I shall provide you with another, more motivational reward for your loyalty. When we reach the city, it will be your task to find and deal with Pertinax's murderers. The one thing I will not tolerate is a regicide, and the men who killed him are to suffer appropriately. And when that's done, you can find the man who murdered Commodus and bring me his head." Chapter 2. "So, the Emperor wants you to bring him the head of the man who killed Commodus. Isn't that going to put you in a bit of a cleft stick, Tribune?" Scaurus flicked a glance at Julius, resplendent in the finery of his armor and leather boots, belt, and metal harness, all retrieved from his travel chest and freshly polished by the unwilling hands of the two soldiers Sanga and Saratos. The latter had performed the chore in silence, while Sanga had issued a constant stream of muttered complaints that the newly reinstated officer had magnanimously deigned to ignore. Having been Scaurus's senior centurion for almost a decade, a little of the tribune's subtlety had worn off on Julius over the years, and he had resisted the urge to beat the man, simply smiling at him and pointing out a spot he had missed. Marcus, the subject of their discussion, was marching alongside him in his own newly restored splendor, and the giant Lugos, Arminius, and his protege Lupus were marching behind them wearing clean tunics, with their long hair washed, combed, and plaited. Lupus, Morban's grandson and the son of a dead British soldier, had been under the Germans' wing for a decade and had grown into a seasoned warrior under his tutelage. It's a fair question, given that the man who killed Commodus will be less than a couple of 100 paces in front of him, and with these animals in front of us hanging on Severus's every word and ready to tear to death any man that falls foul of him. But no, I see no problem."
Scaurus's men were marching close behind Litus's leading legion, while the women and children were riding in a wagon back down the supply chain with Morban and a pair of Dubnus's axemen to keep a watchful eye on them. The familiar was now formally a part of the makeshift Imperial Guard, a cohort-strength force of experienced soldiers known to be fiercely loyal to their emperor, their devotion rooted in the riches he had promised to reward them with over and above the sum expected by the army's legionaries for putting him on the throne. If the ordinary soldier had been happy to chant Dives Miles, rich soldier, at the prospect of a donative from their newly elevated emperor, these grizzled veterans would in turn be even more strongly motivated, ready to fight to the death to protect their investment. Julius frowned, making no effort to hide his lack of comprehension. "But what if it becomes obvious that Commodus wasn't killed by that idiot wrestler Narcissus? What if he comes forward and declares himself innocent?" Scaurus shrugged. "It's unlikely that he'll be fool enough to try. He was happy enough to take the money and the credit for finishing Commodus, when the Senate was still frothing with excitement at having avoided yet another purge and made him a hero for doing so. I see no credible way he can prove that it wasn't him who strangled the emperor in his bath, now that he'll be cast as a regicide rather than a patriotic hero. I think he'll keep his head down and hope to escape Severus's revenge." "I can see that, but what if someone recognizes Marcus from his time in the palace and puts two and two together? It only takes one accusation to see us all in the shit." The tribune acknowledged the point with a nod, not taking his eyes off the marching men to their front. "Possibly, but our ever being in the palace again seems so unlikely as to make the question moot, I'd say." A gruff bass voice interrupted the discussion from behind them. "But doesn't it strike you as somewhat ironic that we have travelled so far only to end up back where we started?" Dubnus, marching behind Julius, looked round at Lugos with an expression combining disbelief and disgust. The hulking Briton had only possessed the most peripheral command of dog Latin when he had thrown his lot in with the familiar a decade before, but years of tuition by Ptolemy, a former member of the Imperial Secretariat, had both gifted him an extensive vocabulary and revealed the thinker previously concealed behind the brutal facade of his hulking 7-foot frame. Dwarfing even Dubnus, himself a warrior king among his remaining axemen, Lugos's newfound ability to express a thoughtful nature was an ever-present goad to the Briton's more robust approach to life. "Ironic? You sound more like the sparrow and less like a warrior with every passing day." Ptolemy, Lugos's tutor and the bird-like subject of the jibe, spoke up from behind him, his voice customarily peevish, as with every occasion when Dubnus's verbal darts penetrated his habitual air of superiority. "The word is rooted in the Greek, from aironeia, which means to feign ignorance that what was expected is different to what is actually—" "I know what irony is, sparrow. I've spent long enough listening to you and that monster quacking at each other to have absorbed that and 1,000 other things I'll never get any value from learning." "You say that, Dubnus, but I'd swear your command of the language has improved simply by exposure to the two of them." Arminius grinned at Marcus and winked. "Who knows? One of these days you'll find yourself in line to replace Julius, if he ever decides to retire." "Him? Retire? We'll have to carry him out in a shroud." Dubnus looked up at the cloudless sky and mopped his brow. "I'll give you one thing, though, Lugos. If we're bandying words on the subject of irony, just when I thought I'd never again have to carry half my weight in armour across the Empire, here I am again, sweating my piss to the consistency of sand alongside another 50,000 men." A peal of horns sounded in front of them, a repeating chorus of commands, as the cornicines, whose job it was to signal basic orders, repeated the call that would bring the marching legions to a halt. "Looks like they're stopping up ahead." The men ahead of them were indeed being commanded to halt by braying horns and raised standards, and the command rippled down the line of march, each successive legion and cohort pulling up in turn. Soldiers who had endured the best part of a day's march in the early summer's warmth leaned on their spears and drank from their water bottles. Some men sank down on their haunches to grab a moment's rest, while others remained upright, unwilling to make the effort to get the weight of their armor and weapons back to a standing position. Dubnus shook his head at Marcus and Scaurus as he walked forward to join them, all of them watching as a runner sprinted past them back towards the Emperor's bodyguard. "Strange. We only got back on the road no more than an hour ago, and we must still be, 50 miles from Rome? Why stop here?" Marcus pointed at a disturbance in the column of men in front of them. "Here comes the answer." Litus was striding back down the road between the ranks of legionaries that were parting before him to either side, their centurions bellowing commands to clear his path. Varus walking at his side. A man dressed in the uniform of a Praetorian prefect was following them, with his head held high under the stares of the soldiers, his bronze cuirass gleaming. The white ribbon that bound its sculpted plates around his chest was spotless, as if he had just stepped off a ceremonial parade ground. Equally pristine teruges hung from the white subarmorless beneath the shining armor, forming a skirt of heavy linen strips decorated with finely braided gold tassels, while his belt and shoes shone with freshly applied wax. Varus signalled with a tilt of his head for Scaurus and Marcus to follow, but as they waited for the party to pass, Marcus realized with a start that a second Praetorian officer was following the two august men. Their eyes met in a moment of mutual surprise and incomprehension, both managing to recover their equilibrium quickly enough that their momentary discomfiture went unnoticed by any of the soldiers around them. Marcus was the first to speak, falling in alongside the man he had last seen stealing away into the night after Commodus's death, keeping his voice low enough to be barely audible over the clatter of hobnails on the road's cobbles. "Vorenus Sextus, of all the people I didn't expect ever to see again, you were probably at the top of the list." The Praetorian tribune shot him a sideways glance as he replied equally softly, "My surprise is the equal of your own, and I see that under this new emperor you've advanced in rank from centurion to tribune in all but name. I presume that neither you nor your sponsor, Rutilius Scaurus, have anything to gain from denouncing me for the events that have led to all this." Marcus was unable to keep a grim smile from his face as he met the other man's questioning gaze. Nothing at all, and much to lose. If our new master were to discover our mutual part in his rise to power, then neither of us would live to see the sun set. Vorenus nodded, needing no reminder of their collusion in Commodus's death. "And how do you find yourself here, when the last time you were heard of was leaving Rome by sea? How did that become public knowledge?" Vorenus shrugged. "You can imagine how keen the guard centurions who murdered Pertinax were to apprehend you both. For one thing, you were witness to the fact of exactly who struck the fatal blow, added to which they guessed that his nephew Scaurus would be eager to avenge his murder, were you able to survive his fall. The gang leader, Petrus, was happy enough to reveal your escape route from the city when asked, since he was safe under the new emperor's protection, having lent Julianus much of the money he needed to purchase the throne from the guard at that damned auction, I presume." "Exactly. What I don't understand is how you seem to have got away with it. A Praetorian warship was dispatched to chase you down as soon as the means of your escape became clear and the April storms had abated. The weather must have hampered your ship's progress just as much as it prevented an earlier launch for your pursuers, so just how you escaped them must be a story worth telling." Marcus smiled wryly.
They were probably safely tucked up in the harbour we'd just left when the last big storm found us, wallowing about on the Adriaticus, diverted from our journey east by the ship's master's ill-judged greed to deliver a side cargo. We were blown so far north that if we hadn't managed to struggle into Classis, we'd have been driven onto the northern shore. The Praetorian stared at him for a moment, then barked out a terse laugh. You truly must be beloved of the gods to enjoy so much luck. The men sent to hunt you down were under orders to kill you and dispose of your bodies at sea, men, women, and children alike. Severus was waiting for them, the runner's haste in carrying the news of the new arrival having given him enough time to have his wooden camp chair set out as an impromptu throne upon which he was waiting. The lifeless eyes of a bust of Commodus stared from a plinth set alongside him, a reminder of his stated mission in revenging the dead emperor whose murder had unleashed the threat of civil war that was now becoming a hard truth. The legion's senior officers had gathered, legates, their tribunes, and senior centurions forming a wide circle that closed behind the Praetorian as he stepped in front of the seated emperor. Only 4 men took places behind Severus: the supply chief, Marcus Roscius Vitulus, the cavalry commander, Lucius Valerius Valerianus, and Litus, as the most influential man among the generals. And a little way behind them, a veteran officer bearing the cross-crested helmet, scale armor, and finely made equipment of a senior centurion lurked purposefully, his gaze locked on the prefect. Severus greeted the newcomer, a man with whom he was evidently familiar. "Gaius Tullius Crispinus," the Praetorian bowed deeply. "Imperator." The men watching stirred, muttering comments to each other at the use of the formal title by a messenger from the man who, merited or not, sat on the throne in Rome. Prefect Crispinus continued without pause, ignoring the whispers and nodding heads of the spectators. "Imperator, I bring you greetings from Marcus Didius Julianus. He sends you a message and an offer." "When was it that we last met, Tullius Crispinus?" Severus had not raised his voice, but his interjection cut the Praetorian off instantly. Stopped in mid-flow of his doubtless carefully prepared speech, Crispinus shook his head in slight bafflement. "Imperator?" Severus's voice was the rasp of a saw cutting away at the Praetorian's confidence, and the look on the prefect's face told Marcus that he was clearly, and, as Severus doubtless intended, completely thrown off his stride. "It's a simple enough question, man. When is it that you think we last met?" Crispinus smiled, as if recalling some pleasant memory. "You were a guest at my wedding, Imperator." "Indeed I was. Your sponsor invited his most celebrated friends to celebrate your nuptials alongside your friends of the equestrian class, as a means of elevating the ceremony to a greater level of importance. He meant to set you on the way to high rank, and it appears that he succeeded in that aim." The prefect bowed his head. "Thank you, Imperator. Not that I expect to remain in this role for very much longer. I will be retired, and hopefully permitted to return to my estate, while my colleague and co-prefect Titus Flavius Genialis is the man I expect to remain in post, alongside whoever you nominate as the customary 2 prefects commanding the Praetorians, if you are able to accept the Emperor's proposal. The other emperor, I mean, with apologies to your august presence." He fell silent, blushing at the difficulty of the situation. Severus stared at him for a moment before responding. "I deduce from this slightly garbled statement that Didius Julianus offers me a share in the throne. Does he propose a joint rule?" The scowl with which Severus made the blunt statement did little for the messenger's equilibrium. "He does, Imperator." "I see." The emperor fixed him with another long stare, this time loaded with evident and almost comical disbelief. You've been sent here to tell me that a man who purchased the empire from your degenerate scum of a so-called bodyguard, and who has no more force with which to offer battle than your weak-kneed pretend soldiers, has sent you to make the offer that he will share the empire with a man who has 16 legions at his back? How very generous of him!" Crispinus smiled weakly at the joke, looking around uneasily at the officers encircling him, and taking in the fact that none of them seemed especially amused. The Emperor affected to think for a moment. "I wonder what grounds he might think he has for any expectation that I will accept such a ludicrous idea. Can you shed any light on his thinking, Prefect? After all, you must be part of his inner circle, a member of his Consilium Principis." "I cannot say, Imperator. The Emperor made the decision to send me with this offer without consulting with even his closest advisers. And most of his advisers, from what I hear, have little to offer, other than meaningless platitudes, while they look over their shoulders and judge the right moment to make good their escape with the wealth they have managed to accumulate under his rule." Severus barked out a laugh. "Perhaps he has intelligence of a failure on my part of which I myself am unaware." He looked over his shoulder at the men behind him. "Are we short of supplies, Rossius Vitulus? Are our soldiers going hungry?" "No, Imperator. The supply wagons are full laden with food donated by a sympathetic populace." Marcus and Scaurus exchanged wry glances, having both seen the disgust and hatred of the farmers whose land had been stripped bare of anything edible by the army as it passed. "Valerius Valerianus, is our cavalry weak or stricken by illness?" "No, Imperator, far from it. We have 5,000 eager riders, mounted on well-found and generously fed beasts. They want only for a target for their anger at any attempt to keep you from the throne." "And you, Julius Litus, is your advance guard struggling with the march from the Rhenus? Do your men cower behind their shields in fear of the battle to come?" Litus laughed softly. "No, Imperator. My dives miles are like hungry dogs in their eagerness to put you on the Capitoline hill and see you enthroned as the master of the world, if only to avail themselves of some of that gold the Praetorians thought was theirs and theirs alone." Severus looked up at Crispinus. "So you see, Gaius, I can call you Gaius, can I not, having shared the happiest day of your life?" The Praetorian nodded quickly. "I cannot discern any good reason why your master, the usurper, should imagine that this laughable offer will do anything other than either amuse or, perhaps worse, enrage me. What sort of man can he take me for? A fool, incapable of seeing the huge disparity in our forces? A coward, terrified of even the smallest battle? Well—" Crispinus was unable to stop himself taking an uneasy glance about, evidently all too aware of the hostility encircling him, and of the traditional fate of envoys whose messages failed to please under such circumstances. "I cannot say, Imperator. I simply received my orders to deliver this message to you, and, like any good soldier, I obeyed." The Emperor nodded slowly. "And now here you are, in the heart of your sworn enemy's army. You did swear an oath to the usurper, did you not? Did you never stop to consider the potential consequences of bearing so unpalatable an invitation to surrender my current advantages and serve myself up like a prize bull being led to the cleaver?" Crispinus slowly straightened his back, looking down at Severus with an expression combining fear and more than a hint of contempt. "You must do, Imperator, whatever it is that you feel essential. History will judge your actions. I can only accept your will."
And in that moment Marcus realized that he was seeing the real Septimus Severus, stripped of even the most cursory attempt to consider the implications, as his fury rose to the surface, goaded by the Praetorian's icy disdain. "Centurion Felix!" The centurion walked forward around the throne, and Crispinus, who had started at hearing his name, stared at him in evident horror. Felix looked him up and down with no more emotion than a slaughterhouse butcher considering a beast in its last moments. "Imperator, Gaius Tullius Crispinus should be returned to Rome in the most appropriate manner for a man who has chosen to carry a message that grossly insults its exalted recipient. What that method is, I will leave you to decide, in the light of your experience in providing service to the throne with such difficult questions, and bearing in mind your recent experiences of the regime he represents, perhaps." Severus smiled at the prefect, but when he spoke again, his tone was richly sardonic. "You know Aquilius Felix, of course, don't you, Gaius? You're a senior Praetorian officer, and have been for years, and for a long time he was a frumentarius. The grain officers are such a powerful tool in keeping the ruling classes in line that there's no way you won't be aware exactly what they're capable of." Crispinus visibly shivered, obviously aware of the frumentaries' infamous reputation as the throne's imperial enforcers. Their operations, since their repurposing from a body of military grain collectors to imperial agents by Hadrian, were shrouded in mystery, but were known to encompass spying on both friends and enemies, and assassination of either when necessary. "Centurion Felix was inserted into one of my legions a year or so ago, with the task of striking me down should I seek to use my legions to unseat the emperor. I believe that this is a standard precaution employed by successive emperors and their chamberlains." He paused for long enough that the tension started to mount. "And, of course, the prefects commanding the Praetorian Guard. But Severus ignored the attempted interjection. "He received an order to kill me only 2 weeks ago, delivered to him secretly by a fast courier from Rome, once his official dispatch had been delivered, which means that order must have been issued by Didius Julianus, and I am very confident that such a momentous decision to order the murder of an important senator and army commander could only have been taken by the Emperor's Council, a body of which you, Gaius, are a member." "I argued against such a step." Crispinus's face was ashen with fear as he looked from Felix, standing before him with a blank, almost uninterested expression, to Severus's questioning scowl. "And I suppose you'd like us to believe that you also counselled against the arrest of Centurion Felix's family, and their probable fate." The Emperor's soft tone narrowed Crispinus's eyes for a moment before he realized the implications of what he was saying. Taking a step back from the man standing before him, he shook his head in denial. "I was no part of any of it. My promotion to prefect was solely intended to pacify the Senate with the placement of a man known to be one of their senior members, and as a counterweight against that of my fanatical colleague Genialis." Severus shook his head. "If you didn't wish to be held to account for the crimes of your emperor's reign, then you should not have accepted the role. Centurion!" Felix, whose gaze had been locked on the emperor, turned back to look at Crispinus, his eyes as dead as those painted onto the bust of Commodus beside his chair. Crispinus, realizing that he was at the mercy of a man who saw him as responsible for the imprisonment and probable death of his family, opened his mouth to protest, only to snap it shut with an agonized grunt as an enervating pain gripped his body. Looking down, he realized that the former frumentarius had drawn his pugio and plunged its foot-long blade into his groin beneath the protection of his armor. Gripping the dagger's handle with a two-handed grip, Felix wrenched it down into the soft flesh of his victim's crotch, then twisted it free in a shower of blood. Crispinus tottered on unresponsive legs, watching in horror as blood flooded from the massive wound to pool at his feet. "Put him out of his misery, will you, Felix? It's not as if we're sadists to leave a man to bleed to death in such agony. And besides, we're going to need his head to send back to that fool Julianus, so you might as well take it now." The emperor watched in satisfaction as the centurion did as he was bidden, cutting the prefect's throat with a swift economical stroke and letting his corpse slump to the ground, then going to work with the blade to sever his neck. Once the prize had been taken, Felix, holding the head by its hair with no more concern than if he was holding a bag of meat from the market, Severus looked about him at his officers and gauged their reaction to the brutal murder. His gaze alighted, as if by chance, on Scaurus, and he raised a questioning eyebrow. "You, Tribune, what do you think of that?" He leaned forward in the chair, watching the subject of his question intently. "What do I think of that, Imperator?" Scaurus smiled, although to Marcus's experienced eye the expression looked a little forced. "I'd say he was doubly deserving of the death sentence. Once for choosing to ally himself with the pretender Julianus, and once for the fact that he was a serving guard officer when his centurions disgraced themselves by selling the throne to the highest bidder. And the arrival of his severed head in Rome will serve to send both Julianus and the Praetorians a powerful message." The emperor nodded, evidently satisfied by the answer. "Very true. You harbour some hatred for the guard, I expect. I would see every one of Pertinax's killers hanged with their own entrails, Imperator." The smile that spread across Severus's face was one of beatific satisfaction. "Eloquently put, Tribune, as would I. And I know a way to let you work off at least some of that animus to your personal satisfaction." He shot a hard stare at Vorenus, and the Praetorian tribune's body stiffened in anticipation of a similarly grisly fate. "And you, Praetorian, can also play a part in bringing this farce of a reign to an end in an orderly manner, and without the bloodshed that might otherwise be necessary among your cohorts of thieves and murderers. I presume you'll be willing to do your duty in that respect?" The subject of his iron gaze met the challenge with a swift salute and an instant response. "I am at your command, Imperator." Severus nodded with an expression of grim satisfaction, looking at Scaurus and Vorenus in turn. "I know you are. The two keys to gaining control of the city are the embezzlers in the Senate and the thugs in the Praetorian fortress, and between the two of you, I expect to have both in my pocket within a day. Just don't let me down, gentlemen. I'm not a man who suffers disappointment gladly." "We are definitely in the right part of the city." Dubnus looked about him before replying to Arminius' statement. "How can you tell?" "Easy. There are no robbers." The German had insisted on accompanying his former master into the city, having had enough experience of the violence that could befall the unwary or unprepared in the city streets after nightfall. He sheathed his pugio, having been carrying it ostentatiously on display, glinting in the moonlight and causing more than one gang of footpads to fade back into the shadows as the party traversed some of the rougher suburbs of Rome. Marcus followed his example, sliding his own blade back into the sheath concealed in the folds of his cloak and adjusting the strap of a heavy bag across his shoulders. "There's no point trying to rob anyone that lives in these houses. They all have bodyguards, and all of the bodyguards have swords." Dubnus shook his head with a snort of dark amusement. "And there was me thinking that carrying weapons was forbidden in the city. It is, and if they were ever to be convicted, the legal penalty is very clear, although I wouldn't want to be the magistrate who tried to enforce it against a man with this sort of money." "This is the one." Scaurus pointed at the gatehouse of a magnificent mansion. "You're sure?" Vorenus patted the handle of his own pugio, hidden beneath his cloak. 5 armed men unexpectedly appearing out of the night without warning might be enough to have the entire street up in arms. Let's find out, shall we? Scaurus lifted the door's lion-headed door-knocker and rapped 3 times. The answering challenge was firm and authoritative, but pitched low in the manner of a man who didn't wish to be heard beyond the door's immediate vicinity. "Who's that knocking at this time of night?" "Friends, with a message from outside of the city." The code words given, Scaurus stepped back, putting a hand to his own weapon and muttering to his companions as he waited. "That'll get the door open, but whether they'll be throwing roses or spears is yet to be seen." The heavy wooden door opened a crack, and a shaven-headed man in his middle age stared at them suspiciously through the gap. Behind him, Marcus could sense rather than see the presence of others, the scrape of hobnails on stone, and the creak of weapons' harnesses betraying the presence of the house's protectors. "I am Tertius, Major Domus to Senator Lucius Fabius Silo. You are expected, but not in such numbers. One alone may enter." "No." Marcus stepped forward, staring into the darkness behind the doorway. "Either we all enter, or no one does. You can either admit us, or tell the senator that he has missed his one chance to align himself with the rightful power in Rome." "There are only 5 of you. What sort of power is there? Is an army of 50,000 men marching on the city, and no more than 2 days away. This time tomorrow, their watchfires will encircle the walls, but by then it will be too late for your master. He needs to pick a side, and he needs to do so now. You either admit us, or consign everyone within to an uncertain fate. The new emperor will remember who his friends are, and those people who have chosen not to be his friends." He fell silent, and the pause was long enough to have the party looking at each other as the major domus considered Marcus's words. But at length he spoke again in a resigned tone. "Very well, but you will have to disarm." Marcus looked to Scaurus, who shrugged. "Why not? If our host has the sort of protection I'd have if I were in his place, a few daggers aren't going to be much use." They surrendered their pugios to 4 watchful and heavily armed men, the leader of whom gave Marcus's bag a suspicious look. "Open the bag, please." With a shrug he did as he was asked, smiling grimly as the bodyguard recoiled at the sight and smell of the bag's contents. They were escorted through the gardens and into the house's atrium, where a lone figure was waiting for them in the middle of its magnificent splendor, a man in his late middle age with the demeanor and presentation of a patrician. Upright, and with the bearing of a man who knew and revelled in his position as a city father, he was of medium height and yet carried himself with the confidence of a bigger man. His hair was styled into tight curls, and his heavy beard oiled in the fashion made popular among the city's elite by the long reign of Commodus, who had made himself into a vision of the god Hercules, and whose look had been slavishly copied by the men around him. Dressed in a pristine white toga, he had clearly prepared for any eventuality, an impression backed up by the presence of several more well-equipped bodyguards. Their physical bulk and air of competence marked them as gladiators, either moonlighting or recently retired, to judge by their apparent ages. Silo turned and dismissed them, reassuring the suspicious majordomus with a pat on his shoulder. "You've taken their arms, and the gate is locked behind them, so if they've come to assassinate me, they'll be paying a high price for my life. Besides which, this is a discussion you'd be better not overhearing, old friend. Wait close by with the hired swords, and be ready to come back if I cry out." He waited until the armed men had left the room, which in itself was large enough to comfortably swallow Marcus's former house on the Aventine Hill, then gestured to a table set with jugs, cups, and an assortment of food. "So that's the ears that don't need to hear our discussion removed from any risk of their doing so. There is wine on that table. Help yourselves, and bring me a cup too, so that I can demonstrate that it's just wine and nothing more sinister. If you are hungry, eat, and I will taste a morsel of whatever you choose before you, if that will calm any concerns you might have." He turned to Scaurus. "You have a message for me from Septimius Severus?" The younger man handed over the scroll he had been given and waited while Silo read it by the light of the dozens of torches that were illuminating the atrium's cavernous and beautifully decorated space. He accepted a cup of wine from Vorenus, as did the senator, shooting the men around him an amused smile as they waited for him to drink before sipping from their own cups. He looked at Scaurus over the scroll with a calculating expression. "Severus names you as Gaius Rutilius Scaurus, and I recall you, if only vaguely. You're an equestrian, are you not?" "Yes, sir. And I hear tell that a man by the same name stood at Pertinax's shoulder during his short and disappointing reign, a man who served as a praetorian tribune, but whose past was reputed to be littered with examples of his cunning and ruthlessness." "That was me." The older man nodded. "Then you will know just as well as I do that the throne is either a blessing or a curse, and for most men, I can assure you, it's the latter. It takes the cunning genius of an Augustus, the simple purpose of a Vespasian, or the towering ego and drive of a Hadrian to make it work for both the emperor and empire. And those men who are unable to wield their power for the good of all tend not to last very long. Your uncle, may the gods give his spirit peace, was one such, I hear." "That's true. And yet while he was busy failing to live up to your standards of what makes a good emperor, you were not even in Rome." Silo could not fail to hear the acerbic tone in Scaurus's question. "What are you implying?" The younger man met his affronted stare without any sign of deference to such an august member of the city's elite. "That the assistance of a man with as much experience of ruling the empire might have made the difference between my uncle's success and failure. Perhaps it might." Scaurus took a step closer, his face white with anger. "And yet you criticize a man for failing to achieve a Herculean task that you might have helped him to grapple with, instead of which you retired to your estate after Commodus's death, rather than staying to try to make the best of the situation." But rather than wilt under Scaurus's verbal attack, Silo shook his head, his expression pitying rather than abashed. "Fled? Of course I fled. I was a consul designate for the coming year, for one thing, which made me a prime target. I knew all too well that my brothers, the honored senators, would be little better than a pack of bloodthirsty wolves once the word of his death got out. They hated him with a passion, except for those he'd recently adlected into their number to dilute their influence and reward those he favored, a mix of plebs and freed slaves who were terrified that they would become victims of the Senate's revenge. I knew that, like the gutter scum they are, all of these gutless newcomers would fade into the shadows when the calls for revenge started. The shouting for Commodus to be dragged around the city with hooks, and for those who had been close to him to be put to death." The men around him exchanged glances at the vitriol in his words and the disgust he clearly felt for those not of his class. "I knew that when it came to either formal execution and dragging with the hook, or just a swift case of back-alley knife work, I was at the top of the list. And so I made sure Commodus's body was given an honorable burial in Hadrian's mausoleum, in my role as a priest of the cult of Sodalus Hadrianialis. And with that done, I made myself scarce, and you, Rutilius Scaurus, would have done just the same were you in my position." The two men stared at each other in mutual dislike for a moment. "But now you're back. Why? What prompted you to return? Did you see a chance to lend your undoubted political skills to Didius Julianus? The potential to insert yourself into his inner circle?" "That fool?" Silo shook his head. "I didn't come back to assist the man who had taken the throne, but to save the empire from him." With Pertinax dead and his co-conspirators scattered and in hiding, I determined that I might just be able to do my duty to Rome without having my head cut off or my back used for a knife block. And so I returned to do my best to save the city from ruin. Once I was here, of course, and it was clear what an awful mess Julianus was making, and that at least one of the powerful men in the provinces would march on the city, I knew that my first duty was to make sure that Severus was successful. He thought for a moment before speaking again. Do you know how close to destruction Rome came in the year of the 4 emperors? A year when all but one of the contestants were grossly unsuitable to rule? Galba, too old; Otho, too young and too weak-minded; Vitellius, a gluttonous narcissist. Only Vespasian, a battle-hardened general, fitted the bill, which made it a matter of the empire's very survival for him to triumph. So now, just think how much worse it could be if the 3 strongest men in the empire actually fight it out with all the strength available to them. The war might last for years. The answer, the only answer, is for the most powerful of them, both in the strength of his legions and, as it happens, his force of will, to be the victor, and quickly. Severus has to be the next emperor. I have known the man for 30 years, and I can name no one any better suited to the task. He's hardly a Hadrian or a Marcus Aurelius, but he's the best man that's available to us. Scaurus nodded, unable to disagree with the distasteful but powerful argument. I see. And your proposed part in Severus's victory is what exactly? As I said, we have been more than colleagues since we both came to the city as young men. We commanded legions in Syria together, he the 4th Scythia, and me the 16th Flavia. And when he was governor of Gallia Lugdunensis, I was his neighbour, ruling Gallia Narbonensis. We have shared opinions over wine on many occasions, and I respect him for a hard but fair man, which means, put simply, that I trust him and he trusts me. I've already secured his sons from the threat of kidnap and ransom, which means that I am quite likely to be invited to serve in his consilium once he rules the city. Both the trust between us and my likely future influence are well known among the senior men of the city, and so tomorrow I intend going down the hill to the Forum, walking into the Senate for the first time since Commodus's death, and telling the city's fathers the hard truth, which is, I will tell them that the so-called Emperor Julianus already knows that his bid to hang on to power with an offer of joint imperium has failed, a failure that will be confirmed by Severus in the grimmest manner possible, by the depositing of the messenger's head on the steps of the Senate House tomorrow before dawn. That is what you have for me in the bag, I presume? Marcus nodded. Yes, Senator. Julianus has therefore decided to propose that he will walk out to meet Severus on the road outside the city, accompanied by the Senate, the Vestal Sisters, and the priests. His intended ruse is to demonstrate that we are all collectively responsible for Rome's well-being. He is looking to use the men and women who are at the heart of the empire's governance as shields against Severus's obvious intention to put him to death. And how do you know this? Severus has informers in the palace, of course. He has informers everywhere. Silo shrugged. How else could you have entered the city, known fugitives, and armed to boot? Scaurus nodded in acceptance of the point. The party had been waved through the Viminal Gate, within eye-shot of the Praetorian fortress, without either inspection or question by members of the Vigiles he knew had been bribed to turn a blind eye to their entry to the city. I will also tell them that any one of them foolish enough to join in such a suicidal course of action will find himself dining with his ancestors all too soon, because I don't expect Severus to show any mercy to anyone stupid enough to align themselves even that loosely with the pretender.
He shrugged. It's harsh, but sometimes it just takes a man with the right authority to explain the facts to colleagues whose fears he understands, which will ensure that Julianus finds himself alone and unsupported, with a choice of waiting in the palace for assassination or fleeing the city, knowing that he is a hunted man. Scaurus nodded. A fate he has paid handsomely to purchase. Exactly. He is doomed, and whether he stays or runs, death will overtake him inside a matter of days, quite possibly even hours. Silo gestured with both hands, palms up at his waist, his eyebrows raised in question. After all, who better than to seek him out in the palace than men who were Praetorians under Pertinax, men like yourselves? Scaurus looked back at him without speaking, and the senator nodded knowingly. And now you know why I have chosen to return to the city at this time, not for my own purposes, but to facilitate the transfer of imperial power to the only fitting contender, a man capable of sending assassins like you into the city without Julianus having even the faintest clue that his doom is at hand. Capable assassins, unlike the feeble attempts Julianus made to procure Severus's death. I could wish that there were another Augustus waiting in the wings, but it is completely evident to me that we have no choice but to put our hope in Severus. He drained his cup and held it out for a refill. And you had no real business with me, did you? You're only here now as a means of sheltering your party for the night, in case those few vigiles or Praetorians who still care about their duty get wind of your presence in the city. What is your purpose in coming into Rome the night before Severus's armies arrive? If you're assassins, you could just as easily have entered the city tomorrow morning and gone straight to the palace to do Severus's dirty work. Praetorian Tribune Vorenus stepped forward out of the group that had stood behind Scaurus, who turned and gestured to him. Our purpose? It is exactly the same as yours, Fabius Silo. We are here to prepare the ground for the true emperor's triumphant arrival. As a senator, you have the ability to sway your peers and persuade them to align with Severus for the good of the empire. And as former Praetorians, we have much the same ability to influence our former comrades, some of us more so than others. He gestured to Vorenus. The tribune here was a Praetorian officer for his entire adult life until just a few weeks ago, which means that he has just as much sway with the guard as you do with the Senate. After all, you said it yourself. Sometimes it just takes a man with the right understanding to tell the hard truth to colleagues whose fears he understands. Open the gate for who? Vorenus stepped back, making himself fully visible to the duty centurion. Staring out through a 1-foot square lattice of thin metal bars set in the Praetorian fortress's massive wooden main gate, and squinting in the pre-dawn gloom, the guardsman shook his head in incomprehension. Pulling his cloak back to display his magnificently ornate chestplate, the tribune took his plumed helmet from the bag in which it had been concealed and strapped it to his head, and the officer of the guard looked at him for a moment before realizing who he was addressing. His look of superiority faded, and he turned to snap out an order. "Open the gate. Tribune of the guard recognized and safe to enter." Vorenus walked through the opened wicket door set in the gate, gesturing Scaurus and his companions to follow him through before it was closed and bolted behind them. To their left, a tent party of nervous-looking Praetorians was standing in a line with their spears held ready, while on the right the officer of the guard looked dubiously at the other members of Vorenus's party. "You are free to go about your business, Tribune, but I do not recognize the men with you." Vorenus took a moment to answer, looking up at the fortress's walls with a calculating gaze. There were fewer guardsmen than usual on the walkways, and those there were looked less than crisp in their demeanor. "It seems like we're short on guardsmen, Centurion. There have been desertions, I presume, with Severus so close to the city?" He didn't wait for an answer. "And these men,
They're a deputation from Severus himself, come to offer us a way out of this quickly closing trap. They need to speak with the prefect, so I suggest that you and your men escort us to the Principia." The atmosphere inside the headquarters building was febrile, several centurions looking around from hushed conversations as the party entered. A tribune came out of an inner office at the officer of the watch's call and greeted Vorenus like a long-lost brother. Stepping back from their embrace, he took in the rest of the party, nodding his recognition at Scaurus. "Vorenus Sextus, we've been wondering if we were ever going to see you again, and wondering if all we'd ever get back was your head in a bag, like that poor innocent bastard Tullius. I tried to warn him he was likely to return from his mission to offer Severus a joint rule in 2 pieces, but he wouldn't listen to me, too bound up with doing his duty to see the danger until it was too late. You've come with word from the advancing conqueror, I presume?" He exchanged glances with the centurions standing to one side of the party, and it wasn't hard to guess what he was thinking. "And are these his chosen representatives? If they are, is there a good reason why we shouldn't send their heads back to him, the way he sent our prefects back to the emperor?" He looked more closely at Scaurus, his eyes lighting up in recognition. You were a tribune within these walls until a few weeks ago, when your uncle was—" Scaurus took a step closer to him, close enough for blade work, one hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes watching the Praetorian intently. "Murdered by your scum of a make-believe bodyguard? Yes, I was, which ought to make you very, very careful around me, if you don't want to be an early but welcome part of my revenge for his assassination by your men." He held the stare until the other man dropped his gaze. "And as for your fanciful threat to behead us, if you think you can live up to the idea, there's no reason whatsoever why you couldn't send our heads back to the leader of the legions that already have the city in their grip. No reason other than the fact that Severus has promised me that in the event that we are mistreated in any way, he'll have every officer and guardsman who can be apprehended crucified for such wanton disrespect. But let's pretend you're too brave and bloodthirsty to have any concern about Severus's revenge, despite appearances to the contrary." He gave a subtle hand signal, and Dubnus, Marcus, and Arminius turned to face the other guardsmen, each one giving his sword enough of a pull to loosen the blade in its scabbard, ready to draw. "In that case, you might want to consider the fact that my men are combat veterans, while you and these other barracks flowers probably couldn't fight your way out of a brothel without the bouncers lending a hand. But feel free to prove me wrong if you think you have it in you. Your guardsmen might find the courage to take us down, but by the time they did, you would all be dead, and so miss the pleasure of witnessing our deaths." He locked stares with the other man, smiling without mirth as the tribune's attempted bravado melted under his gaze. "No? Very well then, let's get down to business. I bear an offer that the emperor, the real emperor that is willing to extend to you all for a very short time. So I suggest that you gather your fellow tribunes and senior centurions so that I can explain it to you all at one time. Those men who are still actually doing their sworn duty to Rome, that is." Only 6 of the guard's 10 tribunes could be found, Scaurus and his men waiting patiently while 2 of them were summoned from their homes in the city, but every senior centurion had remained within the fortress, determined to see the matter of the imminent change of ruler through to the end, no matter what the outcome. He walked out in front of them, waiting until the murmured comments had died down. "It does your reputations no harm that you have chosen to stay with your commands, gentlemen. Those among your officers who have chosen to abandon their posts may well find themselves wishing dearly that they had followed your example. Septimius Severus is not forgiving when it comes to dereliction of duty, but you at least will have already accrued some credit with your new emperor for not fleeing the scene of the crime." He waited a moment to let that sink in before speaking again.
Some of you already know me from my brief time as a prefect within your ranks. For the rest of you, my name is Gaius Rutilius Scaurus, nephew of the former Emperor Helvius Pertinax. I was there when he was murdered by your centurions, and I was also present when they sold the empire to Didius Julianus like some bauble they had found in the street. I'm going to assume, as is the Emperor's opinion, that you officers chose to keep your heads down and not to challenge their venal stupidity, because you realized that nothing would be allowed to get in the way of their lust for the Empire's gold, which was an act of self-preservation that Severus does not condone, but which he is willing to overlook under certain conditions. He waited for any questions, but the gathered officers simply waited to hear their fate in silence. At this very moment, your man Didius Julianus, your failed experiment in appointing an emperor by selling the throne to the candidate with the largest sack of gold, is speaking to the Senate. He is asking them to join him with the Vestals and the priests as he goes out to meet Severus's army in an act of supplication. He hopes to avoid death if he is subservient enough and surrounded by the nobles and holy men and women of Rome. And the Senate, I can absolutely assure you, will reject any such idea, partly because they will be led in that direction by Severus's friends, but also because, frankly, they do not wish to enrage their new emperor and risk their own deaths. What will happen next is open to question, but it is likely that Julianus will send word that he wishes you to mount a campaign of terror against the Senate, either to intimidate them into compliance or simply for reasons of vengeance. You will, of course, refuse, because doing what he commands will earn you the hatred of the Senate, and inevitably lead to you all being condemned to death by the survivors, with the Emperor's total support. All of you, no matter who follows such an order or refuses it. The most senior of the centurions shook his head dismissively. I think you can assume that nobody here is stupid enough to obey any command from a man in his last hours as emperor, Tribune Scaurus. But what are these conditions you mentioned earlier? Scaurus turned to face him, realizing that he was the real source of power in the room. Firstly, you are to imprison and surrender the men who killed Pertinax, all of them. This is not negotiable. I was there when he died, so I know how many there were, and I can recall their faces as clearly as if it had happened this morning. If any of them is absent, I will personally make sure that every officer in his chain of command takes the missing man's place when they are executed. If any of them have taken refuge in the city, I suggest you get them back, by force if need be, unless, of course, you are happy to take their places. The older man shrugged. That will not be a problem. I've been wanting to sort that little shit Tausius out for a while. Scaurus shook his head. There will be no violence done to them, not to Tausius or any other of the fools who followed him in their treason. You will deliver all of them alive and unharmed, other than for any damage they will sustain in their apprehension. They must be alive and compos mentis, able to receive the punishment that the Emperor has in mind for them. Understood? The senior centurion replied without blinking, clearly uncowed by Scaurus's foreboding stare. Understood. Just don't expect their apprehensions not to have been, shall we say, vigorous. Scaurus nodded. Second, you are to march your men out of the city tomorrow morning and parade them so that they can take the sacramentum in the presence of their new emperor. They are to wear their ceremonial uniforms, carry laurel wreaths, and they are to leave their weapons and armor here in their barracks. They may be belted and carry their pugios, but any man carrying sword or spear, shield, armor, or helmet will be assumed to be hostile. You want us to parade the guard unarmed into the heart of Severus's? The centurion corrected himself. Into the heart of the Emperor's army? Yes. And in return for this act of unquestioning obeisance, your officers will be allowed to leave quietly, with your gold unconfiscated and your dignity unsullied. And with your lives, of course. It's your choice. And our men? Scaurus shrugged. "I am not aware of the Emperor's intentions towards them, although I suspect you would do well to take this offer and not stay to share whatever fate it is he has in mind for them." He paused for any comments, but the collected officers remained silent as the gravity of their situation sank in. "So let us be clear as to the offer that is extended to you for a very short time only. If your men follow these orders, then you will be rewarded generously. You will all be retired with immediate effect once you have explained the details of your duties to your successors, and none of you will be punished for the crimes you have allowed your men to commit, or suffer financially, whereas your men, to be frank, will not be quite as fortunate. You may now have a little time in which to debate this matter, and I will wait outside in the sunshine while you do so." He turned to leave the building, but was stopped by a swift interjection by the tribune he had gone toe-to-toe with earlier. "There's no need, Rutilius Scaurus. I think I speak for all of my colleagues when I say that none of us was given any choice but to remain silent while our centurions ran amok and brought shame on the guard, and none of us has any intention of attempting to protect the men that did so." He looked about him questioningly, but not one of the gathered officers had anything to say. "We will find the men who butchered Pertinax and bring them to justice, and we will parade our men to swear loyalty to Septimius Severus, as you demand, unarmed." Scaurus nodded decisively. "Good. Be ready to refuse any further orders from Julianus. And when the time comes for the changing of the guard, the outgoing watch is not to be relieved other than for a single century to act as gatekeepers and keep out the baser elements among the citizenry. Those men will be commanded by you, Tribune, and the watchword will be blood and honor." The officer nodded slowly. "Blood and honor. I will see you later, I presume?" Chapter 3. Scaurus met Senator Silo in front of the Curia several hours later, he and his men now dressed and equipped in the uniforms of the Praetorians they had so recently been. Scaurus looked every inch a senior guard officer, while Marcus and Dubnus, dressed and equipped as guard centurions, radiated a veiled menace that made the forum's passing citizens instinctively give them a wide berth. Senators were streaming into the building in twos and threes, their bodyguards walking away into the forum in search of somewhere to wait close by rather than remain close to the knot of hard-nosed Praetorians in front of the Senate House. Silo looked Scaurus up and down with a knowing expression. "Well now, here you are, looking just as angrily superior as the real thing. I presume, given the lack of screaming and bloodstains on the steps of the Curia, that Didius Julianus either didn't attempt to set his dogs on my colleagues or was told to forget any such idea." Scaurus shook his head. "He tried. The guard very sensibly refused, after having the likely consequences for them and their families pointed out, and their refusal to comply with the order was unequivocal. The dignified messenger from the Palatine Hill, a lictor bearing the rods and axe that were the symbol of his station, had been outraged to have his message container smashed under the heel of a hobnailed boot as a signal of non-compliance. His angst had been somewhat increased when he had then found himself ejected from the fortress onto the road outside in an undignified sprawl. "I see. In which case I think the soon-to-be ex-emperor has just signed his own death warrant. I'm just about to go back in there," he gestured to the Curia, "and suggest to the city fathers that we would all be well advised to vote Severus into the role he'll be taking for himself in less than 12 hours, with or without our blessing. So I suggest that you take your party of cutthroats into the palace and deliver the sentence." He waited for a moment, then raised a questioning eyebrow at Scaurus's look of distaste. "Surely you're not squeamish, Rutilius Scaurus?" The younger man shook his head. I've spilled more than enough blood for Rome that one more life in the cause of a swift resolution to this matter isn't going to trouble me. Even if Julianus wasn't actually responsible for my uncle's murder, he might well have connived at it, and he only has himself to blame for being idiotic enough to buy the throne and put himself in this position. He chose to ride this tiger. He cannot be surprised when it decides to eat him. But Scaurus watched the senators making their way back into the chamber for a moment. It's easy for you. You cut and ran, and only came back when the threat of your death was lifted. And now you'll whip the senators up to declare Severus imperator before fading back into the pages of the history books. Whereas I, you suggest, have only to commit a single act of murder to finish this whole thing off tidily and wrap it up with a ribbon for the new emperor to enjoy opening tomorrow. You will be back in the shadows, while I will be standing in public view with a blood-stained dagger, so to speak." He smiled wryly at a memory, and Silo frowned at the expression. "There is something amusing in all that. I used to have a comrade in arms called Cotta, a former centurion with the 3rd Gallica in the east. I got to know him after his retirement from the service, and the circumstances of his having left the service some years before the completion of his term were that he was both gifted and unlucky enough to be selected by a legion legatus and assigned the task of assassinating a legatus Augustus, who had taken the apparently insane step of declaring himself emperor." Silo nodded knowingly. "Avidus Cassius in Aegyptus. Yes. Cotta managed to bluff his way into Cassius's headquarters and decapitate the great man, after which he was given enough gold to fund a comfortable lifestyle and sent on his way. And that, one would have thought, would have been that. Instead of which, he spent the next 10 years looking over his shoulder, constantly hunted by the men of Cassius's legions, who wanted revenge for the death of the man they had thought was going to make them into dives miles." Silo laughed quietly. "They would have been rich soldiers indeed, had he managed to actually take the throne. So your concern is with revenge?" "No, Senator. My concern is the notoriety that comes from taking on the title of regicide just as surely as night follows day. Cotta told me that from the moment he took Avidius Cassius's life, he was a marked man, forever wondering who would be the next one to try to take his life, to prove themselves the better man." The senator nodded. "Understandably. But then you have a significant advantage over your former centurion. You will be anonymous, just another guardsman among hundreds of others who come and go from the Palatine every day of the year. You will go into the history books as a Praetorian, nothing more." Scaurus nodded. "That much I had already worked out for myself. But I'm quite sure that the seductive possibility that nobody will ever know who killed the poor fool is counterbalanced by something I am quite sure is real." "Which is?" "The unerring ability of such a deed to haunt the perpetrator in the future, either in this life or the next." Silo nodded, a hint of sympathy in his otherwise untroubled expression. "Ultimately, I suppose you can console yourself with the hard fact that you have very little choice in the matter, do you? But let me make it easier on you. By the time you've found Didius Julianus and done what needs to be done, you will be obeying the legal orders of the Senate, because just before the vote to name Severus as emperor, there will be another declaring Julianus to be an enemy of the people and condemning him to death. I will send word to you when it is done, and you can proceed to do the city's will with a clear conscience, and with the blessing of the gods who watch over the city." The guards on the forum gate snapped to attention as Scaurus and his men approached up the final part of the switchback ramp that climbed the Palatine Hill's side, designed to allow an emperor to ride down to the Senate House if he chose to do so.
In contrast to the bustling city below, the palace environs were deserted, with none of the coming and going that would usually have been the case as dusk deepened and the palace's daytime functionaries made their ways home. The duty centurion stepped forward, saluting Scaurus with a wary eye on his companions, especially the barbarian Arminius, who was revelling in the chance to roam the palace unchecked. "The watchword, Tribune?" "The watchword is blood and honor, Centurion." "Is your commander already in the palace?" The junior officer nodded. "Yes, Tribune. He left word that he is to be found in the audience hall. He also left strict instructions that no one else is to be admitted without your express permission." "Wise of him. Thank you, Centurion. Send word to me when Senator Silo's messenger comes to the gate, will you? He will give you the watchword and leave, and I simply need to know that he has done so." The centurion snapped to attention. "We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready." He shot the palace's stone bulk a meaningful glance. "Just don't expect to find the place lit up in the usual manner, Tribune. The slaves have all retreated to their quarters in expectation of the usual trouble that happens when an emperor is overthrown." Scaurus turned away with a meaningful glance at Marcus. "Wise of them. Usually it's the men set to guard them who take advantage of moments like these." They walked into the palace's western wing, the formal and more public palace of Domitian that had been added to the older and more homely palace of Augustus over a century before, making their way through the peristyle garden into the great audience chamber where the Praetorian was waiting for them. In the absence of the usual bustle of slaves to keep the great chamber's lamps lit, it was gloomy, with deeper shadows in the massive room's corners, from which oversized effigies of the gods glowered down at them. The tribune was sitting beneath a massive statue of Hercules that had been commissioned by Commodus with his own face as the god's representation, and he got to his feet and waited for them at the deity's feet. "Ah, Rutilius Scaurus, you're here to—" "Better you don't know." The younger man nodded his understanding. "I don't envy you, but it has to be done, I suppose." Scaurus waved a hand at the audience hall's darkened but still grandiose chamber, towering columns of red Egyptian marble supporting the huge roof under which yet more giant statues of the deities stared down inscrutably from alcoves built into the walls. "The last time I was here, it was filled with the so-called elite of Roman society. They had been called here by Pertinax, who was forced to conduct a grand sale of the previous emperor's possessions in a desperate attempt to put some money into the imperial treasury. Commodus's clothing, weapons, chariots, and all manner of other precious items were sold that day, purchased by the rich for the purposes of showing their peers how wealthy they were. They bought slaves, too, children among them, and we later found it necessary to save one young boy from an obvious paedophile." The other man nodded, clearly uncertain as to the story's relevance. "And when the sale was done, with millions pledged in gold and buyer's remorse probably already setting in among the bidders, not that any of them could back out of their purchases without losing face, the emperor retired into the concilium over there." Scaurus pointed to a heavy wooden door into the emperor's private council chamber, "to tot up the day's takings, at which point the men who had conspired to put him on the throne did their very best to walk away with as much of that money as they thought theirs of right, which was to say most of it. They were the men behind the throne, they reckoned, and they deserved a substantial reward for their risk in overthrowing the tyrant Commodus." The Praetorian nodded with a carefully neutral expression, unsure as to where the story was going. "I see. Do you? My point is this: they're all the same. Commodus was a monster, although we'll all be praising him soon enough, I expect. But his one virtue was that he kept the senators in their place, because the men of honor among their number are now like rare gems scattered on a rubbish pile, few in number and almost impossible to make out
from the dross around them. Their preoccupation is, for the most part, how they can turn the situation to their own advantage and get back to the good old days before Augustus put them in their place. The lack of an effective emperor can only result in untrammeled greed on the part of the strong men who rise and fall among the city's elite, and if the history books are any guide to the future, the same succession of bloody civil wars that killed millions in the last days of the Republic. And Severus is the only alternative? Scaurus smiled sadly. Severus is the only man with 16 legions at his back, and less than a day's march from the city. Niger has 6 and is at the other end of Mare Internum, and Albinus, who is worse than either of them in my opinion, has just 3, and is currently sitting on his backside in Britannia. Severus is the only option, and it is our job to make his assumption of power as trouble-free as possible, even if that means regicide. He turned to leave the hall. And you believe that a civil war can be avoided? The note of hope in the younger man's voice made his lips twitch into a smile as he turned back. I very much doubt it. If Niger gives up his claim to the throne, journeys to Rome, and throws himself on Severus's mercy, then perhaps he might be spared. But how likely is he to seek an early death? He turned as the centurion from the gate walked into the hall, walking up to the 2 men and saluting. Tribunes, a messenger from Senator Silo has come to the gate and given the watchword. Guards below. Silo wasn't exaggerating when he said it would be the work of moments to persuade the city fathers to condemn Julianus. Scaurus turned to his men. Come on, then. Let's go and do this distasteful task, shall we? They walked through the dark, silent palace as quietly as was possible, given the scrape and click of their hobnailed boots on the marble flooring. Moving through the wide open halls of the Domus Domitiana, built a century before, they progressed into the Domus Augustana's more intimate warren of interconnected rooms, which had housed the first emperor and his family at the empire's birth a century before that. Entering the peristyle garden at the heart of the older palace, Marcus saw a lone slave working in a flower bed on his hands and knees, either unaware or uncaring of the threat that had caused his peers to take refuge in their cells. Looking up at the sound of their footfalls, his eyes widened as he realized that death was stalking the palace corridors. Leaping to his feet, he made a dash into the palace on the other side of the garden, tossing aside the trowel with which he had been weeding with a clatter of iron on stone. "Hold!" Marcus put a hand out to restrain Dubnus, who was poised to give pursuit. "It doesn't matter if he warns Julianus we are coming. There's no escape from this golden cage." He looked around the gardens, recalling the time he had spent effectively incarcerated within its luxurious confines, while he had waited for Commodus to call on him to fight for his life in whatever new and deadly scenario caught the emperor's fancy. All of the conspirators against Commodus are dead. His concubine Marcia, her lover, the chamberlain Eclectus, and the praetorian prefect Litus, all murdered by Julianus to prevent them siding with Severus. I wonder if that little shit of a Major Domus survived. As if to answer his question, a slight figure appeared in the doorway through which the gardener had fled. Raising his voice to be heard across the garden, he walked out into the open space, demonstrating remarkable courage for a man alone in the presence of so many armed and hard-faced intruders. I was wondering where all the Praetorians had gone, but now I see the reason. You're here to murder the Emperor, aren't you? He trailed off as he got close enough to make out their faces beneath the helmets whose cheek plates both disguised them and lent their faces a brutal aspect. By the gods, you? Scaurus stepped forward with a grim half-smile. Yes, us, and yes, we're here to— No! Sporus pointed at Marcus with a look that combined horror with contempt. Him?
Marcus nodded, walking forward until he was within arm's length of the palace butler. "Greetings, Sporus. I could say that it's a pleasure to see that you've survived the upheavals of the last emperor's death, but I'd be lying." He matched the Majordomus's hate-filled stare with a level gaze. "I should have known that a man like you would find a way to come through these difficult days without as much as a scratch." The butler glared at him in disbelief. "Quite how you can be so brazen, I have no idea. Have you come to murder your second emperor in less than a year?" Marcus reached out an arm with the speed of a striking snake, taking a grip of the servant's tunic and dragging him up onto his toes. "I'm not the only man here who's connived at the death of a man wearing the purple, though, am I?" "What do you mean? It was one of your men who struck the fatal blow that killed Pertinax, a centurion of the guard." He winced as the grip on his clothing tightened, pulling him so close to Marcus's face that all he could see was the Roman's eyes boring into his own. "Tausius killed Pertinax, that's true enough, and it's a crime he'll be paying for all too soon. But you were a key part of that plot, weren't you? You were in league with the so-called saviors who put an unarmed emperor to death without any thought to the implications of their crime. They planned to kill him at a poetry reading in the city, and when he changed his mind about going and stayed in the palace, you told them where they could find him, didn't you?" He waited for the butler to attempt a denial, nodding grimly when the other man's eyes widened at hearing the truth of his betrayal. "As I thought. It won't surprise you to learn that the saviors are now prisoners awaiting execution. They will all die when Septimius Severus enters Rome tomorrow." Sporus laughed humorlessly, throwing his defiance back in Marcus's face. "Another emperor? That'll make 4 this year, if I include poor Commodus. I have to say that I'm getting used to introducing them to the palace, one after another. How long will this one last, I wonder? Long enough for me to tell him the story of how a seemingly harmless gladiator was brought to stay in the palace and ended up being the man who murdered the only lawfully appointed emperor of the 4 of them. After all, as part of the Familia Caesaris, I have a duty to ensure that he knows." Marcus pulled his puggia from the sheath on his hip, raising the blade in front of the butler's face. "One swift cut, and I can remove that potential problem from my life." "Coward! But then how like you to take your knife to a defenseless—" Sporus fell silent as Marcus released his grasp of the Majordomus's tunic, gripping his right arm before the other man could pull away from him. Smiling tightly, he slipped the blade's last inch under the 4 strings of coloured beads tied tightly around the other man's wrist, each one of the tiny ornaments adorned with a minute Aquila symbol embossed in gold leaf. "Do you remember when you told me what these were all for? Blue for the slave quarters, purple for the emperor's private quarters, yellow for his bedchamber, and green to be allowed to come and go from the palace." Sporus stared at him in horror, his head slowly shaking from side to side in silent entreaty. "So, yes, I could take your life. You've earned that punishment for betraying Pertinax. But there are 2 very good reasons why I won't kill you here and now. For one thing, I'd be murdering you in cold blood, and that would make me just as much at fault as you are." Sporus quailed as he realized what his nemesis intended. "No, please." "And the other reason is that it's so much more fitting for you to have time to realize just what it is that you've lost before your life ends. Consider this the price of your treason." He flicked the knife's blade, severing the strings and sending the multicolored beads in all directions. They bounced across the stone flags with a rattle that died away as they came to rest in the flower beds and the gaps between the flagstones. "No!" Marcus released his arm and pushed him away, gesturing to Dubnus. "Take him to the gate and have him put outside. Tell the centurion that he is under no circumstances to be readmitted." "No!" Sporus's voice had risen to an alarmed shriek. "No, no, no!"
you cannot do this to me. Take my life, but do not cast me out onto the streets. The Briton punched him in the face, hard enough to momentarily silence his alarmed protests, then took one arm and hustled him away back towards the forum gate, leaving a trail of blood spots across the paving stones from his bleeding nose. His renewed shouts faded as he was hurried away, leaving Julius and Scaurus looking at Marcus with various expressions of surprise and appraisal. "It would have been kinder to kill the men." Arminius shook his head at his friend's unexpectedly harsh judgment. "You know what he'll be subjected to on the streets." Marcus nodded grimly. "Yes, and I'm not proud of such an act, but he threatened me one time too many. And this time he would have had the means to have us all executed by simply telling Severus that it was me that killed Commodus. You saw the way that our new emperor is already positioning himself as Marcus Aurelius's son and Commodus's brother, so he wouldn't have any choice but to avenge him. And this way, if Sporus's absence is noticed, we can all swear to any god he chooses to name that we had no part in his death." Scaurus nodded slowly. "I see your point. Very well, gentlemen, let us go and do what we have been sent here for." They found the former emperor waiting for them in his private quarters, a dagger lying on the bed on which he was sitting. He looked up as Scaurus opened the bedroom door, and the look of relief on his face was momentarily disconcerting. "Thank the gods! I was afraid that my former brothers in the Senate would send the mob in here to tear me to pieces, although I suppose that would mean that Severus would arrive to find the palace nothing more than a burned-out shell, and that would clearly never do." He stood, opening his arms before him to demonstrate that he was unarmed. "You have been sent from the Curia, I presume, to carry out a sentence of death." "I am declared an enemy of Rome, of course." Scaurus nodded without speaking. "And who do they send to end my life but the stone-eyed killer who used to stalk around after Pertinax? Here for revenge, are you, and happy to murder an unarmed man?" The younger man shrugged. "I find the deed distasteful, Didius Julianus, but nothing more than that. I watched my uncle fall under the swords of Praetorians, who less than one night later had sold the throne to the biggest fool in the city, and I find it hard to believe that your opportune purchase wasn't prepared in advance. A discreet exchange of messengers, perhaps, asking whether you would be willing to consider the Guard a more fitting power in the city to bestow the throne on its next occupant than your fellow senators." Julianus laughed bitterly. "If only it had been so carefully considered, I might have had the sense to turn them down. The truth of it is that I was in my cups when the tribune knocked at my door and offered me the chance to bid for the throne. My wife egged me on, telling me that this was my one chance to find glory in this life, as if I wasn't already rich enough. I knew it was a disaster from the moment I woke up in this bed the morning after, and that feeling of dread only got worse when the plebs started calling me a parricide and throwing stones at me, which was, of course, the guards' cue to run amok and make the whole thing a great deal worse than it already was. After that, I knew that I was on borrowed time, because the first man with an army to reach Rome was going to murder me with the support of the people and the Senate, and probably those same Praetorian bastards too. And now here you are, right on cue." He sighed. "You'll make it quick, I hope?" Scaurus nodded. "And as painless as possible. A dagger blade pushed into the space behind your collarbone will render you unconscious within a few heartbeats, and death will follow soon after, unless you wish to fall on a sword." He tapped the hilt of his own weapon with a questioning look, but Julianus shook his head with a dismissive expression. "That's all very well for the battlefield, when there's a statement to be made about one's undying loyalty to Rome in the most extravagant way possible, but I'll take the less painful exit from life, thank you. And my body? What will be done with me afterwards?" Scaurus unsheathed his pugio, gesturing for the other man to pull away his toga to enable a clean kill. "You're worried that the Senate might have voted for you to be dragged around the city with hooks?" The former emperor nodded, shrugging off the heavy garment. "It is the depth of disgrace. I realize there's no point in a damnatio memoriae edict, as I have neither statues nor inscriptions to be defaced, but there might be those envious of me who would seek to demonstrate their hatred by despoiling my corpse and persecuting my family. And the gods know that Severus would be in favor of such barbarism." Scaurus shook his head. "There is no such sentence on you, and your family have been ordered to attend the palace to collect your body. As long as they have the sense to cremate it and leave no trace, I would imagine that there will be no further action taken against them." "Very well." Julianus sank to his knees in the folds of the discarded toga's pristine white cotton, looking up shamefaced as Scaurus stood over him with the blade of his dagger raised for the death stroke. "I am sorry about the death of your uncle. Pertinax was a decent—" The pugio stabbed down into the base of his neck, Scaurus twisting it as he withdrew the blade to ensure that the artery beneath the skin was severed. He stepped back, watching as the dying man realized what had happened, opened his mouth in a vain attempt to protest at the lack of warning, then toppled forward onto the carpeted floor and lay motionless, with blood streaming from the deep wound. Scaurus wiped his knife blade on the toga and then sheathed it with a sigh. So ends the rule of a man who was hopelessly inadequate to the task. We can only hope that his successor can put an end to this constant cycle of death and terror. "You found Didius Julianus, and carried out the sentence prescribed by the Senate?" Scaurus nodded, bowing his head momentarily. "Yes, Imperator. The pretender is dead." The party had slipped out of the city in the quiet hours after midnight, and had made their way along moonlit roads to where the army lay restlessly encamped like a sleeping tiger, dreaming fitfully of the blood to be spilled in the morning. "And Fabius Silo did exactly as he was commanded?" "He followed your instructions to the letter, Imperator. The Senate were quick to vote for you to be declared Imperator, and for Julianus to be executed. I expected nothing less. And what of the body?" "It was decided to allow his family to take it for a quiet, private ceremony. It seemed reasonable under the circumstances, although I specified cremation rather than burial, to avoid any lingering trace of his illegal regime. Good thinking. And will there be any resistance when we arrive at the city's gates?" Scaurus shook his head firmly. "The guard will parade as you have commanded, in their ceremonial tunics and completely unarmed, other than for their daggers. They will be told that they are to take the sacramentum to bind themselves to their new emperor." Severus got to his feet and paced across the tent's flap, looking out towards the east, where the first faint blush of the sun's impending rise was just touching the horizon's blackness with a hint of the darkest blue. "I wish that we were on the march already." He turned back to his gathered generals, who had gathered to hear Scaurus's news. "Wake the army. By the time they're ready to march, there'll be enough light for a cautious advance." Julius Laetus laughed tersely. "I doubt it will take the legions more than half an hour to break camp and be ready to move. From what I've seen, they've been unable to sleep for the most part." His amusement was proven justified, the legion's centurions having to do little of the usual shouting and wielding of their vine sticks to have their men paraded and ready to march, their tents and cookpots swiftly packed away onto carts in preparation to move. With Laetus's men in their usual vanguard position, the army took to the road, one legion after another, deliberately sacrificing the usual caution on the march for speed in the approach to the waiting city. At Severus's command, Scaurus and his familiar rode ahead of them with a cavalry escort of a decurion and 30 horsemen, taking the shortest direct route to the Praetorian fortress. Vorenus met them at the gate. "It's as you predicted. Our remaining prefect has gone missing without trace, doubtless knowing that he'll be marked for death when Severus takes the throne." "And what of Pertinax's killers?" The tribune smiled thinly. "Let's just say it's been a busy night for the senior centurions. They've been hunting down Tausius and his accomplices ever since you made them the offer of an honourable discharge in return for surrendering the men who killed Pertinax. And the last of them was dragged up the hill an hour ago, Tausius himself shouting that they had no right and that every man inside the fortress shares the responsibility for what he did." Scaurus shrugged. "Not entirely untrue, but hardly relevant under the circumstances. I would suggest you have him gagged when the time comes." The Praetorian nodded. "They'll all be bound and gagged. It wouldn't do for the new emperor's triumphant return to Rome to be marred by a lot of screaming and shouting, would it?" At Scaurus's command, the waiting guardsmen, just as sleepless as Severus's army, were marched out onto their parade ground, watched by the familiar from the vantage point of their horses' saddles. The Praetorians were clad, as ordered, in the ceremonial uniforms that they would usually have worn for holidays and feasts, their armour replaced by red tunics and the wreaths of laurel leaves customarily worn for celebrations. Stripped of their swords, spears, and shields, the size of the purses worn on their belts was noticeable, made larger than the usual soldier's purse to carry the gold they had been paid to bestow the throne on Didius Julianus. "They seem cheerful enough, don't they?" Marcus considered the column of men marching out onto their parade ground for a moment before replying to Dubnus's knowing question. "They're happy enough to let those men among them who conspired to murder Pertinax take the punishment coming to them, if it gets the rest of them off the hook. A few men die, the rest of them keep the gold their treason earned them, and go back to the old ways. Why wouldn't they be cheerful?" The Briton grunted in reply, watching as cohort after cohort streamed out of the fortress, equipped as if for a holiday, their demeanour more suited to a coming day of celebration and feasting than a solemn transfer of power, men surprised but happy by such a propitious turn of events. As the last of their 10 cohorts marched out of the fortress, the gates were closed behind them, an action noticed only by a few men at the column's rear. Dubnus grinned as the news rippled slowly through the assembled guardsmen, the first looks of disquiet creasing faces into worried frowns. Scaurus was watching the marching men intently for any sign that their sullen nervousness might turn into aggression, if they realized the nature of the trap into which they were marching. "Let's be clear, gentlemen. If they get skittish, I want no heroics. At the first sign of any trouble, we ride away and leave them to it. Let them take on Litus's legion with nothing more than their pugios, if they're that keen to bathe in their own blood." But if the assembled guardsmen were disquieted by being shut out of their own fortress, they didn't seem to have the appetite to fight, simply waiting in their ranks under the watchful eyes of their officers. After a few moments of inactivity, the long silence was broken by the appearance of the first men of Severus's vanguard, the first cohort of Litus's 14th Legion, as they came up the road from the east at the ferocious battle-march pace. "I have to admit it, those bastards make me nervous, and I'm not going to be looking down their spears." Marcus followed Julius's stare and found himself forced to agree. In a calculated piece of theatre, the leading cohort was composed of the Legion's combat veterans, men who had been young in the last hectic years of the German wars that had ended a decade and a half before. There were grey-beards among their number, but there was no doubt that every man among them would have seen battle, killed enemies, and seen friends die, hardening those who survived with their lives and sanity intact,
into trained and blooded killers. Scarred faces were evident in every row of the advancing column, the inevitable mark of combat lending a fearsome aspect to their already bellicose advance. And looking out across the ranks of Praetorians, it was evident that the guardsmen were just as perturbed as Julius was impressed. Muttered comments and sidelong glances were a clear sign of their nervousness at Severus's army's arrival. Reality seems to be starting to dawn, it seems. Scaurus was staring up at the fortress's walls, where the figures of armed and armoured legionaries were appearing all along the rampart. As the last of the Praetorians had marched out, the rear gates had been opened to admit a cohort of men who had marched by a circuitous route to take the fortress in a bloodless victory, cutting the increasingly worried guardsmen off from the weapons that they usually used to hold the city in an iron grip. Some among them were shaking their heads and casting dark stares at their officers, and Marcus wondered just how many of them would seek vengeance against the men who had led them into an iron-jawed trap. As the waiting Praetorians' muttering increased in volume to a low-level hubbub of worried conversation, the veteran soldiers marched past them, splitting into two columns, each two abreast, and swiftly encircling the parade ground. The cohorts following behind them repeated the maneuver until the waiting guardsmen were surrounded by a continuous wall of soldiers arrayed 8 deep around them. As the rap of their hobnails died away to silence, Julius Litus walked through a gap opened in his men's line, followed by 6 legionaries carrying a wooden tribunal which they placed in front of the Praetorians. "Men of the Praetorian Guard!" Absolute silence fell at the general's shouted words. "You have been gathered for 3 purposes." He turned and gestured to the podium as Severus, clad in his ceremonial armor and purple cloak, walked through the ranks of his soldiers and mounted the rostrum, the men of his bodyguard filling the space between the tribunal and the guardsmen, their swords drawn and shields raised, staring impassively at the Praetorians over their shields' iron rims. "Firstly, you will swear the sacramentum to your emperor." Led by their officers, the assembled Praetorians took the oath of everlasting fealty to Rome's master, their words spoken grudgingly but clearly enough. When it was done, Litus nodded grimly at them. "You are now bound irrevocably to the service of the Imperator Caesar Lucius Septimius Severus Pertinax Augustus. Any man who breaks that oath will forfeit his own life and those of any of his fellows who abet his crime in any way. And now, as a reminder of the oath's meaning, you will witness the punishment of those among you who are guilty of the crime of regicide." The centurions who had murdered their former emperor Pertinax were led forward, shackled and gagged to prevent them from crying out, and only able to express their terror by the horrified urgency of their stares, and in more than one case the urine soaking their boots. "That's my cue." Scaurus climbed down from his horse and walked forward, pulling his pugio from its sheath as he moved to stand next to the group's ringleader, Tausius. Litus nodded to him, gesturing to the waiting members of the emperor's bodyguard to take their places beside the other conspirators. "Centurion Tausius and his fellow conspirators committed the gross crime of invading the emperor's personal quarters and putting him to death when he chose to reason with them. And then, when it seemed they could sink no lower, they sold the throne to the highest bidder. The pretender Didius Julianus has already been executed, and now Tausius and his associates will meet the same fate." He nodded to Scaurus, who put the tip of his pugio under Tausius's jaw and gripped the shoulder of his tunic with his other hand to ensure the death stroke would be clean. "I swore to see you dead for killing my uncle. That oath is now fulfilled." He slashed through the helpless Praetorian's neck to open his arteries, stepping back to allow the slumping centurion to fall to the ground. His face was speckled with the blood that had flown from the wound his blade had opened, but he made no effort to wipe it off. The other men of the bodyguard followed suit, and within seconds the conspirators were all dead or twitching in their last moments of life. Scaurus turned away and remounted his horse expressionlessly, while Litus surveyed the white-faced guardsmen before him with satisfaction. "So die all traitors. Their bodies will be cast out of the city for the carrion birds, and they will not be given any burial. Their spirits are doomed to wander the earth for eternity, forbidden to enter the underworld. And any of you could share that fate if you choose to disobey the commands of your emperor." He paused for a moment to allow the hard reality to sink in, before gesturing to Severus. "And your emperor will now make his wishes clear to you." He turned and nodded a command to the senior centurion standing next to him, and the leathery-faced veteran bellowed a terse command. 14th Gemina! Spears!" The legionaries surrounding the Praetorians moved as one, dropping their spear points from the parade rest into the fighting stance, and taking a step forward to present the closest of the guardsmen with a forest of iron blades, all pointed squarely at their faces. "Praetorians!" All eyes turned to the waiting purple-clad figure, and Severus stared back at them for a long moment before speaking again. His voice was harsh, his tone derisive, and at his first words a collective shiver seemed to run through the assembled guardsmen, as his contempt for their actions was made clear. "Centurions and tribunes of the guard, come forward!" At the prearranged signal, the Praetorian officers marched forward and assembled before his rostrum, with a line of armed soldiers between themselves and the emperor, and more men moving to separate them from their guardsmen. The Praetorians stared wide-eyed, expecting, Marcus guessed, to see their leaders made into a bloody example of Severus's justice. "You officers have been guilty of the crime of allowing your colleagues to indulge in the crimes of both regicide and a form of maiestas, diminution of the majesty of the Roman people in their bearing of arms against the Roman state. It was your failure to lead them as required by your oaths of duty to the throne that resulted in the murder of an emperor and the disgraceful sale of the empire to the highest bidder. I could sentence you all to death without a second thought as to the legality of doing so." He stared hard at them for a moment, and Marcus wondered momentarily whether he intended to honor his offer of honorable discharge in return for the surrender of the fortress and its occupants. The guardsmen watched intently, some nudging their comrades in expectation of a swift and one-sided bloodbath. "But you have obeyed my instructions to the letter, and so, as agreed, I dismiss you all with honor from this moment on. You may leave, and are free to remain within the city. Use the years that remain to you to reflect upon the mercy displayed to you today, and be careful never to come to the throne's attention in any way. Do not mistake this magnanimous act of mercy for any lack of resolve, or you will swiftly come to regret the error." The officers were directed to leave through a gap opened for them in the ring of soldiers, and Severus turned his attention to the men of the guard, who were for the most part looking relieved by their officer's escape from the harsh penalty that might well have been applied to them. But from the first word the emperor spoke to the remaining Praetorians, it was apparent that he harbored no such merciful intentions towards them. "You men of the guard swore an oath to protect your emperor, and it was not the oath of a man based on the frontier who will never see the emperor unless a campaign brings his master to the province in question, and only then from a distance. You swore the oath of men whose daily routine took them into the palace, into his private quarters. It was the oath of men entrusted with the sacred duty of protecting the most important man in the world. You didn't just kill a man, you took your swords to the empire itself. And if that were not enough, you then sold the throne to the highest bidder, more like money-grubbing stallholders than guardians of the city's honor. He paused to allow that to sink in. You are no more worthy of Rome's trust than the most hostile of her enemies, and if you cannot be trusted, you can no longer occupy the role that has been yours since the days of the divine Augustus. Severus gave the assembled guardsmen one last contemptuous stare and turned away, his bodyguard closing ranks behind him. A deathly silence fell across the parade ground as his words sank in, and the implications of the ranks of spearmen surrounding them sank into the stunned cohorts. Scaurus turned in his saddle and smiled tightly at Marcus. "I'd say that's a fair description of what they've done to the empire. Let's see how much they like what comes next." Litus played a bleak smile across the dumbfounded Praetorians. "Former guardsmen, you are from this moment dismissed from your service, but not from your oath of loyalty to the emperor. You will be allowed to leave this place, one man at a time, placing your daggers, your belts, and your purses on the appropriate pile as you leave. You will leave the city immediately, without entering it for any reason. Further, you are also forbidden from coming within 100 miles of Rome, on pain of instant execution, without either trial or the right of appeal." He waited for a moment while the sickening nature of their fall from grace became all too obvious on the faces of the men staring back at him over the helmeted heads of his legionaries. Exiled from the city and stripped of their gold and the belts that marked them as soldiers, they were instantly reduced to penury, and fit only for manual labor far from their homes and families, whose fate would be equally uncertain. "As many of you as possible will be subjected to a thorough search before you are allowed to leave, and any man found to be hiding gold anywhere about his person will be severely punished. Return what you stole from the empire, and you will be allowed to leave without violence and with your worthless lives intact. And be grateful that you have been spared that much." You should have seen their faces, Imperator. It was sublime. I swear I could hear them grinding their teeth as they were forced to drop their purses and walk away. A few of them refused to surrender the trappings of their previous lives and had to be forcibly stripped of their boots, belts, and purses, which was, of course, all the excuse my men needed to give them a beating. And you'd be surprised at the number of them that tried to smuggle their gold away in the only obvious place. Litus was sprawled on a couch in the palace of Domitian's massive triclinium, the formal dining area overlooking the city. His place, adjacent to Severus's own couch, emphasized his place in the imperial retinue, the closest to the emperor of all of his personal circle who were present. Scaurus and Marcus were standing guard on the dinner party, along with a dozen of the emperor's former legion bodyguards, men who had taken up the Praetorians' weapons and armor to transform themselves into the guardsmen that the emperor had decreed would be their role henceforth. The most priceless moment was when one of their cavalrymen couldn't persuade his horse to stop following him away, and was forced to kill the beast with his dagger. For a moment I thought he'd realized that either the horse had to die or he did. But then he cut his own throat as well. He was so upset by the whole thing. I tell you, the looks on their faces. The two friends exchanged glances at this further proof of Litus's brutal nature, but Severus simply nodded, unaffected by the story. I wish I could have stayed to enjoy their discomfiture, but I had more important tasks to be performing. Quite so, Imperator. Lytus dipped his head in recognition of his master's point. And the Senate were appropriately respectful? Severus snorted. The Senate were the usual nest of vipers. They'll do as they're told for the time being, but I know them all too well. There'll be a dinner in a dozen places this evening, all fixated on plotting. Some of them will be minded to follow me, for the time being at least, waiting to see how I fare against Niger and Albinus. After all, I have over half the Empire's legions in my pocket, and Rome under my boot. That makes for decent odds, I'd say. Lytus nodded, all too well aware that his master's entry to the city had been one calculated to inspire fear and obedience in the populace, no matter what their social rank was. Although he had changed out of his general's armour into a toga at the city's gate and continued into Rome on foot, he had been accompanied by his entire army, legions and cavalry, with the former trailing the Praetorian standards in the dust in an unmistakable signal of their supremacy. At his command they had been quartered all over the city, in public buildings of all sorts, including temples and shrines, and their overbearing behaviour and refusal to pay for produce and other goods taken from the city's merchants had inspired exactly the fear in the populace that he'd wanted to achieve. But you believe there will be those who choose otherwise? The Emperor shrugged with a knowing look. Of course. Niger is well supported among the plebs, and Albinus is a canny enough politician. They will both have their supporters, and of course they will know that I'll have to move on one of my two rivals soon enough. And so they'll bide their time and wait for me to leave the city and take my Praetorians with me, I'd imagine. In the meantime, I'll do my best to disarm their urge to resist. Oh? Severus raised a wry eyebrow at his general. I know. Your choice in my place would be a good-sized purge to bring the gold in and put them in their place, but that's not my calculation. Not yet, at least. Tomorrow I will address the Senate, and I will assure them that there will be no such persecution. Indeed, I have it in mind to tell them that I will always consult with them before executing any of their number. I will also order a state funeral for Pertinax to give the man the honour he deserves for his attempt to steer the empire back onto a straight course. And in doing so, I will, incidentally, as will be noted by all sensible historians, link myself to the man's honesty and probity, and, of course, indirectly to the man whose example he revered, Marcus Aurelius. Clever of you, Imperator. Severus ignored the sycophantic comment. I need to chart a course through these next few months that will enable us to hold on to power while we put Niger in his place, which is to say, communing with the spirits of his ancestors. Speaking of which, we need to start planning the campaign to dig him out of his hole in Antioch. Once we've got his head, I'll make sure that's one city that won't forget its disrespect for a long time to come. Disrespect, Imperator? Marcus wondered if he detected a slightly sardonic note in the question, but if Severus realized that the question was intended to draw him out on the subject, he was too eager to vent his irritation not to follow the cue. They were unwise enough to make sport of me in public when I was governor of Syria for a short time, after Pertinax's removal from the position several years ago. They knew I wouldn't be there any longer than it would take for a fast warship to deliver my successor, and they certainly made it clear that they didn't have any respect for a temporary role-holder. When we retake the city, they're gonna find out that the price for disrespect of a Roman legatus will make the fun they had with me all those years ago a very expensive pleasure indeed. He put his plate down and stood up. a signal that the meal was over. "I've no appetite for poetry tonight. You can send the entertainers away. I'm going to have my first decent bath for a month and get to bed. Tomorrow, after the morning acclamation, we'll have an initial council to work out our next steps." He shot a glance at the waiting Praetorians. "Make sure you're there, Rutilius Scaurus. You've earned your place in the room in the last few days. We might well have use of your campaigning skills in the months to come."
Chapter 4.
"At least you get to see your uncle receive the decent funeral that he was denied at the time of his death."
Scaurus nodded at Julius's sober sentiment, looking across the forum at the shrine that had been erected beneath the raised platform of the rostra at the foot of the Capitoline Hill. Lavishly decorated with gold and ivory, it contained a funeral bier of equal opulence that housed a wax effigy of Pertinax dressed in the full ceremonial uniform of an emperor celebrating a triumph. The replica's facial features had been modelled so closely on those of the man whose life was to be celebrated that even he had to admit that it perfectly captured the dead emperor's likeness. "I could wish that such extravagance was unnecessary, but I cannot fault the sentiment." The forum was packed with the men of the Senate and their families, with hundreds of men from Severus's newly formed Praetorian Guard carefully arrayed to control the event. There was a large crowd of the usual hangers-on, rich members of the senatorial and equestrian classes and their clients, and the new prefect of the guard was taking no chances that one of their number might be an infiltrating assassin in the pay of either of the two factions rivaling the new ruling group. At the sounding of a mournful horn note, Severus led the senators forward, Silo on one side and Litus the other. The men in the crowd following them had their togas turned inside out to hide the purple edging that signified their rank, while the women were wearing suitably muted clothing and had only their wedding rings for jewelry to signify mourning. A pair of guard centurions flanked the imperial party, alert for any sign of trouble, and clearly ready to drop their silver-tipped vine sticks and draw their swords. Severus knelt on one knee before the shrine for a long moment, and the entire body of the Senate emulated the gesture, although, as the result of prior discussion, Marcus suspected, they went down on both knees as a gesture of respect to their fallen emperor. At length the emperor rose and approached the bier alone, spending some moments communing with the dead man's spirit before stepping back and turning to face the crowd, raising his voice to be heard above the inevitable susurration of whispered comments. "Helvius Pertinax gave his life for Rome, and so we will show him the utmost respect for his sacrifice. I have taken his name in his honor." "And not because it makes him look like some sort of avenger, then?" Julius smirked from his place in their line, maintaining the facade of his new rank as a Praetorian centurion, even while passing comment on the emperor's feigned grief. "And now we honor our fallen brother, and praise him as a Roman hero whose murder has robbed the empire of a favored son, a great man whose only desire was to lead his people to new glory. Let us send him to commune with the spirits of the emperors who have gone before him to the underworld, so that they may know the great honor he brought to the city." At another note from the horn, a parade of palace servants bearing the busts of great Romans from the Republican and Imperial past processed past the shrine. "The divine Julius, the blessed Augustus, Vespasian, Trajan, Hadrian, Marcus Aurelius. They're bringing out all of the great men to welcome my uncle to the underworld, aren't they?" Scaurus's muttered comment reached Julius, who snorted a mirthless laugh. "Too soon for Commodus, though.
give it time. The tribune's gaze remained level, but his response was acerbic in tone. Severus is already talking about himself as Commodus's brother, so as to wrap himself in shared glory. The busts of famous men of the city and those of other countries were paraded past the shrine, followed by a salute by the massed legion cavalry in a none too subtle hint at Severus's military power, children rushing out with baskets to collect the dung dropped by the hundreds of horses as they passed. The lament was then delivered by a choir before the careful placing of funeral gifts at the bier's foot. With this, the commemoration of Pertinax's life was declared to be complete, all but for the eulogy, which Severus delivered at some length. Concluding his oration with the fervent wish that Pertinax's spirit might fly over the city like a majestic eagle, to look down on all the good work he had done in his short reign, Severus turned to the waiting priests and signalled that his address was complete. "Is that it? My feet feel like they've swollen to twice their size, just from standing here." Scaurus laughed at Dubnus's complaint. "We're only just getting started." Deconstructing the shrine with swift, practiced skill, the priests passed the bier to the waiting equestrian pallbearers, who shouldered their burden and set off for the Campus Martius, with emperor and senate following close behind. Some of the senators beat their breasts in a display of grief and shame that they had allowed so great a man to fall to an assassin's blade, while others played a haunting dirge on flutes, their music echoing from the stone buildings around them in a discordant wail that set Marcus's teeth on edge. On a piece of open ground close to the mausoleum of Augustus, a towering 3-story-high pyre had been built in readiness for the dead emperor's cremation, topped with a shining gilded chariot that Scaurus recognized as one which his uncle had used a couple of times during his short reign. The bier and its accompanying funeral gifts were placed inside the pyre with impressive speed. Severus and the most notable dignitaries kissed the wax effigy, and then the year's consuls lowered lighted torches to the oil-soaked kindling, carefully placed to have the structure ablaze in short order. As the first smoke rose, black and greasy from the burning oil, a man standing close to the familiar pulled on a thick cord to perform the ceremony's last piece of showmanship. Freed from its cage inside the pyre, an eagle flapped free and climbed on the fire's first wave of heat, flying up into the clear sky before swooping down on a flock of doves conveniently released at the right moment. Severus turned to the senators as the bird of prey tore down through the scattering birds, taking one in its claws and beating away across the river to consume it at leisure, away from the pall of smoke rising from the pyre. "You see, he is deified, and like an eagle, his divine spirit descends to seek vengeance on those responsible for his death. He is telling me not to let his murder go unavenged, and all those who encouraged such a base act will not go unpunished." Scaurus nodded knowingly. "See what he did there? He won't name his rival in public, but he just put Niger on trial in absentia and declared him guilty without any hesitation whatsoever. And all we have to do now is fight our way through 6 legions to bring the guilty man to justice." The Domitian's palace concilium was a good-sized room, but the number of Severus's senior officers who had been summoned to join his inner council meant that it was barely large enough to accommodate them all. Uncertain why the emperor had specifically invited them to attend, Scaurus and Marcus placed themselves by the room's door, where they could hope to go unnoticed, Praetorian officers simply doing their duty. Marcus, recognizing a familiar face across the room, directed Scaurus's attention to the newcomer. It turns out that Fabius Silo read his future with great accuracy. He is indeed part of Severus's inner circle. I see he's even matched his beard to the emperor's favoured style. The senator had indeed made a change to more closely align with his master. His beard no longer one shaggy mass, but oiled and combed to form two spiral-shaped clumps that fell from his chin. He met both men's eyes in turn, nodding his recognition in a slightly regal manner. "Gentlemen," the chief lictor called the meeting to order, casting an imperious gaze around the room until all conversation had ceased, before nodding to the doorway where his master was waiting. "The Emperor!" Severus swept in, taking a seat at the head of the table and waving a hand for the council members to be seated. He waited for them all to take their places before speaking. "We are here to plan the military defeat of the pretender Pescennius Niger. So," he looked around the table, "Rossius Vitulus, you have control of the treasury for the expedition to the east. Are we in a good condition to prepare to march?" "Indeed, Imperator. Donations from the Senate have been brisk under the encouragement of our new colleague, Aquilius Felix." The emperor turned to the former centurion, who had been allocated a place closer to his own seat than might have been expected to be granted to a man of such apparent lowly status. "You are to be congratulated, Felix. None of my former colleagues saw fit to decline the opportunity to fund a war against Niger, a man many of them secretly hoped would be their emperor." The centurion smiled, shaking his head. "I simply suggested that they should each consider this very moment, Imperator, when you ask me which of them were forthcoming with their gold. I also invited them each to reflect on the disfavor they might experience for being the only man who failed to make a suitable donation to our shared cause, given that every other man asked had of course been both swift and generous in his support." Severus smiled broadly. "I presume you did the rounds of the men known to support me first?" "Of course, Imperator. With 100 senators and more already committed, it would have taken a brave man to be the first to decline. And, of course, we also have the significant amount of gold that was confiscated from the Praetorians, which further fattens the purse available to you." Very good indeed. I'll have other tasks for you, I expect." Severus's attention shifted to his next associate. "Fulvius Plautianus, what news do you have for us?" Marcus and Scaurus exchanged a glance. Plautianus, the emperor's cousin and lifelong friend, elevated to the rank of Praetorian prefect, was known to be totally ruthless. His reply confirmed his reputation. "I have good news, Imperator. My agents have in the last week taken hostages from the families of several of Niger's leading supporters, including his general Acelius Aemilianus' sons. And last night we took the greatest prize of all, the pretender Niger's own children." "Excellent!" The emperor, who would already have heard such good news and planned this exchange to make the most of it in the meeting, clenched a fist and slammed it down on the council table with a resounding crash. "That will give him pause for reflection as to the course he is taking. He can still step back from the brink of disaster if he sees reason. But since Aemilianus had the nerve to imply that he might side with us for a time before throwing in with Niger, I will have his fucking head whether he surrenders or is taken alive." He turned to Silo, who drew himself up in his seat in anticipation of some sort of honor for his part in the events that had seen Severus ascend to the throne. "You, Fabius Silo, have been a stalwart of my cause. You managed to guide Commodus's corpse to a safe and dignified burial, thanks to your membership of the priesthood of Hadrianus, and you were instrumental in making sure that my sons evaded any threat of capture by the agents of the usurper who thronged the city. And with my own sons safe, while we now have such powerful hostages, we have the decisive advantage if the need should arise for such leverage. And that is before we come to your masterful handling of the Senate, keeping them quiescent while we entered the city and took control. I shall issue a proclamation that from now on you are to be titled Comes Imperatoris. Silo bowed his head in recognition of the compliment. I am honored to a greater degree than any deed of mine has earned, but I will endeavor to earn the title of Companion of the Emperor, and will always be at your service, Imperator. Severus inclined his head fractionally in acceptance of his lieutenant's vow of loyalty, then looked around the table at the other members of the council. So, gentlemen, we have the gold we need to go to war, and we have the advantage over Niger that we can exert familial pressure on both the pretender himself and his leading general, who is also the most eminent man supporting his doomed bid for the throne. And Albinus's army in Britannia has been neutralized by the simple and cheap expedient of giving him the meaningless title of Caesar. Let that fool believe he will inherit the throne when I die, for as long as he stays gullible, and we will have all the time we need to settle matters in the East before turning on him at our leisure. All we need to do now is to decide how to go about defeating Niger. Julius Litus, having not yet been consulted, clearly felt it was his place to have an opinion. Imperator, But if the emperor heard him start speaking, he showed no signs of recognizing his lieutenant. And so this is what I have decided. He looked at Silo, who stiffened in his chair in anticipation of his reward. The latest reports from our spies in Antioch tell us that the usurper plans to cross the Straits of the Propontis and secure them from being crossed by our armies. He will, of course, occupy and fortify Byzantium, with the plan of using it as the anvil on which to swing the hammer of his army, if we are foolish enough to commit to a full siege. And so, while we will march east deliberately and in strength, an advance guard of a single legion will be thrown ahead of our main force with all possible speed to disrupt his preparations. Litus's face took on the beginnings of a guarded smile at the news that a legion was to have the honor of leading the army against Niger, with the expectation that it must surely be his own 14th Gemina. But his satisfaction was short-lived. Severus continued, his face a hard, expressionless mask. The legion I have chosen for so distinguished a task will be the 4th Flavia Felix, whose legionaries arrived some days ago from Singidunum, and I have decided that as his reward for securing my children from the usurper's agents and making clear to his fellow senators that there was nothing to be gained in resisting my procession to the throne, and much to be lost, he paused, and the colour seemed to drain from Silo's face, I name Lucius Fabius Silo as their legatus. He will lead the 4th Legion into battle in my name, and frustrate our enemies' designs by forcing them to deal with an attack much sooner than they will have expected. Litus's smile faded, but in his eyes Marcus wondered if he could see a hint of relief. A legion recently arrived after a 50-day march from the province of Moesia would be less than happy to be turned around and marched back in the other direction without a lengthy rest, and a chance to enjoy all that Rome had to offer that the other legions from the Danubius were already enjoying. Severus looked around the table as if challenging all present with the task of managing such a difficult situation. From the studied neutrality of his expression, Silo was far from satisfied with the emperor's decision, but also knew there was no good way to challenge him on it. The senator inclined his head with grave dignity. I thank you for your trust, Imperator. Neither myself nor my legion will let you down. I know that only too well, Lucius, Severus smiled thinly. "And now to discuss the disposition of our main army." Lightus's look of dissatisfaction smoothed over in an instant, in clear anticipation of some reward for his part in the triumphant march of the Pannonian legions from Carnuntum. But the emperor turned to another man at the table with his next edict. "Tiberius Claudius Candidus, you will in turn take command of the province of Pannonia's 4 legions and their supporting auxiliaries." Scaurus snorted soft amusement. "That's every legion that marched south with him. No pressure, then." Severus stood and walked around the table to where Candidus had been sitting quietly and with the look of a man who was comfortable in his role as one of Severus's legion legates. "You will form them into an army that we will call the Exercitus Illyricus, and your title will be Dux Exercitus Illyricii. While other legions pin our enemy in place, your army will be the hammer we use to break his strength." The newly promoted Candidus looked surprised for a moment, then got quickly to his feet and saluted. "As you command, Imperator, so I will deliver it." "I know you will, Legatus Augustus. And now let us consider the map and discuss the details of how we will take this war to the pretender's front door." Any amusement that Scaurus might have felt at the predicament into which Silo found himself unexpectedly pitched was swiftly extinguished by Severus's parting comments to the 4th Flavia Felix's new legatus, as the meeting of his concilium drew to a close. Silo bowed, repeated the gratitude he was probably far from feeling at his new command, and was making his way from the room when the emperor called to him, having waited until he had reached the door where Scaurus and Marcus were standing. "Oh, and Lucius," the senator turned back, his face already carefully composed. "Imperator, it is how long since you commanded a legion? 15 years? Silo conceded the point with a small nod. "Almost, Imperator. I commanded 14th Flavia Firma before becoming your neighbor as the governor of Gallia Narbonensis." If the reminder of their joint status as provincial governors a decade before was intended to make the point that a legion command was beneath his expectations, it evidently failed to have any impact on the emperor's chain of thought. "In Syria, as I recall." "Indeed, Imperator, as Syrian legion, with all that implies." From the look on his face, Silo was only too well aware of the reputation for indolence and indulgence that the Eastern legions had among the army of the empire's western provinces. While not necessarily based on fact, the cultural differences between the two ends of the Middle Sea were mercilessly exploited by the Western armies whenever the opportunity provided itself. The clear, if unspoken, implication being that he would have learned little of the art of war from such a soft posting. Severus smiled indulgently, flicking a glance at Scaurus. "Given that lengthy gap since your last military experience and the nature of your last command, I have decided to provide you with some officers whose experience of commanding Eastern legions in combat is more recent. Rutilius Scaurus." Scaurus snapped to attention, already quite sure of what it was the emperor intended. "Imperator?" Severus walked across the concilium chamber until they were eye to eye. "I chose you to be the messenger I sent to Fabius Silo for 2 reasons. Can you guess what they were?" "Assuming that neither of them was based on the trust of long experience, Imperator." Realizing that he might well be on thin ice, he pressed on swiftly. "I would imagine that you wanted to send in a man who wouldn't be afraid to confront the Praetorians, or to execute Julianus, for that matter. That would be one of the reasons, I assumed, was behind the honor of your selecting me for the task." Severus nodded slowly. "Perceptive and ruthlessly honest. And the other reason?" "I did not see it until you asked the question, Imperator." You wish me to accompany the legatus to the east with his new command, and to assist him in bending to his will a legion that may well be resistant to making the return journey so soon." Severus nodded, his eyes on the younger man. "I see that you are indeed a man to watch. If you manage to survive the next few months, that is. You do understand the Fourth Legion's proposed role as Niger and I jockey for position at the gateway to Asia?" "I do, Imperator." Scarus looked the Emperor in the eyes, unafraid of any implied challenge. "You wish the Exercitus Illyricus to have as much time as it needs to come to full fighting strength. 4 fully manned legions and their auxiliaries make for a brutally powerful hammer, if swung at the right moment. And when that blow falls, you want it to be composed of 40,000 men who are as hard as iron, which means that Claudius Candidus will need time to bring them to peak condition. As I said," Severus regarded him levelly, his expression unreadable, "you are an intelligent and, I hear, a resourceful man. Exactly the right person to assist my old ally Lucius in what, from some perspectives, could seem to be something of a suicide mission. Sending a single legion against the entire strength of the East could easily end in disaster, even if it will indeed provide us with enough time to ready our main force." He swept both men with the same hard stare. "As the Spartan women used to say to their husbands and sons, gentlemen, come back with your shields or on them. You have the chance to write a glorious chapter in the Fourth Legion's history, or to bring lasting disappointment upon its name. In the event of the outcome being the latter, I'd suggest that neither of you comes back." An hour later, having left the palace and made their way through the crowded streets, made doubly busy by the number of soldiers wandering the city, apparently still adapting to the astonished size and scale of Rome's seemingly endless streets, the familiar were approaching the Viminal Gate. "Look at them, wide-eyed and clueless." Dubnus nudged Arminius in the ribs, indicating a tent party of legionaries who had just come through the gate and were standing staring down the Vicus Patricius, with the look of men who were struggling to adjust to its grandeur. "Poor bastards!" The German shook his head dismissively. "They've been expecting to find the streets paved with gold cobbles, and all they've found is a fresh coating of shit. Like getting a beautiful woman into bed only to discover that her tits are nothing but padding, and her teeth began their life sticking out of an elephant's face."
Letanapos. Pause the words for a moment and give your mind a gentle rest. Coming up is a soothing melody for your relaxation. Take a deep breath, relax your body, and enjoy this peaceful interlude before we continue with our story.
He breathed in deeply. "Also, to be fair, they have been lucky enough to smell her delicate perfume. What, that subtle combination of horse shit, slaughterhouse blood, and dead dog?" Arminius nodded cheerfully. "That's the one. It's no wonder the emperors all wear perfume." Morban spoke up from behind him. "I'll wager 2 for 1 that this emperor doesn't use the stuff. A brisk rub under his armpits with some rough soap and a chin scrape with a dagger will be enough for a man like that. Not a chance." Dubnus half turned to send the former standard-bearer a disparaging glance. "Once that gang of plucked and painted hermaphrodites that run the palace get hold of him, they'll have him smelling like a cross between a rosebush and a whore's crotch-scarf, before he's had time to realize what they're about." Walking a few paces behind the squabbling soldiers with Scaurus and Marcus, Silo was still bemoaning his recent downturn in fortunes, as he perceived it. "Did you know Severus was going to give me this poisoned cup to drink from?" Scaurus looked at him before replying, a note of disbelief in his voice. "A legion command, legatus? Poisoned?" The senator raised a jaundiced eyebrow at the younger man. "Don't pretend you don't know what I mean, Rutilius Scaurus. I would have been better off with a pat on the back and the suggestion that I might return to my position as an influential member of the Senate, a position of honor suited to a man of my age and seniority, membership of the Arval brothers, perhaps, or something equally prestigious, requiring no real effort and posing no significant risk. I thought my soldiering days were long behind me, instead of which you find yourself with the unenviable task of having to take a legion of unknown capabilities all the way to Thrace, and from there more or less straight into battle. I do see your point. But what am I to do?" Scaurus shook his head in feigned incomprehension at the senator's question. "You can only obey the emperor's orders, surely." Silo's anger flashed to the surface of his previous careful composure. "That's easy for you to say, Tribune. You are the hero of any number of battles against the odds, I believe, whereas my own military service was sadly lacking in any such opportunity for glory. And while I would have welcomed the opportunity as a younger man, I am no longer sufficiently foolish." Silo caught the sardonic note in the younger man's voice. "Enthusiastic, shall we say?" Scaurus allowed the following silence to lengthen until Silo had no choice but to be the first to speak. "But now I'm just an aging politician without the first idea about how to go about this job that Severus has dumped on me as the reward for my loyalty, or any appetite for it, which is presumably why he dumped me on you as well. Putting it a little harshly, perhaps, yes. You were born for this." Scaurus nodded. "I can see your point, and I am willing to assist you in more ways than a mere tribune would usually dare to suggest. But this only works one way. You have to delegate your authority to me completely. There can be no picking and choosing which of my commands you decide to approve." Silo laughed softly. "And if I agree to that condition, and then renege on the agreement, if the moment comes when I believe your decisions will get us all killed, then you, legatus, will be the first across the river to the underworld. We will be alone, without any support for hundreds of miles, and that means that if we are to survive, we'll have to be both cunning and lucky. If you make any attempt to undermine my orders that I believe will get men killed unnecessarily, then I will have no choice but to kill you and take formal command. Be under no illusions. It's your choice. I'll run your legion for you and discharge the Emperor's orders the best way I know how, but in return you will make it my legion in all but name. You may take this offer or leave it as you see fit, but either accept the offer with full understanding of its conditions, or reject it and find your own path to death or glory." Their legion's camp was at the far end of the legion's encampment, the fourth having arrived last, furthest from the river, and Marcus was interested to see the condition of the legionaries through whom they were walking to reach it. Men were sprawled on the ground around their tents, many of them apparently the worse for wear after the previous night's alcoholic and sexual heroics. "This all looks very relaxed. They seem to be spending the Emperor's gold in anticipation of actually receiving it." Julius laughed acerbically. "That's putting it mildly. They look like they wouldn't put up a decent fight against a gang of 12-year-olds, never mind Niger's legions." As if to underline his point, a white-faced legionary staggered out of his tent and vomited copiously across the grass beside it, drawing a chorus of abuse from the men around him, more than one of whom looked as if they were hovering on the edge of following his example. "Your new command isn't going to be in any better condition than these animals." Scaurus looked at Silo with an uncompromising expression. "And they're not going to want to go to war, having only just arrived, especially with the Pannonian legions showing no signs of moving, and half their number having just been turned into guardsmen, with all the benefits that will bring them, which means that we're going to have to be somewhat brutal with our boys. And, Legatus, it's a long way from Rome to Thrace. Any commander willing to beast the poor fools back onto the road is going to be nobody's favourite. You've been commanded to put your head into the lion's mouth. Now do you see why I am only willing to take this task on if I have complete freedom of action?" They had reached the Fourth's Praetorium, a cluster of headquarters tents that had been erected in a somewhat haphazard manner, without any apparent regard to the usual military fixation with neatness and order. There were no sentries to be seen, only a few men sitting around and eyeing up the newcomers with little interest and what appeared to be a good deal of quiet derision. "Right, there it is, your new command, and it's time to decide. How do you want to do this?" Silo nodded briskly, looking almost as queasy as the soldiers they had passed earlier. "They're all yours, Tribune." "Senior Tribune. You will always address me as Senior Tribune, and my centurion here," he beckoned Julius to his side, "as First Spear." The senator frowned. "But surely the legion will already have a senior centurion?" Scaurus smiled thinly. "He's not much in evidence, is he?" He turned to the waiting Briton. "All yours." Julius looked over at the grinning legionaries, who were assuming from his uniform that he was a Praetorian. "What happens if I break one or two of them?" Scaurus shrugged. "We'll have to get some more to replace them, but try not to break too many, eh?" The Briton nodded, starting forward with his face set in an intimidating scowl. "You want a hand with that?" He looked back at Dubnus, who was grinning at him knowingly, then turned back with a nod. "Actually, you could help me. Hold this, will you?" He passed the disgusted Briton his vitis. "In case I need to use both hands for a spot of vigorous disciplining. I'll let you know if I need anything else. For the time being, just do what you do best. Which is, fuck all, obviously." He strode across to the legionaries, who promptly stopped their sniggering and tried to put on an approximation of solemnity. "Right, who's first?" The biggest and most self-assured of the soldiers was the first to speak. "First for what, Praetorian?" "Well volunteered." The big man reached down and took a handful of the speaker's tunic as he replied, effortlessly pulling him to his feet and then punching him hard in the gut and dropping him retching to the ground. "Who's next?" One of the choking soldier's comrades, still taking Julius for the Praetorian his equipment indicated he was, decided that he wasn't going to wait to receive the same treatment. "What the Pivoting at the waist, Julius delivered a powerful uppercut to the chin of the speaker as he was scrambling up, lifting him off his feet and sending him reeling back onto their tent, which collapsed under his weight. The remaining 3 soldiers backed away, casting nervous glances at the Briton's first victim, who was showing no signs of getting off the ground. "I can keep doing this all afternoon, and if I get bored, there's always that big oaf over there to take over from me. Oi!" Ignoring Dubnus's protest, he held a hand out for his vine stick. Having received it, he stepped forward, considering the soldiers predatorily. "I am a centurion, so the next man not to use my title and show some fucking respect will be getting the same treatment as they did." Realizing their mistake, the 3 men came to a sloppy attention while Julius examined his knuckles. "The second bastard had a nasty pointed chin." He gestured to the headquarters tent. "Shall we, gentlemen, If I find their eagle unguarded, I swear I'm going to kill someone." Scarus stepped forward and gently pushed him to one side. "In which case it'll be better if I'm the man to make that discovery. Far better for a tribune to administer that sort of justice than a centurion, wouldn't you say?" Julius nodded and gestured to the tent's open flap. "After you, senior tribune." Scaurus stepped into the tent to find a centurion standing at the parade rest in front of the legion's sacred eagle standard, 4 other officers standing behind him guarding the legion's pay chests. He was bareheaded, his immaculately polished helmet at his feet, and his hair was clipped close to his skull to reveal a scalp that was scored by a long white scar. "Centurion!" The officers snapped to attention at the sight of a tribune's polished bronze armor. "Sir, we will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready." "Good man. You can start by telling me why it is that you seem to be the only officers in the camp, and why you're the ones standing guard on the most sacred symbol of the trust the Empire places in your legion." The centurion's answer was clear and straightforward, and delivered with a level gaze that did him credit under the circumstances. "When the legatus and his tribunes decided to abandon us and go off to their homes in the city, the other centurions mostly wanted to follow them into Rome, none of them ever having seen it before. The few of us with more sense decided to stay and guard the praetorium to keep the eagle and the pay chests safe." Scaurus inclined his head in respect. "Understood. And you have the thanks of your new legatus for such devotion to duty." "Begging your pardon, Tribune, but—" "Who?" Scaurus shook his head. "You'll find out in due course. In the meantime, you can leave us to take your place while you go and gather the legion's centurions. All of them." "Ah, they're in the city, I know. And before you try to tell me that they have permission to be off duty, their new legatus has just rescinded it. So if you need something to motivate them with, just spread the word that any man not back in camp by nightfall who doesn't have proof of prior formal permission to leave the camp will be reduced to the rank of legionary. Other than yourselves, that is, because I suspect you'll be hunting them down well after dark. Off you go." The officer saluted and fell back on the legion's customary expression of obedience once more. "Yes, Tribune, we will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready." He picked up his helmet and went to leave, but Marcus smiled and raised a hand to halt his departure for a moment. "What's your name, Centurion?" "Justus, Tribune." "Well met, Justus. Tell me, before you leave, what was it that put the scar across your head?" The centurion smiled wanly. "A spear, Tribune. I didn't have time to find my helmet when the Germans attacked our camp in the middle of the night, and I didn't quite manage to duck in time." "You can forget my formal title, Justus. We're all warriors here." "And the man behind the spear?" "Sleeps in the German mud." Marcus nodded, stepping out of his way. "Not many of your men remember the Germanic wars, I'd imagine." "Fewer every year. And with every year standards slip away just a little." Justus nodded. "I can't deny that. And with every year I look forward to completing my 25 a little more." Marcus smiled slowly. "In that case, I have some good news for you. This legion is now under new management, and the management in question doesn't consider that sort of backsliding acceptable. Feel free to warn your fellow officers. Not that it'll make much difference, I expect." The fourth's former legatus walked into the camp shortly before nightfall, messengers sent to his house on the Quirinal Hill, high above the city's stinking slums, having delivered a letter from Silo suggesting his return. "Lucius Fabius Silo, of all the people I'd have expected to be replaced by, you have to be just about the least likely. Surely you must have hoped for something a little less—" He smiled, clearly not at all put out at losing his command, and if anything, simply amused. "Demanding." Silo inclined his head in recognition of his fellow senator's point. "You're right, of course, colleague. You can only imagine my own surprise when the Emperor decided to hand me this duty. But a man has to do his part for the Empire, does he not? It's a bit of a lucky escape for you, though, isn't it?" His fellow senator had the good grace to look rueful. "I can't deny that being retired to enjoy the comforts of my home will make a pleasant change from life on the frontier." He shot a glance at the ranks of centurions gathered on the open space in front of the praetorium, 30 or so of the legion detachment's 40 officers having already returned, still dressed in their tunics, boots and belts and all, crucially unarmed. Their first spear was standing in front of them, his expression best described as combative, clearly waiting for an opportunity to vent his spleen on someone. And I won't miss them either. You might not be aware of it, but I was a tribune with the 6th Victrix in Britannia 10 years ago. So I know what a well-commanded legion looks like. And despite all my encouragement, this is not what I'd call a well-commanded legion. Your first spear, in particular, is a man best described as venal, not to mention lazy, which is worse. Scarus, who had been listening, broke into their discussion with the ease of a man who knew that he was going to have to clean up the outgoing officer's mess. "Forgive the bluntness of my question, Legatus, but could you not simply have replaced your legion's first spear with a more suitable man? After all, the fish usually rots from the head down." Shooting a hard stare at his supposed junior, the senator was clearly disquieted to find himself already the recipient of an equally uncompromising regard in return. Silo spoke into the silence, an amused note in his voice. "I should introduce Gaius Rutilius Scarus. He is a veteran of Britannia, Dacia, Parthia. I could go on, but I suspect you'll be familiar with the name. And he's been appointed by the Emperor to provide me with the appropriate guidance to avoid getting my legion destroyed in its first battle." Scarus smiled tightly. "Which means, Senator, that while you might like to have me beaten for my insolence, you're in no position to do any such thing. And I'll repeat my question. Why not simply end the career of the one man in a position to make improvements, but failing to do so, and put a better candidate in his place?" The other man laughed tersely. "The garrison legions can be a law unto themselves, Tribune. If I'd retired dear old Festus, then I'd have had another man, just like him, proposed as his replacement by the legion's centurionate, with some not-so-subtle hints that failure to agree to his promotion wouldn't be popular with the men. And since the centurions controlled the legionaries, I have no doubt the threat was an effective one, in a roundabout manner." Scarus nodded knowingly. "Ah, so that's the way it is. Thank you for the clarity, Senator." He waited for the niceties of the handover of command to be completed, and the outgoing legatus to make his way back towards the city, before issuing the command the men standing around the group of officers were waiting for. "Light the torches." With sunset close and the sky already turning purple in the east, an alternative form of illumination had been organized. Dozens of torches ringing the impromptu parade ground, and at Scarus's command they were lit. Calling for silence and waiting patiently until the hubbub of commands and the bustle of his order being obeyed had died away, he addressed the surly group. "Centurions of the 4th Legion, I am Senior Tribune Gaius Rutilius Scarus. As of today, your legion has a new commander, Lucius Fabius Silo. The Emperor has thanked your former legatus for his service and excused him from further service. Why has he done this at this time, you might well be wondering? The answer is simple. We will be marching for the east at dawn the day after tomorrow, acting as the vanguard legion." He stopped speaking as a growing grumble of discontent reached his ears, and waited in silence until it died away, the assembled officers realizing that he was staring at them in silent disgust. "Gentlemen, The next man to open his mouth, unless I invite him to speak, will be disciplined. If you can't behave like officers, then you will be treated like common legionaries, harshly." He nodded to Julius, who signalled Dubnus to step forward, flanked by his hulking axemen. "Now, where was I before I was so unwisely interrupted? Ah, yes, we will be marching east as the Emperor's vanguard legion. The fourth will have the honour, indeed the privilege, of being the first men into battle against the pretender Niger's eastern legions." He paused, waiting for any response, while Dubnus and his men scanned the centurion's ranks with open hostility. "Does nobody have anything to say? No expressions of zealous delight at the Emperor's faith in you? No? Very well, let's get down to business then." He walked up to the scowling first spear and looked the man in the eye. "First spear Festus, is it?" The senior centurion, seeing the opportunity to vent his frustration, nodded furiously. "Yes, Tribune, and I must complain in the strongest of terms about the way—" Scaurus raised a hand to silence him, putting his open palm within inches of the discomfited centurion's face. "I'll stop you there, Festus." His expression was unchanged, but even though he spoke quietly, his voice had taken on a frosty note that left the centurion facing him under no illusions as to the state of his temper. "I asked you a question which you answered adequately. When I want you to comment further, I'll ask you to do so. Understood?" Festus's jaw rippled with his efforts to keep his temper under control. "Yes, Tribune. That's senior Tribune to you, First Spear. And just in case you've forgotten how a legion's command structure works, I'm the one who tells you what to do." Scaurus stepped in closer, putting his face within inches of the older man's, wrinkling his nose at the stink of wine on his breath. "If I order you to take your own life, your only question of me should be whether I want you to cut your own throat or just fall on your sword. Understood?" The senior centurion nodded, his bluster seemingly having evaporated. "Yes, Senior Tribune." "Good. You do retain at least a rudimentary grasp of discipline, then. And yet that doesn't seem to extend to your control of your men, does it? I ordered your officers to be back in camp by nightfall, and yet a good quarter of them aren't to be seen. I presume they all have official leave to be absent, recorded in the daily orders?" Festus frowned. "The daily orders?" "The daily orders, Senior Tribune. Don't make me remind you again. It is usual, indeed it is mandated under imperial military regulations, that no man should be allowed to leave the legion's camp or body of march without formal permission, recorded in writing by the legion clerks. If you want to send men to hunt wild beasts, it has to be recorded. If you allow a man to go home to visit his family, it has to be recorded. And, First Spear, if you decide to allow your men to go drinking and whoring in Rome, it has to be recorded. So tell me, where are those records?" The senior centurion unwisely chose to make attack his defense. "If I had been allowed access to the administrative tent, you would have retrospectively written up the permissions required for 34 of your 40 officers to be absent without record." "What?" Scaurus leaned in closely, almost whispering in the senior centurion's ear. "You have two choices right now, Festus. One is to continue to lie and bluster, and to deny the obvious truth that you have allowed the men behind you to absent themselves without any hint of control, which, given no evidence to the contrary, will see you summarily tried, sentenced, and executed. The other is to admit to your error, making your officers' lack of cooperation with your commands not to leave their duties without permission very clear, at which point I'd imagine I can persuade Legatus Silo to reach a reasonable conclusion as to a more lenient penalty. Your choice." He straightened up and raised his voice to be heard by all. First Spear Festus, would you like to say anything before I ask the Legion clerks to show me the evidence as to whether you and your centurions had formal permission to leave the camp? The senior centurion dithered for a moment, saw the absolute certainty in Scaurus's eyes, and decided not to gamble. Senior Tribune, I have to report a gross lapse in discipline. In the absence of our legatus, who had ridden into the city with his staff officers, I allowed my centurions to leave the camp without formally recording their names and expected dates of return. I would have insisted that they go through the correct procedure, but they were all in too much of a hurry to listen to me. The men behind him were shaking their heads in disbelief, but as the first voices were raised in protest, Scaurus roared a command at them that made Festus flinch, such was its ferocity. "Be quiet! The next men to so much as breathe loudly can have an advanced taste of the scourge." He turned back to the first spear. "To continue." The abashed senior centurion shook his head, his eyes fixed on the ground. "There's nothing more to say, Tribune, sir. I know that I was weak, but they didn't allow me to do the right thing." One of the men behind him stepped forward, bunching his fists, his face contorted with rage. "You fucking liar! You fucked off into the city and left the rest of us to—" Dubnus stepped in and punched him to the ground, putting a hand on his dagger to forestall any action by the fallen centurion's comrades. Scaurus shook his head in disgust. "A gross breach of discipline. Take him away, give him a dozen lashes, and then bring him back for sentencing, along with the rest of them." Dubnus signalled to two of his axemen, who stepped in and effortlessly hauled the dizzied officer to his feet, dragging him away with his boots scraping across the grass. His fellow centurions stared at each other in dismay at the realization that they were in deep trouble sank in. Scaurus turned back to the first spear. "First Spear Festus, you have, by your own admission, been guilty of a quite astonishing breach of imperial regulations. Your failure to control your mutinous officers resulted in the Legion's camp being abandoned by all but a very small number of loyal officers, without whose presence the Legion's eagle would have been left unprotected, along with the pay chests. I will now consult with the Legion's new legatus to decide upon your fate and that of the men you command." He walked back to join Silo, beckoning Julius to join them. "If we're going to do this, then it has to be done hard and fast. There are no half measures possible with undisciplined animals like those. We have to dig out all of the rot, or it will continue to fester and poison the Legion. And I don't want to wake up with some disaffected officer's dagger in my guts. So here's what I've decided you need to order." "You want what, Grandad?" The prefect in charge of the main armory looked down at Morban with an expression that combined superiority with disdain for such an obviously lesser mortal. The brick-built warehouse and the workshops that supplied its contents were a sprawling hive of activity, with cartloads of wood and iron being delivered to feed into the production of swords, spears, knives, and other staple items of a legionary's fighting kit. Having waited in line until several other officers, all centurions, had spoken with the prefect and left seemingly empty-handed, the former standard-bearer had made his opening gambit, ignoring the other man's dismissive tone and replying with a single word. "Spears?" Marcus was reasonably sure that without his own forbidding presence and that of a grinning Arminius behind Morban, the Briton would already have been ejected from the prefect's office. The wooden-walled space was just big enough for a chair and desk, and its windows looked out onto the warehouse's racks of weaponry intended for the equipping of the Empire's new soldiers. "You want spears, do you? Even assuming that letter of authority is genuine, He raised a hand to point at the scroll on his desk and seemed to be about to cast doubt on its authenticity when something in Marcus's face changed his mind. "Look, we just don't have any spare equipment. Haven't you heard? Every legion from the northern frontier is in town to put a new man on the throne, and every one of them is now recruiting for a war in the east against another man that wants to take his place." Marcus decided to assist in moving the discussion on to the point at which Morban's skills would be of more value in dealing with the man with whom they needed to do business. "And every new recruit needs to be equipped, right?" "Exactly, Tribune. Every bloody legion legatus thinks that all he has to do is send a shit-kicking centurion down here to hold my feet to the fire, and I'll just cough up the equipment they need out of thin air. Helmets and armor and swords and shields and boots and tunics and cloaks and cooking pots and spears. Yes, and spears. 2 spears per man, and some more to replace the ones the stupid bastards managed to bend so badly that they can't be thrown any more. And they think all they have to do is sign for them, so that the palace can accept the expenditure, and that's all it takes. I've had legates in here telling me that if they don't get what they want, then they'll report me to Severus, like that's going to magic the kit they want out of thin air." Morban smiled knowingly, picking up the thread of what the prefect hadn't yet realized was a negotiation. "And if you offer them auxiliary equipment, they don't take the disappointment well. Am I right?" "Oh, it's not the legates. They wouldn't know the difference between a legion's spear and their own pink asparagus. It's the blasted centurions." He affected the deep and slightly stupid-sounding voice of an imaginary centurion. "The legion issue pilum must have shanked iron heads of no less than a foot long from the wooden shaft. The purpose of this design is to improve penetration and also make the spear harder to remove from a shield once it's been thrown. The spears you are offering us do not have shanked heads, but are just spearheads riveted to wooden shafts, which are not fit for legion use. Issue me my legion peeler, and be quick about it." He shook his head in disgust. "I've got thousands of perfectly good spears, properly made, wooden-shafted hasti, with foot-long blades, evil things that'll stop a charging horse, but will they take them? Will they, buggery?" Morban grinned up at him. "So, a load of proper German-made legion peeler might be of interest to you?" The prefect's eyes narrowed. "How many and where did you steal them from?" "I haven't got any use for anything that can be traced back to the original owner, because it's honey cakes to gold coin odds that the original owner will come for replacements and realize that I'm trying to sell them their own property." The Briton shook his head with a serious expression. "No, these are the property of the legatus who's authorized me to sell them to you. 8,357 iron-shanked legion-issued peeler, which you can have straight away, for the right price." "You want to sell me your legion spears? Has your legatus gone completely mad? What are you going to do when you get into battle?" Morban grinned insouciantly. "I'm not going to do anything, because I won't be there. But this one behind me and his ugly barbarian mate will be, commanding men equipped with the wooden shaft hasti that you're going to give me as part of the deal." The prefect shook his head in disbelief. "Part of the deal? You think I'm going to give you my hasti and then pay you for your peeler? Not a chance. At the very best, I'll do you an exchange, and even then I'll want to sort the peeler by quality, weed out the bad ones. Very well." Morban turned and walked away, beckoning Marcus to follow him. "We'll sell them to your competition, and then you can deal with them instead." "Wait! What competition?" Morban winked at Marcus and turned back to face the prefect. "What, you think you're the only buyer of spears on the market?" The officer contorted his face in disbelief. "Of course I'm the only buyer of spears. Who else is going to be interested in them?" The Briton shook his head. "Under normal circumstances you'd be right.
But these aren't normal times, are they? Everybody wants peeler, and you don't have any, which means they're not just peeler, they're a commodity. I can sell my 8,357 peeler to someone who sees them as an investment and who'll give me a good price to own them now while demand is high. And you'll be left to deal with the imperial officers who'll come to see why you don't have the peeler that the centurions all want. After all, you'll have taken the money required to get them made, and this emperor is that very dangerous thing. A man with a short temper, an eye for the detail, and a liking for an exemplary execution. They'll go over your accounts like ticks settling in for the summer, and if there's anything wrong with the way you've been doing business, they'll find it all right. Good luck. But selling imperial weapons is an offence, punishable by death. Morban shrugged. I didn't give you a name, which means that I can inform on you for cheating the army, and you can't lay a finger on me. I'll just sell my spears to my friend Petrus the Greek, and you can buy from him at whatever inflated rate he fancies, when you realize that having some peeler is the only way to give the legions what they want and keep the palace off your back. The prefect shook his head with a sick expression. How many hasti do you want? Morban smiled. 4,500. What? You're going to re-equip a whole legion with second-rate spears? Marcus shook his head. They're only second-rate if you don't know how to use them. And what do you want for the peeler? Morban shrugged. Shall we say 1 aureus apiece for every 10? 2.5 denarii each. We could make it 1 aureus for 9, or even 8. You choose. Chapter 5. The legion's officers waited as Julius strode briskly through the camp towards their tight group at the column's head, his vine stick beating out a marching rhythm only he could hear against his right calf. The Fourth's legionaries were standing in the march formation with their new and unfamiliar hasti over their shoulders. Each tent party was waiting in the empty spaces where their tents had been pitched, ready to move out one at a time in a precise sequence that would put the entire legion detachment on the road in less than an hour, if performed flawlessly. Ah, here's First Spear Julius. Are we ready to march, I wonder? Silo watched his new senior centurion's progress for a moment, smiling at the way even the hardiest of his men avoided making eye contact with him. Gods, look at the man! He's every legionary's nightmare made flesh. Marcus nodded at the legatus's almost awed statement, noting that the 3 other narrow-striped Augusti Clavi tribunes who had joined them since the legion's change of command were also watching their first spear with something approaching amazement. All 3 were young men whose fathers were Silo's amici, and who had requested that he take their sons to war in order to put their feet on the first step of the cursus honorum. In the usual run of things, the legatus would have been concerned to ensure that at least one of his narrow-striped tribunes was a relatively experienced soldier, preferably with a spell in command of a 500-man auxiliary cohort under his belt. He had, however, readily agreed that in this case, with Scaurus serving as a broad-striped Laticlavius tribune, and Marcus and a still-reeling Justus as the other 2 narrow stripes, there was no such need, and he had therefore been happy to grant such favours. Scaurus smiled knowingly at the sight of Julius, back in armour and with an iron grip on his vitis. It's all effortless, of course, legatus. He's had leather lungs for so long now that even a few years of retirement hasn't slowed him down. He was retired? Scaurus turned to look at the youngest of the tribunes, the son of a noble family whose place in Rome's glorious history was beyond reproach. He nodded gravely.
with the feeling that his life experiences, since he had been the younger man's age, made the real age gap between them a good deal more than a dozen years. Lucius Furius Aculeo could trace his line back to the earliest days of the Republic, almost 700 years before, and was not shy in making sure that everyone around him was aware of that supposed superiority. To Marcus's eye, he bore a striking resemblance to a man he had known in Britannia a decade before, with hints of the same strength in his body, even if it were yet to mature into the bull-like frame of the Furius he had encountered during his first campaign. We all were, Tribune Furius. After we defeated the empire of Cush in Aegyptus, we realized that returning to Rome would be a death sentence, and so we stayed there. The younger man's eyes widened. Cush? The legendary kingdom? It actually exists? Scaurus ignored the younger man's informality. Yes, it does. Catch me at the right time and I'll tell you all about how we held a fortress on the river Nilus against 100,000 fanatics. But as for here and now, you need to remember that I am a senior tribune. When you address me, you must call me sir and show the appropriate respect. He laughed at Furius's expression of doubt. Yes, I know. No one's ever dared to address you like you're an equal before, or at least not in a way that wasn't a kindly attempt to make you more like a normal person and less like a child whose every whim was to be indulged. Your father's majordomus might have called you by your first name, and you might have been encouraged to accept that familiarity, but everyone else would have been wary of you at best. But as of now, that all changes. Each of you young men will be assigned to the oversight of a senior centurion commanding a cohort, and I have explicitly ordered those men to tell you if you're doing something wrong, albeit with a degree of respect appropriate to the situation. The young man frowned, presented with something he genuinely couldn't comprehend. Appropriate to the situation? Surely I should be treated with respect at all times. To Marcus's surprise, the newly promoted Justus answered the question. Still looking deeply uncomfortable in a bronze muscle cuirass, his hands continually fretting for the vine stick he was no longer entitled to carry, he was gradually adapting to the fact that he was now a member of the equestrian elite, thanks to Silo's agreement to Scaurus's decision to socially promote him, a decision that the palace hierarchy had been swift enough to endorse. Allow me to illuminate the question from recent experience, colleague. If it's a simple matter of military practice, and we're not in battle, your centurion will probably have a quiet word in private. Nobody wants to be the cause of upset, after all. But if we're in battle, or if whatever you've ordered looks likely to cause loss of life, then he may be forced to correct you somewhat more swiftly, and, quite likely, publicly. It's just how it has to be, sometimes, to avoid men dying needlessly. Furius's frown deepened to something closer to incredulity. But what if I'm not prepared to accept such a lack of respect? Marcus smiled tolerantly. Respect doesn't come from who you are. It comes from what you do. Stand alongside your men in a battle line when the enemy are thrusting spears at you from 4 feet away and screaming about cutting your balls off, and if you can keep from shitting yourself, then you'll be on the way to earning respect. Until you've shared that experience with your men, the best you can hope for is obedience, at least to your face. The tribune looked at Silo for some form of backup, only to find the senator shaking his head. Take it from me, Tribune, nobody in this entire legion is going to show any of you young gentlemen very much respect, other than that due to your position, until you've earned it. Fear, yes. Subservience, undoubtedly, but respect will come later, once we've met Niger's legions and gone toe-to-toe with them. If we survive the experience, that is. First spear. Julius saluted, taking care to address both Silo and Scaurus. "The 4th Legion is ready to march, Legatus, although I'm not convinced that it will go as smoothly as we hope, given the number of new centurions we have." Marcus snorted a mirthless laugh. "You're not having second thoughts, are you, Julius? The organizational revisions were your recommendation, after all." Silo's orders 2 days before had been every bit as ruthless as Scaurus had mandated when it came to disciplining the legion's lax centurionate. Every officer who had effectively left his century to their own devices to go into Rome had been charged with deserting his post, albeit with the usual death sentence commuted to an administrative punishment of 30 lashes apiece, the least that Scaurus considered suitable under the circumstances. With the corpses of a pair of older men who had failed to survive their scourging still draped over the whipping posts, the remainder had been led away, staggering and dripping blood, their backs lacerated into ruin. Have them treated by the Legion medics, and then dismissed with enough money to survive the journey back to Singidunum. The senior tribune had shaken his head sadly at the sight of so many officers summarily dismissed, while knowing that the effect on his command would be immediate and powerful. "And let's get on with swearing in the new centurions, shall we? This legion isn't going anywhere until we have officers I can trust to do their duty." He had watched with grim amusement as the best-regarded chosen men in the Legion, amazed at such a swift and unexpected turn of fate, had been sworn into their new and godlike roles. Their selections had been based on recommendations from Justus and his few remaining colleagues, who were for the most part also promoted to command the detachment's 8 cohorts as first spears. Justus himself had been at first amazed and then simply bemused to be promoted to the exalted position of tribune, granted equestrian rank and equipped with the finery expected of a Roman senior officer. He had stared in disbelief at Scaurus when called to the command tent to hear the news of his promotion. "But will I even be capable of such a role, Tribune?" Scaurus had smiled grimly. "That depends on which part of the role we're discussing, Tribune. I doubt very much that you'll make much of a peacetime officer, at least to start with, and I certainly won't be asking you to recite any poetry at a formal dinner any time soon. But as a man to command a cohort in battle, and to have the respect and obedience of your men when the time comes for us to make the best of the difficult orders we've been given, you'll do well enough. And I have no doubt that you'll do better than any number of well-educated young gentlemen." Silo turned to Scaurus, who was mounted on a horse beside his own, every other officer having been instructed to march on foot to get their feet accustomed to hard going. He extended a hand to gesture at the road away from the camp to the north. "Very well, Senior Tribune. Shall we get on with discovering whatever fate it is that the Emperor's orders have in store for us? I'm keen to see how well all these new officers do at putting a legion onto the road. It is something of an art, and it's a long road to Thrace, which means I don't want to lose an hour's marching time every morning while they sort themselves out." Scaurus nodded at Julius, who turned, put his whistle to his lips, and blew a single long blast, raising his vine stick and then slashing it down in the signal to commence the legion's deployment. He gave the 2 men a knowing look, and then turned away, ready to visit his ire upon those of his new officers with whose performance he was less than satisfied. But by the time 6 centuries were on the move, it was clear that whatever their fighting capability might or might not be, they were at least sufficiently well practiced in the manoeuvres necessary to get the 4,000 men of the Legion's detachment to Severus's army marching in an acceptable time. Julius nodded reluctant agreement when Marcus made a favorable comment on their abilities as the 2 men marched alongside the leading century. "It's not pretty, but it's good enough that we don't need to bring them all back and make them do it all again. I'd go so far as to say that some of those new centurions are almost acceptable, which isn't what I'd expected to be saying at this—" He fell silent at the piercing note of a cornice's horn from the rear of the column, and looked back to see a horseman trotting up the long line of marching sentries. "An officer, are we expecting any more snot-noses?" The two men reined in their horses, waiting as century after century of men strode past them, Julius taking the opportunity to bark terse instructions at those soldiers still struggling with their equipment. They fell in with the command group just as the horseman caught up with it, and the veteran centurion shook his head with a world-weary sigh as it became clear who it was who had joined the column of march. "I should have known it, and right on cue, eh? Obviously you'd be along for the glory hunting, because since when have you ever been able to control that urge to try to get yourself killed, eh?" Varus winked down at him, evidently delighted to be reunited with his friends, then saluted Silo and made the purpose of his unexpected appearance clear. "Legatus, sir, I bear a message from the imperial staff. Your orders have been changed." He held out a message container, and Scaurus shook his head ruefully. "I wonder why it is that I feel a premonition of impending doom whenever I see your face, Vibius Varus." He looked at Silo questioningly, and the legatus gestured to the proffered wooden tube. "Be my guest, Senior Tribune. Let's see what it is that the Emperor has in mind for us now." Scaurus broke the tube's wax seal and pulled out the scroll inside. He read the closely written order inside with an expression of growing amusement. "Go on, then. If it's that funny, you can share the joke with the rest of us." Scaurus looked down at Julius with a smirk. "Oh, trust me, Centurion, you're going to love this. Do you recall a ship by the name of the Victoria?" The Briton stared at him for a moment, and then shook his head again, looking even less impressed than he had with Varus's unexpected arrival. "Oh, joy! All the fun of the fleet, eh?" He shot a meaningful look at Varus. "And I presume we're going to be burdened with yet another senior tribune to tolerate as well?" Varus leaned out of his saddle and clapped him on the shoulder with a broad smile. "I know you've missed me, Julius, so yes, you'll be delighted to know that I am indeed ordered to accompany the Fourth to the east. Who knows, perhaps I'll surprise you with some of the things I've learned while you've been sunning yourselves in Aegyptus." Julius nodded, pursing his lips in apparent agreement. "Perhaps you will, Tribune. After all, I do hear that the frontier garrisons are especially fond of their livestock." He switched his attention to Scaurus. "Right, I'd better get this lot stopped and turned around, hadn't I, given that we're probably not marching north anymore?" "Gods below, but this shithole smells worse than Rome, if that's possible." Julius looked out across the small inland sea that was separated from the main bay of the Misenum naval base by the bridge towards which they were marching. Behind them, the legion's long, snaking column was stretched out over several miles of the road south from Neapolis, the city outside which they had camped the previous night. In the distance to their left, the looming bulk of the volcano Vesuvius was a dark silhouette against the blue summer sky, its barren slopes still covered in ash. Ptolemy had taken great pleasure the previous night in relating to them the way in which, 100 years before, its eruption had buried the cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum, and their inhabitants in the space of a single day, making great play of the suddenness of their deaths. The veteran centurion shot the mountain another unhappy look. "You're absolutely sure that thing's not going to blow its top off again? The Sparrow was very clear in his storytelling last night that if it does, we'll all be flash-roasted in an instant." Marcus shook his head, exchanging a knowing smile with Varus, who was riding alongside him. What he omitted to tell you was that there were a large number of earthquakes before the volcano erupted 100 years ago. We'll get plenty of warning if the gods below the earth decide to vent their wrath again. Julius stared at the giant peak for a while before speaking again. "I still think the fleet should have come to Ostia to collect us, rather than our having to march all this way south to get to them. The Emperor's war planners were very clear on the subject. They wanted us to leave Rome on foot and not heading for Ostia, because that would be like sending Niger a message to tell him we were taking the sea route and will be in his face in less than half the time he'll be expecting. And besides, fleets aren't like horses, First Spear. You don't just leap on a ship and head off wherever it is that you want to go. There are crew to recruit and train, masts to be repaired, ropes to be made, and seamen to be dragged off the local wharves, more likely. At least they have plenty of ships ready, though." Looking out to their left into the harbour, they could see 50 or so vessels riding at anchor, while the quayside that was coming into view was lined with another dozen major warships. "There's the Victoria. I'd know that ship anywhere." The officers followed Ptolemy's pointing finger, looking at each other, none the wiser. "See her finely drawn bow, and there, the fleet standard is flying from her mast." Julius nodded slowly. "I think the Egyptian midget has the right of it." He ignored Ptolemy's outraged indignation, managing to shut out the stream of complaints that the former palace scribe was venting at anyone prepared to listen. "I'm not listening to your quacking, Sparrow, so you might as well save your energy." He looked across the bay at the ship Ptolemy had indicated with a thoughtful expression. "I wonder if that gnarled old bastard of a butcher's son is still prefect of the Praetorian fleet." Scarus turned and spoke over his shoulder. "Tribune Varus, who is it we're ordered to report to on arrival at the port?" Varus turned his attention away from his discussion with Marcus. "We are to report to Prefect Titus on board the flagship Victoria, and he will arrange for embarkation and shipment to the east." "Thank you, Tribune. And there you are, Julius. Your question is answered. We are indeed going to be shipping with our old friend Titus once more." Ptolemy spoke up again, quite undeterred by his previous rude treatment. "Do you mean to say that the prefect commanding that fleet is the son of a butcher? I do find myself wondering just how it is that a man of such lowly birth could ever have progressed to such a—" "Someone tell him, before I'm forced to throttle the curiosity out of the little bastard." Scarus laughed tersely at Julius's plea. "That's easy enough to relate. He worked his way up from sailor to navicus on simple merit, then was appointed his former tribune's stand-in for a while, after the man got himself killed, leading his marines into battle alongside us at the siege of Nisibis, after which, it seems, your former imperial master, the Chamberlain Cleander, was quick to see the opportunity he offered. His unlimited power as Chamberlain allowed him to arrange any number of schemes to defraud the imperial purse in the provinces controlled directly by the throne, working through men of the equestrian class he had appointed to their roles, but he needed a safe way to bring the proceeds back to Rome. And Titus was the ideal fleet commander to carry the spoils to him without exciting any suspicion. After all, who could be more upright than the prefect of a Praetorian fleet? Being able to demonstrate to Commodus that he had promoted a man who wouldn't be influenced by the Senate, with whom the emperor was at daggers drawn by that point, was just an additional bonus. Ptolemy nodded his understanding. "I would imagine that he's going to be surprised to see us after all this time. He must have written us off as dead years ago." They marched the first cohort onto the dockside, leading the legion up the stone-surfaced mole past a succession of moored warships, until the leading century reached the last berth in line. Scarus shouted an order for the column to halt, then turned to look up at the Victoria's command bridge, raised above the vessel's stern, to see the Praetorian fleet's commander looking back down at him. He raised a hand in salute and called out a greeting to the sailor. "Greetings, Prefect. The 4th Legion has been directed to march here and take ship with you to the east." The dark-faced officer stared down at them for a moment, his face unreadable. then nodded and spoke briefly to his officers before climbing down from the ship's bridge and walking forward to the plank gangway that connected ship and shore. He walked down it and towards the group, saluting Silo as he came to a halt. With a face weathered and tanned to a dark shade of brown by years of exposure to sea and sun, his hair an iron grey and clipped close to his skull, his eyes were darker still, expressionless in all but the intensity of their stare. "Legatus, I am Prefect Titus, commander of the Emperor's Praetorian fleet based here in Misenum. I have orders to ship your legion and essential supplies to a landing point in the east of the Empire, where you will be disembarked in a position of advantage in the war with the Pretender. But I had no idea that you would be travelling in the company of these men." He shot a piercing stare at Scarus. "Tribune Scarus, of all the people I never expected to see again, it seems that my fate in life is inextricably bound to your own." Scarus inclined his head in recognition. "It's good to see you again, Titus. Hopefully we find you in good health." The sailor grimaced. "As good as can be expected. My wife and children are all dead, and so I dedicate my life to the fleet. And my fleet is in excellent condition." "I'm sorry to hear that. Was it the plague?" "They were taken from me without warning." The sailor raised a hand in negation of the subject. "But enough of that. My orders from Rome, in turn, incorporate fresh orders for your legatus." He raised a message cylinder whose wax seal had already been broken, and Silo stepped forward, his face tense with expectation. "What exactly are your orders, Prefect?" "I am commanded to sail with all possible speed, once your cohorts are loaded into my vessels, and to plot a course through Mare Ionium and Mare Aegaeum. And when we reach the northern end of Mare Aegaeum, I am commanded to disembark you within a few days' marching distance of Perinthus on the Thracian coast, and then to make a swift withdrawal in order not to jeopardize my command. I am commanded that on no account am I to pass through the Hellespont to avoid the risk of an enemy fleet bottling us up in the Propontis." He handed Silo another sealed message container. "And here are the fresh orders for you from Rome, Legatus, delivered only yesterday." Silo took the scroll from Titus, broke it open, and read the Emperor's instructions with a grim face. "It is as you say. We are commanded to disembark as close to Perinthus as is possible, without your risking losing your fleet to enemy action, and then to advance with all speed to attack the city." He looked at Scarus in dismay. "But that all seems very hasty. Surely it would make more sense to introduce us to the campaign in a more careful disposition." He shook his head with a look of perplexity. "I had expected us to be ferried to somewhere like Thessalonica, where we would be able to procure transport and supplies before marching east. Surely attacking with such haste and throwing the legion ashore so close to an enemy-held city will carry a much greater risk." Scarus shook his head, looking out to sea, past the Victoria's bow. "Severus has decided to make this legion into what the Jews would term a sacrificial lamb. We are to risk our own destruction in the common good. I can only imagine that he plans to use our threat to Perinthus to take the pressure off the Moesian legions as they besiege Byzantium, and to distract Niger's generals from his main army's advance, and buy time for him to bring forward his main threat, the legions of Candidus's Exercitus Illyricus. It might well prove to be a masterstroke, but it might well also result in the destruction of this legion." With the process of loading the legion onto Titus's vessels completed, and having left the horses to the tender mercies of the port authorities due to the fleet's inability to ship them, they put out to sea without delay. They turned to the southeast to run down the Italian coast under sail, the oarsmen sitting idle at their benches, playing knucklebones and dice to pass the time, while their passengers started familiarizing themselves with their new homes. They'll have an easy time of it until we pass the Strait of Messana with the wind at our backs, and the Ionian Sea should be straightforward enough. But they'll have to earn their rations once we turn north into the Aegaeum and take the prevailing wind right on the prow. The usually taciturn Titus had come down from his command deck on the Victoria's stern to look out at the passing coastline with the Legion's officers, once the complexities of getting 60 vessels out of the tight harbour entrance and out to sea had been dealt with. The Fourth's men had been divided up between the ships by centuries and told to stay in their places on deck, called forward to exercise and perform their toilet over the ship's side, one tent party at a time. The remainder of their time was to be spent, Julius had decided, in the never-ending busy work every soldier hated, and he was making his expectations clear to the century that had been unfortunate enough to be selected to board the flagship. "If you're not exercising, or hanging your ass over the side for the fish to laugh at the size of your pricks, then your armour, sword, dagger, spears, and brightwork all need polishing, and when you've finished polishing that lot, you can start on your leatherwork. After that, you can either find something to do that'll keep me from taking you for a shower of lazy bastards who need a few hours on the rowing benches. And yes, I can see they're not rowing, but you fucking will be. The entire Legion will be inspected when we disembark tonight, and any century I find that's not gleaming is going to be feeling very sorry for itself by the time I'm done with them. And no, feeling like you're about to puke up your arsehole does not excuse your duties. You're legionaries, not the kind of weak-minded, soft-footed flowers that have to ride everywhere." More than one of the new tribunes shot their first spear a surprised glance, swiftly looked away when they realized that he was staring straight at them. He paused for breath, and the sound of centurions and watch officers shouting orders and berating the slow, lazy, or seasick was audible across the water from the closest vessels. The fleet commander smiled at the imprecations they were using to motivate men who had been expecting an easy day of it. "He has not changed, I see. You will be wanting to land your men early enough in each day to allow him to subject them to training, I presume?" Scaurus nodded his agreement. "Either that, or we delay sailing until they've been given at least 2 hours of drill. They might look like legionaries, but they're not ready for a real fight." They decided to go for the option of morning training, reasoning that the Legion's soldiers would be easier to manage if they boarded the warships having been properly exercised. Julius had grinned when asked the question. "Can I wear them out in 2 or 3 hours? Just watch me." The next morning he assembled his cohorts on the beach up which the ships had been dragged for the night, Scaurus and his tribunes standing by to witness what it was he planned to do. Gathering the legion around him and raising his voice to a parade-ground roar to be heard over the surf, and with an amused audience of sailors sitting in the prows of their beached ships, he told the assembled soldiery what it was that he had in mind for them. "Right. You men have done nothing but march for the last 6 weeks, so we don't need to get you fit, but we do need to keep you fit. Besides which, we're going to be spending the next month or so camping by the sea every night, without either the time or the space for a lot of road marching." Marcus could see that the men closest to where the officers were standing were smiling and nudging each other. Arminius leaned in and whispered to him conspiratorially, "I don't think they've woken up to what a bastard he is yet, have they?" Julius continued, a smirk lighting up his face, and giving the closest soldiers to him cause to wonder what it was that he was finding so funny. "And I am reliably informed that nobody in this legion has fought anything harder than a vicar's pimp since the German wars, so anyone here who took part in that goat fuck is probably so old that they've forgotten it ever happened, never mind what it was they had to do. And so, you delicate barracks blossoms, what we're going to do, rather than worrying about getting you to the battle, is work on what we're going to do when we actually have to face the enemy, who, let me remind you, are just the same as us. They wear the same armor. They carry the same weapons. They use the same tactics. So we're not going to beat them with superior equipment, and you can poke all that horse shit about them being effeminate Easterners that the imperial pronouncements would have you believe right up where the sun doesn't shine. He walked down the ranks of suddenly very attentive legionaries. Why do I say that? Because I and your senior tribunes have fought alongside the bastards. We had to rough them up to get them ready for it, but our one legion fought a whole army of Parthians 10 times our strength to a standstill, and it's easy for men who'll never get within 1,000 miles of the fighting to call them soft. He looked about him at the ranks of silent soldiers. But you men, you'll be seeing what I mean soon enough, and you'll be seeing it from 3 feet away. It'll be a man, just like you, trained like you, equipped like you, and just as keen as you are to make his emperor the only emperor, and make himself rich. And he'll be crouching behind a shield just like yours, with a spear ready to put through your face. He fell silent, allowing the silence to work on them. Me? I don't plan on dying just yet, and certainly not because I couldn't get a gang of ugly bastards like you lot to put up a decent fight. So what we're going to do is this. He put a hand out to Dubnus, who passed him a spear whose iron blade was shining in the sunlight. I know you've been pulling faces at these ever since they were issued to you. This is a hasta. It's an old-fashioned spear, a much older design than the pila that the legions use, and it's what the auxiliaries use because they're not as important as the legions and don't get the best toys. But it is also much more useful in a fight than the pila that you're used to because it's not a single-use weapon. When you throw a pilum, you are saying goodbye to your spear because you won't get it back until after the battle, and even then, only if you win. He lowered the weapon to a fighting position, aiming the long iron blade at one of the watching legionaries. When you fight with this, you can kill with it as many times as you are presented with a target, and still have the strength to wield it. You can outreach a swordsman by at least 3 feet and carve him a new nose while he's still wondering how to get through a forest of these. And you can lose a battle and still walk away with it if you have the guts for a fighting retreat. It is the better weapon for the sort of war we'll be fighting, with only one advantage. Who can tell me what that is? A legionary in the front rank, his beard shot through with white and his face marked with the unmistakable scar tissue of a veteran, answered the question. We'll have to stand and take a volley of pila or two before the fighting starts, Centurion. Yes, that man gets a night off guard duty for having the guts to shout out an answer. The only problem with this is that you have to stand up to 1 or 2 volleys of spears from the enemy before you can start slaughtering them with your extra reach. So, we're going to teach you 2 things over the next few weeks: how to fight with a hasta and cut an enemy's front rank to ribbons, and how to take a volley of pila without getting one in the face. The legion's men, like soldiers everywhere, swiftly adjusted to their new daily routine. With an hour of daylight remaining, Prefect Titus's chief navigator would select a section of shoreline well away from any settlement, and the fleet would run in to beach itself, sailors and legionaries alike leaping over the side to drag their vessels out of the surf and anchor them firmly to the shore above the expected high tide line. The soldiers would gather driftwood from the beach and swiftly forage the coastal land beyond for anything either combustible or consumable, their hopes of happening upon either fat calves or farmers' daughters, however, forever unrequited. Each tent party would cook their evening meals on beach campfires, and then, exhausted by the previous day's exercises and constant polishing of their weapons and armor, bed down for the night. Julius's morning training routine also quickly became second nature for the men of the Fourth, who were in any case used to being woken at first light. Having slept in their cloaks and blankets, they were chivied onto whatever open ground was available, using the beach's difficult footing, if necessary, to undertake incessant battle drills in the cool of the morning before the sun rose high enough to make the exercise too onerous. "It looks like we're training our men to fight like the phalanxes of old." Marcus, watching from the top of a dune, shook his head at the young tribune who had spoken, a young man from a less exalted family than his overly self-assured colleague Furius Aculeo, and who, by comparison, seemed thoughtful and respectful in nature. "I'd say it's more a cross between a phalanx and a traditional legion. Why don't you go and get as close to one of those practice battle lines as you can without getting stabbed, and tell me what it's like to face?" Unable to train man-to-man with sharp iron, and lacking wooden practice weapons, Julius had settled for incessant practice of tactical maneuvers and swift changes of formation across the varying types of ground they found at each beach, making use of the difficult sandy footing to work on their stamina. And with every formation change, he pushed his centurions to repeat the same 3 tactics, time and time again. Marcus watched as the closest cohort tramped past him along the beach, their 4 deep lines filling the sandy expanse from the dunes to the water, another cohort following 50 paces behind them. Julius was walking 10 paces in front of them, bellowing the same repetitive commands that the legion's men were having drummed into them time and time again. "Shields!" At the shouted command, the front ranks squatted and pushed their shields forward, thrusting the layered boards as far from their bodies as possible, so that a thrown pilum's iron head penetrating the shield would have empty air to cross before striking the man behind it, angling their shields to deflect the spear upwards, and turning their heads to put a layer of helmet iron between their skulls and the enemy. At the same time, the second rank raised their shields and overlapped them with the front rank's boards, bending their upper bodies away and turning their heads. "Spears!" The legionaries stood and raised their spears, the rear ranks pressing in close to present as many spear points as possible, facing an enemy with a constant threat of taking one of the long leaf-shaped blades in the face or neck. "Rotate!" The front rankers turned to the right, still holding their shields towards the notional enemy, then took a sideways step to the rear at the same moment that the men behind them turned to their left, and took a matching step forward, turning to use their shields to protect both themselves and the men they had just replaced. "And keep doing it." The senior centurion walked up the dune to join Marcus, looking down at his legion's labouring men. "It takes one sort of staying power to march 30 miles in a day, and another to fight a battle where the most critical need is to be able to run and fight when you're already exhausted. What I'd really like is to get them working in the heat of the day, but we simply don't have the time if we're going to comply with the Emperor's orders." He turned to shout abuse at the centurion of a century that was supposed to be practicing the testudo formation, his men in sad disarray with spears protruding at a variety of angles. "What the fuck is that? You pricks look more like a fucking hedgehog than a tortoise. Get it sorted." The big Briton shook his head in disgust as the officer in question belaboured his men with his fists, boots, and vine-stick, cajoling them into some semblance of the desired formation, and roaring at them to advance with their spears level. "If they can manage to keep formation when their feet are 6 inches deep in sand, they shouldn't have any problem with doing it on firmer ground." He turned away, having caught sight of the following cohort, which, attempting to obey the horn signal to redeploy from testudo into line, had disintegrated into chaos. "You, the centurion with a crest about to fall off your helmet, get your men back in a straight line before I'm forced to come and do it for you." He turned back to Marcus, hefting his vine stick in readiness to use it on the backs of the offending legionaries. "What I'd give for one decent battle to sort the wheat from the chaff here. This is like death by 1,000 cunts." Marcus left him to it and went to find the familiar, who were exercising in a grove behind the beach. Lacking armour and shields for the most part, they were sparring with the practice swords they habitually carried with them. Taking up one in each hand, he signalled to Arminius and his protégé Lupus, who, knowing what was expected, took up positions on either side of him, nodded to each other, and then attacked simultaneously. The three men fought in silence, other than the grunts of their exertions and the clack of the wooden blades, Marcus holding the barbarians at sword's length rather than going straight for the kill. After a few minutes of sparring, Arminius, his face sheened with sweat, held up his blade. "I'm not as young as I was. He's all yours, Lupus." He tossed his sword to the Briton, who caught it neatly, grinned, and raised his eyebrows in silent question at Marcus, who, long accustomed to their routine, nodded back at him. "As ever, if you can best me, I'll give you an aureus to irritate your grandfather with." The younger man set himself and went for his mentor with real purpose, their blades blurring with the speed of the fight, as neither man held anything back. For a while it seemed as if they would still be fighting when the time came to embark. But to the knowing eyes of the familiar, long accustomed to their sparring, it was obvious that Marcus was holding back, still fighting just within his abilities, rather than at the ragged edge where errors were inevitable, while the Briton was railing at his defence with all he had. At length Lupus started to tire, and his attack laid him open to a lightning-fast touch of Marcus's outstretched blade on his chest, and both men stepped away. "That was better than any other time. You will have the beating of me if you can just learn to slow your pace a fraction, and fight with this." Marcus tapped his head, "rather than those." He pointed a sword blade at the younger man's crotch. "Now, let's go and watch the soldiers sweating, shall we? Not to mention the sight of a 50-year-old legatus pounding up and down the beach to get himself fit to march. Fabius Silo might have gone soft with all that comfortable living, but he seems to recognize the facts of his situation. I might run with him for a while." Exercises completed, and with the legionaries glowing from their exertions, they boarded the ships, whose crews then carried out the unwieldy task of getting a fleet of 70 vessels off the beach, turned around, and headed south down the Italian coast in some semblance of order, while the soldiers wolfed down their morning ration, flat bread with cheese and dried meat. Scaurus called a meeting of his officers in the shadow of Titus's command deck. "Today we will be passing through the Straits of Messana, then turning left to sail up the coast to Tarentum before we cross the bottom of the Adriaticus to Nicopolis. We did discuss making the crossing to Patrae in one jump, but it's a 4 or 5 day voyage, and the risk of losing half the legion in a storm is too great, so we'll have to sail around the northern edge of the Ionian Sea instead. But either way, we're running short of some essential provisions, so this is our chance to resupply." His words were inevitably overheard by the soldier Sanga, who was, it was universally acknowledged, the most adept of the familiar when it came to the lurking and listening aspects of the informer's art. They were then swiftly communicated to Morban, the veteran soldier's partner in crime, whenever there was money to be made from the unsuspecting. The former standard-bearer then promptly went about running a book among the soldiers aboard regarding the odds of the fleet docking that day, while already knowing full well that such a possibility had already been discounted. This, of course, resulted in a good deal of hopeful eyeing of the shore by the men whose time in Rome had been curtailed by their being ordered to sail east so soon after their arrival, an expectation that led to a good deal of money being wagered on a port visit that day, and at seemingly generous odds. But it was not to be. The fleet swept through the strait without even a hint of diverting into the port city of Rhegium, the soldiers staring forlornly out to the flagship's left at the tantalizingly close shore. Insult was added to injury, it seemed, when a detachment of military freighters peeled away from the mass of ships and headed in to collect fresh supplies, leaving the soldiers to watch them sail out of sight as the flagship made the long turn onto a northeasterly heading. Marcus found the former standard-bearer standing at the rail with Sangha, making an unconvincing attempt to look equally disappointed and ignoring the disgruntled looks that the legionaries were casting at them. Saratos, a Dacian with considerably more common sense than either, and the closest thing Sangha had to a friend, was standing beside them. He was counting his winnings from having known to bet against a wager Morban had chosen to favour with odds that were indeed too good to be true, and dropped the money into his purse as Marcus approached, giving him a knowing look. The tribune, having been acquainted with both Morban and Sangha for a decade, felt no need to stand on ceremony. "Look at you both, grinning like you woke up this morning to discover your pricks had grown to double their former size overnight. I don't think even the most accommodating of whores could cope with twice the size of this piece of—" Waving a hand to silence Sangha before he had a chance to wax lyrical on the subject, to Saratos's evident relief, Marcus continued in the same tone. "I'd imagine you would both be somewhat less happy were the men you've just defrauded to find out what we already all know too well. You two knew there was no way we were going to risk the flood of desertions that might result were we to stop anywhere other than an empty beach, didn't you?" The two men looked at each other, each willing the other to reply, but the tribune beat them to it. "I saw you lurking at the rail while the tribune was briefing us, Sangha, and I saw you go rushing off to make your proposition to this sticky-fingered purse ferret. Doubtless the two of you have made a tidy profit from your inside information, but then I'd imagine men have gone over the side for less." Morban looked up at him with an expression that combined the distress of being found out with the cunning of a man who could be relied on to turn any situation to his own best advantage. "Taking that obviously unwarranted slur at face value, Tribune, what is it that you might want from me, from us?" He shot a hard stare at Sangha to preempt any attempt on the veteran's part to sidle away. "That is, we were guilty of any such attempt to benefit from inside knowledge, which of course neither of us would ever even consider." Marcus raised a hand, shaking his head wearily. "Stop, just stop talking. You'll give me a headache with your unending flow of mendacity and deceit." "Mendacity?" The Dacian, whose vocabulary had expanded significantly during their long sojourn in Aegyptus, interjected helpfully. "This means that you are a lying bastard, I think." "Thank you, Saratos. And you," Marcus put a finger in Sangha's face, "shut your mouth and keep it shut. Let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that I have a point, or, worse than that, for you two, that it doesn't matter whether I'm right or not, because we're even a hint of your knowing that we were never going to dock today to reach the ears of the men you tempted with such generous odds. You'd both be facing a rather robust challenge before dawn tomorrow. Or should we put that to the test?" Both men shuffled their feet, and at length admitted that the tribune's argument had some basis in fact, looking, if not guilty, at least a little concerned as to their officer's expected recompense. Morban shot a look down at his purse, perhaps wishing he'd found a way to offload some of his recent gains, but Marcus shook his head with a jaundiced expression. "Unlike you, Morban, I'm not interested in money." Looking relieved, the older man muttered something about that being no wonder, given his privileged start in life, which Marcus chose to ignore, other than to skewer him with a penetrating stare. "What I am interested in is your silence with regard to a subject I'm just about to explain to you." and my expectation that you're going to do exactly what I tell you, no matter what it is, and that you're going to swear an oath to the Lightbringer that you'll keep that promise, no matter what profit there might be in breaking it. Do I have your agreement, or do I have to start explaining to the men of the 1st century why it is that they have so much less gold this evening? 2 days after the fleet made the turn to the northeast, to beat its way up the Italian coast towards Tarentum, with the wind on their left beam, forcing the Navajos to sail the ship with its sails so close-hauled that the rowers were put back to work to keep the vessel moving at an acceptable speed, Marcus was looking out at the passing coastline, when the young tribune, Furius Aculeo, announced his presence beside him with a cough. Ignoring what under military etiquette was effectively without meaning, he ignored the attempt to gain his attention, only turning to face the younger man when he felt his sleeve being tugged. "I wish to discuss the question of your—" Marcus shook his head, restraining the temptation to laugh at the younger man's look of discomfiture. "If you want to talk to a superior officer, Furius Aculeo, it is customary to indicate the intention by announcing your presence in a respectful manner and requesting permission to engage in conversation. Man to man, I'm happy enough to be addressed by my name, if combined with a proper respect. But coughing to gain attention, as if seeking to make a point to an inattentive slave, especially in the manner of a man who expects everyone around him to be hanging on his every word, is not acceptable. It will simply result in your being ignored by men who will assume either that you actually have a cough or are badly in need of a lesson in manners." And he raised a hand to forestall Furius's reply. "Tugging a senior officer's sleeve will undoubtedly earn you a reprimand under the wrong circumstances, although I am willing to overlook it this once." The younger man thought for a moment. "I see. In that case, Senior Tribune, I wish to speak with you on a difficult but unavoidable subject." "My parentage?" Furius frowned. "Yes. How did you know?" Marcus smiled, showing his teeth but without any genuine humor. "I knew, because you've been staring at me when you think I'm not looking, ever since you joined the Legion. Which tells me that your father, who has never met me, and whose social standing was insignificant until he was lucky enough to hitch his fortunes to Severus's rise to power, told you to watch out for me before you left home. I'd imagine he said something like, 'Aquila's father was a traitor, and the apple never falls far from the tree. So wait and watch him, and you may get the chance to denounce him and take his place.' Words that, were I ever to hear them, would result in a great deal of unhappiness for him." The young tribune blinked at his superior's unexpected vehemence. "But your father was executed for treason. My father and my uncle were executed for the crimes of having massive fortunes and a villa outside Rome that Commodus coveted for his summer palace, away from the stink of the city. They were falsely accused by the chamberlain of the day and murdered by a gang of killers who sold my mother and sisters into a cult of rapists and murderers. I have had my revenge on everyone involved, but I can never restore the honor that my family had ripped from it. So, Tribune, can you see why I might be a little short-tempered with foolish comments about my father's treason?" Furius nodded, but while he was clearly abashed, he maintained eye contact with Marcus in a way that bespoke a strong spirit. "I see. There was another matter that my father mentioned, something to do with the death of a relative of his in Britannia?" The tribune blinked again. "Yes, a cousin of his, Gracilus. He wrote a letter to the imperial authorities stating that he had identified a fugitive from justice by the name of Aquila, who had taken refuge with the cohorts on the wall, but he died before he could do anything to apprehend the man. Natural causes, my father heard, but he was never convinced." He stopped speaking, his eyes widening at the murderous look on Marcus's face and the hard edge in his reply. Your father's cousin was the sort of man who could take pleasure in rape and murder, which was an unwise thing for him to attempt with the woman I loved. And so he died with a Legion surgeon's verdict of natural causes in the absence of any evidence to the contrary, the result being that there was one less animal to trouble the innocent. The letter of denunciation he wrote before he died was enough to bring the frumentarii after me, but I managed to avoid their clutches too. And now, thanks to the brief and unhappy reign of Pertinax, I am somewhat restored in the world, exonerated, and allowed to continue going about doing what I've chosen as my calling in this life. And so you have to ask yourself whether any of that has anything whatsoever to do with you, Tribune. I think you would be wise to concentrate on the fight that we are sailing towards and being ready to play your part to the Emperor's satisfaction. Don't you?" Furius looked at him for a moment in silence, then nodded and turned away without speaking again. Marcus watched him return to the group of his peers without a backward glance, and showing every sign of having accepted the warning, but his every instinct was telling him that the matter was shelved rather than forgotten. Chapter 6. "This is all still Roman, right? We haven't sailed off the map into a land full of dog-headed men and fire-breathing lizards. Oi! I saw that, you big ugly bastard!" While Ptolemy had merely smiled at Sanga's question, as a group of Scaurus's familiar had stared out over the ship's side at the coast less than a mile distant, Lugos's response had been a less tactful shake of his massive head and a snort of amusement. The giant Briton grinned at the insult, an expression fearsome enough in itself that some of the watching oarsmen shivered and turned back to their preparations for the afternoon of hard labour. In the days that followed their passing Sicily, the fleet had sailed on, first making its way up the southern Italian coast until the Gulf of Tarentum had opened up on the ship's left side, then crossing the 70-mile stretch of open sea in a single day that saw the rowers exhausted by the time land was reached on the far side. 2 days later they had crossed the Ionian Sea to Buthrotum in Epirus, then continued south down the coast of Greece to its southernmost point, the kingdom of Sparta, which had once been militarily preeminent in the region. Now the rowers were glumly readying themselves for the fleet's impending turn north and the long slog up the peninsula's chaotic coastline. "All that time you had to improve yourself while we were at leisure in Aegyptus, and what do you have to show for it?" Sanga's friend Saratos leaned forward to venture an opinion in response to the Briton's question. 7 children, by my count. Several hundred women who will remember him with gratitude for the speed and short duration of the acts he paid them to perform, and—" his comrade shook his head with feigned incredulity. "Whose fucking side are you on, you Dacian donkey?" Saratos shrugged. "Big man asked a question, and it seemed to deserve an answer." The Briton shook his head at his comrade. "I've told you before not to encourage either him or the dwarf." Ptolemy bridled at the soldier's customary insult whenever his intellect was called into question, but Lugos was the first to reply. "This is Greece, which was conquered by Rome hundreds of years ago. It was once the home of the world's greatest warriors, traders, and thinkers. But of course, Roman rule has reduced its people to being concerned mainly with the availability of baths and wine. You would fit in here perfectly." The Briton grinned. "Too right, I would. From what I hear about the Greeks, there must be a lot of women that need a proper seeing to. If what you say is true, then it is indeed a good thing that you're here." Sanga frowned, unsure as to why Lugos, long since his sparring partner, would be agreeing with him. "Yes, because—" He waited for the big man to interrupt him with an insult, and was on the brink of continuing when his expectation was proved correct. "Because you bring Saratos with you." "What?" Lugos winked, further discomfiting the closest oarsman. "Saratos. I hear he's the man who closes the deal for you, so to speak." The officers ignored the sounds of bickering reaching them from the prow, Titus pointing over the Victoria's left side at the Greek mainland. "Now my men will earn their coin. It will be rowing all day and every day from here to the Hellespont, because the winds in the Aegeum, the Etesii, will blow from the north every damned day. Even with the sail furled, we'll make no better progress than 50 miles a day, if we're lucky. It is a happy wind for the return journey, but a powerful impediment for us now." When the reduced pace of their progress north up the Greek coast became painfully evident, and with his men having by this point formed relationships with the ship's crews with whom they sailed every day, Julius went to Scaurus with a suggestion. "Our men might be getting better at drill, and that'll be essential when it comes to a fight. But all this sitting around isn't doing them any good. Plus the oarsmen will be totally worn out after a few hours, and putting our men in would give us more speed and get us on the ground in Thrace earlier. So we'd either be rushing to our doom or gaining the advantage of possibly beating Niger's men to the punch." "One of those things, yes." The Tribune thought for a moment. "Do it. But make it worth their while. Promise them a day on the beach with wine and hogs to roast before we disembark and go looking for trouble. Plus you can run that competition you were talking about." With the promise of a day's indulgence as the reward for their labor, the legionaries were keener on the idea than would otherwise have been the case, and Titus was happy enough to go along with the idea, albeit with some modifications. "You let them just jump onto a rower's bench, and they'll cause chaos, putting the others off their stroke, dropping their oars into the sea, and all sorts of other nonsense. You can put some of them in alongside my lads to give the rest time to get their breath back, and let this infernal wind dry their backs. And once they've learned how to row, we'll see which of them we trust to actually wave an oar around, shall we?" And so it was that Julius challenged his cohorts to see who could produce the most men trusted to take control of an oar, with the carrot that the most successful cohort would be allowed a whole day off all duties when the time came for the promised day of rest. And such was the excitement engendered by the competition that few of the legionaries gave any thought to the fact that they were hastening the fleet towards their disembarkation into the teeth of an enemy. Nor did they stop to consider why it might be that while Morban was doing brisk business each evening in accepting wagers on the rowing skills of each cohort, as seen from the flagship, and as judged for him by a panel of experts, his new friends aboard the Victoria, he was conspicuously absent from any gambling around the swordsmanship competition that Julius had announced would be held on the day of the celebration. "You want to send a party into Thessalonica?" Prefect Titus's expression made it clear he considered the request unnecessarily risky at best. "We need to consider this enemy territory, or at best disputed. There will probably be enemy spies in the city, and our presence may well alert them to the presence and intentions of my fleet and your legion." Scaurus conceded the point gracefully. The port city of Thessalonica was out of sight from the fleet's current position, tucked away in a sheltered bay at the top of the Thermaic Gulf, and having replenished their supplies by detaching merchant ships to call at each port as they had sailed up the Greek coast, Titus had already decided to steer well clear of it. His stated plan had been to cross the Gulf's mouth a good 50 miles from the port in order to avoid providing any more of an advance warning of their presence than sightings by the inevitable fishermen, whose catches the fleet's roaming Liburnian scout ships purchased to supplement their rations.
I understand. The tribune acknowledged the point without abandoning his request, and in recognition of that risk, it wouldn't be me going ashore, but rather a selected few men who can be trusted not to vanish into thin air at the first sight of a woman. What better way is there to find out what we might be facing once we get the Legion's boots on the ground? But the real reason for us to get some men into the city is the need to find out what the land we'll be wading ashore onto is like. Nothing fancy. All we need is whatever the local geographers have written about the coastline. My Egyptian scholar went looking for the information in the usual sources, but all that Strabo, Herodotus, and Pliny have to say about the coastline in question is more to do with which tribe commands the beaches we might land on, rather than what those beaches would be like in terms of shelving depths, the violence of their surf, and all the other useful things we need to know. The potential for the port city to have the information they would need had been Ptolemy's idea, and while Scaurus had suspected that he and Lugos were desperate for more books, having read everything they'd brought with them twice over, he'd been forced to agree that it was a good one. Titus looked out over the ship's side at the Greek coastline with a calculating expression. I must admit that there is some business I could do in the city. It will take 2 days for us to row in against the wind, do our business, and then sail out again, while the fleet crosses the Gulf and proceeds east along the coast towards the Hellespont. But the time might be well spent, if, of course, we can avoid the attention of enemy informers. Who would you send to perform such a task? Scaurus gestured to Marcus. The tribune here, obviously. Ptolemy to find the books we're looking for, and Lugos and my man Arminius to make sure that he doesn't get robbed in the street, and my Harmian centurion to keep an eye open for any sign of enemy informers. Titus nodded decisively. Very well, just those 5. I'll signal for one of the smaller Liburnians to come alongside and take us in. Be ready to board, and make sure you don't stand out as soldiers. The familiar watched Marcus divest himself of his elaborately decorated belt and the swords that customarily hung on both of his hips, strapping a plain leather belt in its place. Sanga sidled up to him with a look that combined hope and expectancy, rolling his eyes in dismay when he was firmly rebuffed. We don't have the time for your usual method of intelligence gathering, I'm afraid. The soldier turned away, grumbling bitterly that some people got to go ashore to indulge their favourite pursuits, while the best spies in the familiar were yet again condemned to sit on their arses and watch. He was about to comment further when he was interrupted by the soft but authoritative voice of Kadir, who was wrapping his bow and a dozen arrows in canvas to disguise the weapon's distinctive shape. You're good enough, Sanga, but there are 2 men on this ship who have more skills when it comes to the informer's craft. For one thing, Saratos is less likely to be distracted by the sniff of a tavern owner's apron, or by the alluring scent of his wife, for that matter. And for another, there is a man aboard who taught you most of what you know. The Briton shook his head at Kadir. All due respect, Centurion, but when did you last live in a gutter, watching out for the mark for a week? The Harmian smiled indulgently at his former pupil. I've always believed in the principle of a horse for a course, legionary. If there is a gutter to be squatted in to watch a house, you are by far the best qualified of us in terms of both aroma and appearance. Truly, you were born to sit in a gutter, and indeed you are the master of the art of doing nothing except beg and stare at every passing woman for days at a time. But when it comes to simply following a comrade at a distance, ready to intervene if they are accosted, and without ever having been seen before the intervention is required, then I am that man. Sanga watched with a downcast expression as Titus, Lugos, Arminius, Marcus, Kadir, and Ptolemy boarded the small and fast Ligurian Neptune's Trident, which had run up alongside the flagship
at the prefect's command, heading away to the north towards the port city. Aboard the small vessel, the four friends enjoyed the spectacle of the dozens of vessels arrayed across the ocean behind them, while Titus stared about him critically at the state of the ship's rigging and cleanliness. After a while, with the fleet having disappeared over the horizon behind them, they turned their attention to what Ptolemy informed them was the 10,000-foot-high peak of Mount Olympus looming over the coastline to their west. And when that palled, they settled down to rest in the shade, while the rowers laboured to drive the vessel north into the Gulf. Later that evening, with the small vessel beached in an uninhabited inlet close enough to the port city for an early arrival the next morning, they sat around a fire and ate fish purchased from a passing fisherman an hour before. He had sailed a small boat with a distinctive black sail. His skin had been the colour of copper, and his face had borne testament to a lifetime spent on the water. And while he had reassured them that Thessalonica remained loyal to the emperor in Rome, it was a statement that Marcus was inclined to take with a pinch of salt, when he then promptly agreed with the deliberately provocative assertion by Kadir that Pescennius Niger was indeed a great man and ruler of the world. How much easier to be a man like that! Marcus nodded at the Harmians' musing, Ptolemy and Arminius already being asleep, and Titus engaged in discussion with his sailors on some nautical topic or other, while Lugos sat and listened in silence. With no concept of the squabbles of great men, and owing his allegiance to the sea and little else, I would imagine that Titus might consider the chance to change places with him as a serious proposition, to be the master of his own destiny and beholden to no man. Baked in the sun, battered by the wind, and soaked by the rain, I doubt it's a life for an old man. The Harmian shrugged. Not having to worry about who's emperor or what danger their whims might place you in. It is the very life we had in the palms of our hands until that cursed storm pulled us back into this life of violence and constant risk of our very lives. Marcus nodded his agreement. That was our aim, but the life you describe is not my destiny. That much is clear. Twice now we have taken the chance to step back from the events that drive the Empire's fate, and twice the gods have chosen to deny us that peace and drawn us back into the storm that constantly rages over Rome's destiny. There seems to be no escaping it, and so I have resigned myself to accepting that it is my life and making the best of it. And who knows, since the gods are so insistent that this is our course in life, perhaps we might yet still serve some higher purpose than simply slaughtering the Empire's enemies. Marcus stretched. But to more pressing matters, what do you plan tomorrow, great master of the informer's art? Kadir smiled at the prospect of the next day's subterfuge. As to that, once we are ashore, you will not see me until there is a need for me to intervene. I look forward to being the ghost of Hama once again, a role I have not played in many a year. When pressed on the apparently self-appointed title, he declined to elucidate, rolling himself in his cloak with the canvas-wrapped package by his side, leaving his friend to ponder afresh the twists of fate that had torn him from the illusory promise of a life safely distanced from the machinations of empire. They left the beach with the first pink flush of dawn, rowing up the gulf in the still of the morning and making the right turn into Thessalonica's wide, sheltered bay an hour later. Docking at the main quay, Titus announced himself to the harbour-master as conducting an advance reconnaissance for an imperial fleet that was still 2 weeks distant, delayed in sailing by problems with the readiness of its warships after so long a period of peace. He had explained his intended ruse the previous evening, based on the hope that the fleet, passing 50 miles to the port's south, would remain unreported prior to their arrival. It'll give them pause for thought if they're wavering in their loyalty, and explain our presence without compromising our mission." The official shrugged, showing no sign of being at all perturbed by their arrival, and expressed his complete loyalty to the throne in fulsome terms. He invited the honoured prefect to join him in a tour of the harbour's facilities, while the august imperial officer's companions were free to take advantage of the city's many and cosmopolitan facilities in the meantime. "There will be racing in the hippodrome later this afternoon, or if you prefer, the scenic view out over the city and the bay from the Acropolis is quite a panorama. This will also enable you to take the measure of the city's defences. We are without a garrison at the moment, of course, as the cohort has been called away to serve with the Imperial Army." Having established that he had no idea whose army the troops had been called away to serve, Marcus and his companions took their leave and headed into the city, Kadir fading into the background, as expected. Marcus, Lugos, Arminius, and Ptolemy meandered slowly through the streets with the demeanour of tourists everywhere, deliberately delaying their search for a bookshop in order to first ensure that they were not followed. The Roman was grateful that Sangha was not with them, as a succession of temptations were laid before them with every brothel and tavern they passed, although Arminius, his hair released from its plait to hang free over his shoulders, had to be persuaded more than once to stop grinning at the women and patting his crotch. "Will you ever give up hope that they won't want to be paid?" The German grinned back at him, clearly in a playful mood. "Surely they must be aroused by the presence of such an exotic northern barbarian. It amazes me that they have the willpower to resist." At length, and after an hour of studiedly nonchalant wandering around the streets, while Ptolemy puffed and sighed with impatience, they came across a bookshop. The Egyptian, unable to control his eagerness to be among the collected knowledge of ages, darted between the neighbouring vendors' trestle tables, laden with meat on one side and fruit on the other, waving away the clouds of flies, and almost threw himself into the emporium, Lugos ducking under the shop's lintel behind him. Marcus took a look around before following, seeing nothing more than a typical street scene, with a few shoppers picking at the various vendors' displays with feigned disinterest, while passers-by hurried along the street towards their destinations. "Keep a watch on the street, Arminius. Kadir will be somewhere close by, but I'll be happier with you looking out for trouble as well." Inside the gloomy shop, the light of a single lamp doing little to improve on the doorway's dim illumination, the walls were lined from floor to ceiling with neatly organized scrolls. Ptolemy was already engaged in discussion with the bookseller, an avuncular and expressive Jew, who had clearly recognized the diminutive scribe as his chance to make a big sale and close up for the day. "We have them all, my friend. All of the greats that a man as intelligent as you is looking for. The Greek philosophers, the Roman historians, even books written by men of the barbarian north, where you would imagine no man ever learns to read, much less put his thoughts on his wretched land onto paper." He turned to gesture at a shelf loaded with scrolls, oblivious to Lugos's angry glare at his throwaway comment. "We have the latest volumes of the De Nosophistae by the renowned Athenaeus of Naucratis." He smiled at the sudden excitement